Chapter 1. Jean-Paul J.P. Dubois. Deputy Mayor Vane Elwood stopped by my desk on his way out for the evening, and I shuffled the paperwork I'd been organizing into a stack and then clipped it, handing it over to him. He gave me his usual arrogant smirk, the one that had me swooning for about 3 days when I'd first started as his assistant. All that enraptured nonsense was before I pegged him as a manipulator and kindred spirit. "What's this?" he asked, as he leaned across the curved mahogany desk to take the stack of papers. But even as he spoke, his eyes kept slipping to the corner of the room near the printer along the wall, where Kalinsky had spread out to work on the floor. Essentially, I had the irritable former intern trapped. He couldn't go anywhere in the room without walking past me, more or less, not even the bathroom. Every move he made was firmly under my control. My stomach zipped with happy tingles because I already knew what Vane would see over there, and as much as I'd been trying not to have too much fun with my assignment to torture Kalinsky into quitting, I couldn't help it. The little fuck had deserved every second of office hell I'd been able to conjure for him, and I was nowhere near done with ideas to make his life miserable. After the stunt Kalinsky had pulled, where he'd tried to get Vane and his fiancée Jackson fired a few months ago by running to the newspaper about their inappropriate relationship, there was nothing paper, ink, and boredom-related I wouldn't do to make him pay. I'd woken up at 3 in the morning last night and written down a new drudge-filled chore. Organizing the last 20 years of expenses for Harold Lang, who manages the intern pool, would be positively awful. That man kept the most abysmal records. I was beginning to worry that maybe I was a bad person. Fighting off a smile, I cleared my throat. "Mr. Elwood," I murmured sharply, and he froze. "That, in your hand, is the expenses you've attempted to turn in to have compensated by the city. I'll ignore the fact that for the 5th month running, you've neglected to supply receipts with your initial request." He gulped so hard the knot of his light gray tie, which matched his eyes, bounced. He squinted at me. "How many times do I have to remind you? Personal expenses that aren't necessary for your job aren't covered. No one is paying for your overpriced briefcase." "But I need it." I narrowed my eyes at him. "Really? Then where is it?" He glanced at his empty hand, as if just noticing there was nothing but air in his palm, and then he used it to rub the back of his neck. "Well, the idiot. He was lucky I liked him. I'll go out and purchase you an appropriate case if you'd like to carry the one I deem acceptable to turn in for reimbursements." "Never mind." He blanched and angled himself to completely stare at Kalinsky, where he was on his knees, doggedly pulling a paper from each stack in front of him and stapling them together. It was amazing how many people in this building needed pamphlets assembled when they knew they wouldn't have to do it themselves. "What do you have him working on there, JP? Kalinsky flinched lower toward the floor, and a sick, excited glow gathered to warm my chest. I loved talking about him like he wasn't in the room. Objectifying a man had never been a kink of mine. I'd always considered myself a caring dom, to the point I'd driven several men off to the tune of accusations of being smothering. But I was learning fast. I might enjoy having total control over someone. Leaning back, I crossed my arms. In the last 2 months, I'd been having more fun than I ever thought I might in my entire life. I spun in my chair and stared at Kalinsky's nice, round peach of an ass sticking out in our direction. Vane ogled too, but who wouldn't? Hell, if his fiancée Jackson was here, he'd be watching as well. Much as Kalinsky irritated me, that ass answered for a lot of crimes. I'd forgive him for half his rich baby boy outrage, just to get to look at it. If only I could dream up a way to make him keep his mouth shut some of the time. We'd had a rare half hour without him whining about his current job, and that made me like him a lot more. My dick gave a throb as I breathed out slowly. I've had Maxwell doing this and that. I waved a hand. But my day would be a lot nicer if I could gag him. I gave Vane a tight smile and he snickered. Kalinsky froze. Hell, I must have said that last bit louder than I'd thought. I was shocked at the way my cock surged harder at the idea of stuffing his mouth full enough that he wouldn't be able to make a sound. How nice would it be to have a thick gag hooked between his pink lips? I turned and slid closer to my desk, even though I knew Vane's attention wasn't going to be on my lap. Don't stay too much longer, JP. I need you sharp to go to that meeting with me tomorrow. Vane gave me a shake of his head and a wink on his way out the door. He'd caught on to the fact that I was enjoying myself rather too much. Along with true Elwood panache, he hadn't mentioned anything beyond the occasional reminder of who Maxwell Kalinsky's parents were. Why he thought I would entangle myself with a traitorous man-child was beyond me. It was kind of vain to concern himself, but I was fairly certain Kalinsky over there would rather huff copier ink than touch me in an intimate way. Sad as that reality was to consider, with that ass bobbing around as he bent forward again. I am 2 classes away from my degree, you know, Kalinsky snarked as soon as the door clicked closed behind Vane. There was an unexpectedly defeated quality to his words. I was used to his rage by now, so this was new. I can do jobs that aren't staple papers and carry boxes. You don't say. Maybe once you graduate, I'll let you get off your knees. He turned to look at me and his face flushed an amazing reddish pink. I wasn't entirely surprised when he stood and kicked at the piles of papers, sending them flying. I'd been doing my best all day to goad him. My stomach melted with heat at finally getting him to explode, and he froze, staring in horror at what he'd done. You're going to make me pay for that tomorrow, aren't you? He sounded almost close to tears, and a very teeny tiny part of me felt bad for what I was doing. The plan was to make him quit, and had been from the start, because he'd only gotten the job he had right now in our office by blackmailing Vane. He'd thought he had the balls to get the deputy mayor kicked out of his position, but it was painfully clear he was out of his league when it came to dirty politics. Once Vane had figured out Kalinsky's mother was a judge, all bets were off. Yeah, Vane had done some things he shouldn't by sleeping with Jackson in the office, but Kalinsky had tried to extort him about their relationship, since Jackson was an intern when their relationship started. We all knew who Kalinsky's mother would be more angry with, if it came down to actually telling her all the seedy things her perfect private school angel had gotten up to here in City Hall. And it wasn't Vane, who was happily engaged. Oh, I certainly will make you regret your tantrum. I rested my elbow on my desk and my chin in my palm. Actually, you're going to pay right now. Sort those stacks. I want this job done before you leave. You can't do that. He ran his hands through the longer dark hair on the top of his head, and when he was done, it was everywhere, shiny and soft-looking, and his disarray reminded me of better things he could be doing than sorting paper. Fuck, It really was a shame that all the most attractive men I met were either off limits or self-entitled jackholes. I think you'll find I can do as I please. I'm the office manager for the deputy mayor, and I've deemed that work of utmost importance. It'll take me all night, he hissed. Shrugging a lazy shoulder, I stood and went over to take my heavy winter coat from the peg where it hung on the wall near the coffee nook. Then why are you standing there instead of moving? If you want decent sleep, then it's on you. I pulled on my coat and started to button it because it was getting bitterly cold, now that we were into December. New Gothenburg winters could be brutal. Carefully, I pulled my black leather gloves from the pockets and couldn't help but feel taller as he fixated on me slipping them on. I hadn't seen anyone that intent on leather clothing since the last time I went to XXX, one of the local BDSM clubs. Made me wonder about little Mr. Kalinsky. And I expect the work to be done right. If there's even one paper out of order when I check through tomorrow, you'll redo them. First of all, I would never have papers out of order. Second, you can't do this to me. Shaking my head, I went back to my desk and powered down my computer. I also checked all of my drawers and the door to Vane's office to make sure they were locked. Last thing I needed was my feisty assistant's assistant getting the idea that he might be able to dig up dirt while I wasn't here. It would be delightful if he broke into something. Such an easy excuse to fire him. So far, he'd been a perfect employee. Not even a second late. He had to know he was under the gun. It was too bad I had zero real complaints. Or he would be gone already. If only he'd found another way to get here, I might have been happy to have him work with me. I already did do it. You have your orders. It was on the tip of my tongue to add a boy, but I stopped myself. He wasn't my boy and never would be, even if his outraged big brown eyes made me want to stare too long. I adjusted my collar as I stepped toward him, and it was an unreasonably good feeling to have his shoulders hunch as I strode closer. I wasn't an intimidating man under normal circumstances, not by a long shot, but I liked seeing the wariness enter his eyes, and the color explode on his cheeks. I still wasn't sure what that was all about. Anger? Embarrassment that he felt he still didn't have the type of job he thought he deserved? His Adam's apple bobbed, and he glanced away from me toward the floor in defeat. How long will you keep doing this to me? His voice cracked, and my heart jolted. This was new. I really wanted this job, sir. My eyelids almost fluttered closed, but I didn't allow myself to revel too much in this obedience I'd finally won from him. My victory had been earned by a long day and a battering ram of horrendously boring work. To date, has it ever entered your head to apologize to Mr. Elwood's fiancée, or Mr. Elwood? Kalinsky's nostrils flared, and he tilted his head up to glower at me. He had a thin face, though it was far from unattractive. He had the perfect angles, and the shadows in the room more than did him justice. I wanted to touch his jaw, once somehow, just to know what that long line felt like. I wasn't wrong, okay? His shout jerked me out of my thoughts. They were doing something they shouldn't have been. His eyes snapped fire as he scowled. Oh, of course, but what you did was worse. You offered nothing to get your position, except the assertion that you have the right to it. You don't even have your degree yet. I shook my head at him. How's that coming along? He hung his head. The last 2 classes are online, so I can do the job too. They're fine. But I could tell he was bluffing. The slope of his shoulders and the flush that brightened on his cheeks gave him away. He was fucking up with school, I'd wager, because he was trying to stay on top of work here. And I'd made sure there were many, many things that needed his attention. So you're lying to me and you never apologized? His jaw hardened until I thought it would crack. I won't apologize for doing what I needed to do to get ahead. He snorted and glanced in the direction Vane had disappeared. What did you do? Did you let him fuck you like Jackson did to get your job? He said that like bottoming was the worst thing a man could do, and my estimation of him fell even more. His eyes seemed too wide, maybe a little scared, though, and that also had me thawing toward him, but only a smidgen. Laughing, I stepped back. Oh no, I top. Exclusively. Vane and I would have never worked out. He flinched at that and dropped his gaze to the paperwork at his feet. It wasn't true, but he didn't need to know that. I happened to get this job by being better than everyone else who applied. I smiled at him. Has that ever happened to you? Kalinsky didn't say a word, simply sank to his knees and drew his abandoned stapler to him. But his shoulders curled, and I wasn't necessarily happy that I'd found a way to break him. It wasn't fun to see him hurt and upset, not like it was to watch him huff and puff over the work he thought he was too good to do. Did you figure it out yet? I couldn't believe I was tossing him a clue to make myself feel better, but his pout was more than a saint could handle. What? He asked harshly. How to start getting better assignments. He glanced up with his forehead crinkled in a way that was positively handsome. What a travesty. I'm not apologizing to them. Chuckling, I went to my desk and picked up my messenger bag, then slung the strap over my shoulder. I let the silence between us drag out until I had my hand on the door to leave. You will find things go easier for you if you learn to do as you're told. I gave his backside one last leer, but he didn't glance up. Those cheeks just looked so squeezable. Or was that spankable? Shaking my head at myself, I opened the door, and almost felt bad that I'd trashed his entire night. Guilt started eating at me by the time I hit the ground floor, and with a sigh, I pushed the button to head back up to the 5th floor, rather than stepping out and going home. Hell, what if what I was doing tonight caused him to fail whatever classes he was taking? What if I personally kept him from graduating? That should be great because the plan was to make him quit, but I wasn't an outright monster. I stepped out of the elevators and hesitated outside the door to the office. I almost just left again, but then yanked open the door and stopped dead. Kalinsky sat, doubled over on one of the plush couches on the left side of the office. He had his forehead pressed to his knees, and his hands on his eyes while his shoulders shook. Fuck, I whispered to myself. He hadn't noticed me yet. Now I really did feel like a jerk. God damn it, stop your sniveling. Get up, I demanded, and he jolted back and nearly hurt himself trying to scrub at his face. He'd been crying and his pale skin was blotchy and red from it. Not exactly attractive, but I ate up the sight. I was half proud I'd pushed him there and half disgusted with myself for enjoying it so much. Get your things and come with me. What? Why? He gasped in a shaky breath. You're going home for the night. But stop talking back to me, I snapped, done with his shit. Yes, I'd gone out of my way to prod him into a never-ending parade of outbursts. but I was also finished listening to him. "Stop now. Get your belongings and I'll walk you out." "I was going to do it. You can't fire me over this." He shot to his feet, shoulders heaving. I'd never met someone so ready to fight. Why was he this way? He'd started out furious. I hadn't done that. "I'm trying to be nice." "I can do it. I'll do it." Panic had his voice, which was actually a nice medium timbre when he wasn't whining or yelling, climbing higher. Closing my eyes, I tried to find that iota of myself that had cared when I'd seen that I'd broken him. I opened my eyes and focused on the glistening tear tracks that hadn't dried from his skin yet. "Get your things, now." "I'll do it. I said I would," he whispered desperately before scuttling back toward the paperwork in the corner. He hit the floor with his knees, and my control snapped. I stalked over, grabbing his coat from a hook on the wall on my way to him, and hunkered down at his side. He stared at me, chest rising and falling too fast. I'd noticed once or twice that his eyes were so brown they were nearly black, but my brain misfired as I stared into the improbable color, and got lost trying to find where his pupil stopped and his iris started. He blinked and ducked his head, tugging a random sheet of paper toward himself. "I'm not firing you, but you're done tonight." He eyed me. "And I won't be in trouble somehow for not having finished?" Twisted delight had me sucking in a deep breath. He seemed so worried about a trap. I'd managed to destroy his confidence in almost no time at all. And while it had been fun, my conscience was beginning to prickle. Not in 1,000 years would I have thought he'd stay here if his mental health was suffering. I figured he would flounce out of the deputy mayor's office to complain to his parents that working was too hard, and they'd let him move on to the easier things. His stomach let out a loud gurgle, and I shook my head. "Did you stop for lunch?" He shrugged. Glancing around, I saw his coffee cup near the spot where he'd been working all afternoon. That's all I'd seen him with today. "Up." I stood. He glared, but turned and allowed me to help him get his coat on when I made no attempt to hand it off to him. When my gloved fingers accidentally brushed his neck, he flinched. Yeah, I'd made him hate me. I'd done that on purpose. So why was I unhappy at the way he spun and stared at me with his large, accusing eyes? "Go home, Maxwell." I watched while he finished gathering his things, and then left with his shoulders hunched, like a man defeated. Chapter 2. Maxwell Kalinsky. I chewed on my nails, a horrible habit Mom always scolded me for, but I couldn't help it. The house looked so foreboding to me, a reminder that I was about to walk into questions about my new job that I neither wanted nor could answer. The whole family was excited I was working directly under Deputy Mayor Elwood. At least, they were as enthusiastic for an accomplishment of mine as they ever had been, but they had no idea how I'd gotten there. Dad had raved about my job at City Hall to his friends, and I hadn't missed the "I thought he'd amount to nothing" tone in his voice. Unlike my perfect older brothers and sister, I'd taken too long to finish my degree, and a large amount of time to charm my way into a more permanent job. And I was nothing like a Kalinsky should be. I'd tried so fucking hard. Then, I'd broken. Snapped like the strings on the Newton's cradle Dad had kept in his office when I was a kid. I'd played with it too much, and he'd yelled at me when it was ruined. It hadn't been expensive, but he'd been angry at me for weeks, telling me children didn't play with adults' possessions. He was always furious at me about something, and this was the only time I remembered him being proud. If only he knew what I actually did for Mr. Elwood. I dropped my head and stared at the brown brick Georgian mansion, with its black shutters and large white pillars that seemed welcoming, but really weren't. Inside was cold, devoid of anything that resembled a family home. Mom had always liked bare minimum and pale colors. The walls only held a few family photos that she could show off if she had someone important over. Dad had his navy-painted office with a few of his hunting prizes mounted on the walls, along with the shotgun he used to kill them. I cringed at the thought. I hated hunting. It was cruel. The door to the mansion opened, and my sister popped her head out, dark eyebrows dancing on her forehead. "Are you coming in or not?" Bree asked. The rest of her appeared, and she crossed her arms. Her black floral dress fluttered with a burst of wind that whistled through the trees surrounding the house. We lived a little way out of town for the privacy. I never understood it. You'd think my parents would want to be closer to the action in New Gothenburg. "You look immaculate, as usual," I said instead of answering her question. I strode forward while squaring my shoulders, ready for whatever manly display Dad or my brothers would put on to show me who was boss. I'd driven myself home after Jean-Paul had nearly dragged me to the car, and didn't so much as say goodbye before he got into his own vehicle and left. I wondered what he'd say if he saw this house, though. He'd probably hate it. That made sense. He and Mr. Elwood didn't come from the kind of family I had, and they despised people who were born into money, even if it was what got Mr. Elwood and Mayor Midbury where they were now. Mom had donated to their campaign, so they could have at least been thankful. Bree did a spin, her dress fanning out like she was Marilyn Monroe. "Why, thank you," she grinned, laying on a southern accent. "Good, sir." She cackled, and I rolled my eyes. This was the side she never showed our parents. "Come inside, it's fucking freezing." Southern women don't cuss like that. I shot her a smirk and let my gaze fall to the ground, where the remnants of last night's snowfall had stuck in the grass. "Good thing we're only half Southern. Get your cute little ass in here, or I'll whoop it." Now she sounded exactly like Mom. I let her nearly drag me into the entrance hall and was immediately blinded by the white. Everything had the same paleness, from the stairs to the walls and tiled floor. The only splash of color came from the black diamonds that broke up the tiles, and the horrible leopard print rug Mom had placed on the wooden stairs. The urge to run back outside the front door had me taking a step toward it, but Bree grabbed my wrist like she knew what I was contemplating. Of course she knew, because she felt the same way I had since we were born. The two youngest of the Kalinsky family, Bree was only a year older than me, and was the closest relative I had. Unlike me, though, she knew how to pretend to fit in. I'd always be the outsider, the one who tried too hard. "Bree, is that your brother?" Mom's thick South Carolinian accent breezed out to us, and I stared at Bree pleadingly. I should have stayed at the office because at least then I would have had a reason not to come home. With a sigh, I shrugged out of my coat and then hung it on the rack, but there was barely any room with everyone else's outerwear already piled on it. Bree put a steadying hand on my shoulder and dragged me through the entrance hall toward the dining room, where I knew both my brothers, sisters-in-law, nephews, nieces, Dad, and Mom would be waiting. It was Monday night, so of course they'd all be here. Mom had everyone over for dinner the same night each week. The sound of childish giggles made me tense. But even though my youngest nephew was 5, He knew how to be a Kalinsky, elegant and diplomatic, not act like a child. Everyone was seated around the table with plenty of room to spare, since it was so long. Dad at one end and Mom on the other, as far away from each other as they could get. Mom pursed her lips in my direction. "I thought you said you were working late." "I am. Was. I'd already assumed Jean-Paul would keep me behind, and if he hadn't, I was going to use my time to go somewhere, anywhere but home, to study. Mom and Dad hated how I was still completing 2 classes. I'd been too tired to actually follow through with my plan, though, and now I had regrets. Dad rolled his eyes and leaned to his right, saying something quietly to my eldest brother, Giles. They laughed, and embarrassment had my cheeks flooding hot. I glanced down at the floor, shame giving me a bad taste on my tongue. I'd never fit into this family, no matter how hard I tried. Am, was. They have 2 different meanings, Maxwell. Speak in full sentences. Are you no longer working late? Mom finally turned in her seat to stare at me, lips pursed so tightly they were paling under her deep crimson lipstick. She had dark hair cut short to her ears, and her favorite pearl earrings were visible. According to Dad, her appearance made her look like a real ball-buster. And she was. No one wanted to go into court with her as their judge. She ran her hands down her already pressed black jacket and skirt, her annoyance obvious in the way she flicked her finger at the empty seat opposite my brother's, next to the children. I'm not. I was, but I was told I could go home. Why? What did you do wrong? Leon, my older brother, asked as he grinned at his wife. Apparently they all had secret jokes when it came to me. Leon and Giles had never liked me, though. Nothing, I said harshly, an onslaught of anger making me suddenly protective of myself. I always do everything correctly. I'm the perfect employee. Not according to Kay McBride, my sister-in-law Evelyn sang with glee. Ugh. Her and Leon deserved each other. She said there are whispers around City Hall that the deputy mayor hates you. That's not true, I argued, as Bree dragged me to the seat Mother had indicated and forced me to sit down. All I wanted to do was run straight back out of the house. Sleeping on the streets, or even at the office, would be better than being here. Maybe Jean-Paul was right. I should apologize. Would that make all this drama go away? I doubted it, and I was too proud to tell Jackson fucking Bell that I was sorry. No way in hell. What do you mean? Mom shot a look at Evelyn, and I knew I was in trouble. I'd get lecture after lecture about the Kalinsky name and what it meant to be one of us. Well, according to Kay, Deputy Mayor Elwood hated the idea of giving Maxwell a job in his office, but he was asked to by the mayor. That's not true, I repeated, this time with less force than before. It was useless. I had no chance of winning against Evelyn, trauma surgeon and the perfect wife. Then why would Elwood put Maxwell in that position? Why did Midbury want him in it? Dad asked, thick eyebrows furrowed. I was used to this, the speaking as though I couldn't hear everything they had to say. To them, I was nothing more than a dog, listening intently but not understanding the words. Being a pet would have been a lot easier than being their son. Our actual dog, Biscuit, a Pomeranian Spitz, got treated better than I did. I let them drone on throughout dinner, ignoring the way my brother's kids stared at me like I was an insect, a very weird-looking insect, and focused on the food when it finally came. I slumped farther in my seat until Mom glared at me and I straightened again. I want to know when Maxwell will finally get himself a respectable woman and get married, Giles said, and the sound of my name brought me out of my daze. I glanced at him, lips twisted down in irritation. Mother sighed. Who would marry someone who hasn't graduated yet? No use hitching yourself to the last tugboat in the race. You're right, Mom. No woman would want to marry him. Leon snorted, and they both laughed. The humiliation returned, roiling my gut until bile burned at the back of my throat. None of my family knew I preferred men, not even Bree. It was embarrassing enough being the disappointment of the family, but to add in that I liked men? My parents wouldn't forgive me. I have a girlfriend, I said, and blanched after the lie slipped out of my mouth. Oh, really? Leon leaned forward, his mouth twisting into a Cheshire grin. Who? Her name is Jenna. Jenna who? He pushed farther, as though he knew I'd made her up. Fuck. It was a lie, and there was no way I could get around this. I'd fucked up, ruined everything. That's none of your business. Leon and Giles laughed harder, and hot tears filled my eyes as I shoved myself to my feet, ignoring Mom's firm instructions to sit back down. I fled the room and rushed up to my bedroom, grabbing as many clothes as I could and tossing them into a duffel bag. The door creaked open, and I ignored whoever was there. Max? Bree slid in, her dress, as always, so fucking fluttery and perfect. I hated how easy life was for her. I wiped at the tears on my cheeks angrily and continued to stuff clothing into the bag. And when that was done, I went to my closet to grab the suits on hangers, careful not to crush them as I laid them on the bed. If I ignored Bree long enough, maybe she'd leave again. You shouldn't let them upset you, she whispered, her voice soft and kind, so unlike the rest of them. Dad barely said anything to me at the best of times, but when he did, he had nothing nice to say either. I don't. I sniffled, though, and I was so angry at myself for crying. I hated crying because of them, just as much as I hated crying because of Jean-Paul. Yes, I'd blackmailed Jackson and Bain, and maybe I deserved to have them hate me. But it was only because I was trying to make my parents happy. I should have known that was impossible. I'd never be the Kalinsky son they wanted. You can't leave here. You have nowhere to go. I'll figure something out. I zipped the bag closed and turned to stare at her in the sympathetic stare she gave me. I'm tired of being the butt of every joke in this house. I'm something now, Bree. I work for the deputy mayor. I thought Dad was happy with me, but they still... My shoulders slumped again, and the energy that had driven me to pack disappeared, leaving me tired. They still hate me. They don't hate you. She didn't sound convinced, however, and her eyes turned sad. I need to get out of here for a while, I murmured, slinging the bag strap over my shoulder. I hadn't realized how heavy it would be, and I nearly toppled over at the sudden weight shift. I grabbed the hanger hooks for the suits and winced as they dug into my palm. Max! I raised my chin and stepped past her. She didn't try to stop me, but I hadn't expected as much. Walking down the curved stairs back to the first floor felt like the longest the trip had ever been, and I noticed Mom coming out from the dining room just as I reached the bottom. She stopped and stared at me, her ice-cold eyes unfeeling, and then she moved again, as though she hadn't seen the duffel bag over my shoulder, and the hangers with my suits clutched in my hand. Well, fuck her. I don't need any of them. With that thought, I snatched my coat off the rack near the door on the way past, and walked straight out of the house toward my black Lexus. I hung the suits on the back seat grab handles and threw my duffel into the truck before I got into the driver's side. Staring intently at the steering wheel, I suddenly realized Bree was right. I had nowhere to go. I didn't have friends or any other family. There was no one. The only place I had outside of home was City Hall, and it had showers and locker rooms, right? Hating that it had come to this, I started the car and drove down the long, winding driveway of the Kalinsky estate, heading toward the city again. Getting into the building wasn't difficult. The security guard, Frank, knew me well from my already long stint as an intern, and he let me in after I gave him a sad tale about how I had a lot of work to do. Technically, he shouldn't have. But Frank was a nice guy who liked taking the young ones under his wing. He'd been working there for over 50 years. So that's where I spent the night, curled up on the couch in the office I shared with Jean-Paul. The next morning, I was up and showered before Jean-Paul arrived. The gym facilities came in handy, and staff cards made it easy to get in and out of all the rooms, except those we actually weren't allowed in, like the mayor's office. By the time my torturer showed up, I was already at my corner of his desk. The far left-hand side of the massive curved thing had gradually turned into my workstation, stapling those same papers he had me doing yesterday. He paused in surprise, gaze narrowed on me when I glanced up with a short nod. "You're early," Jean-Paul said, a cup of coffee held tightly in his hand. His auburn hair was particularly wavy today, and I was insanely jealous of how naturally put together he appeared. I always felt like I was a mess, but everything about him was flawless. Without exception, he wore the nicest suits. Today was a navy and burgundy checked three-piece with a white shirt, and it looked amazing on him. I didn't know which I hated more, how good he looked in his suit, or the fact that I found the sadist so damn sexy. Probably both. "I'm always early," I snapped, tone harsher than I'd wanted. "Not this early." He moved his suspicious gaze to Mr. Elwood's office door, and I resisted the urge to throw the stapler at him. He'd only get me for workplace harassment then, and I really would be out the door on my ass. I needed this job more than ever, now that I didn't have a place to stay. The sad thing was, the job barely paid me anything. I wanted to get ahead today. I slumped forward and stapled one of the documents harder than I should have, and the sound of ripping paper made me cringe. Double fucking donkey balls! Jean-Paul slammed his coffee on the desk, and some sloshed out of the tiny drinking hole in the takeout cup, landing on my hand. I hissed and glared, and he actually gave me an apologetic look. "Listen up, pretty boy." He placed his hands on the desk and leaned closer until I could feel his breath on my lips. "You think I'm pretty?" Nearly slipped out of my mouth, but I kept it in. "I don't know what you're up to, but don't get any funny ideas. Your mommy and daddy won't save you from the consequences of your actions. Got it?" He crowded even closer, and I sucked in a deep breath. "I will destroy you, boy. Put you over my knee like a miscreant child and spank your ass until it's as pink as those cheeks on your face." An image flashed through my head of exactly that scene. Jean-Paul sitting in his chair, me over his lap with my pants around my ankles, and his palm making red splotches all over my skin with every strike of his hand. Fiery need flushed through me hot and quick, and a pulse of electricity that lit up my insides, and my cock plumped in my already too tight pants. I flushed hot with a combination of lust and embarrassment and tried to stutter words, but nothing came out. Jean-Paul chuckled as he straightened. "Learn your place, Maxwell. It's beneath me." "Okay." The word slipped out before I could stop it, and my eyes widened. I'd absolutely love to be beneath him, if he wasn't such a dick. He enjoyed the pleasure of tormenting me way too fucking much. He frowned, his head cocking like he wasn't quite sure why I'd said that, but I turned away from him to go back to stapling. I ignored him as he grabbed his coffee again and stalked over to his spot at the center of the massive desk. And that's how we spent the day, in silence. The only time we talked was when Jean-Paul told me to do another job, which was mostly more boring office tasks I could do with my eyes closed. I shut up and did as he ordered, though, because I had no choice. At one point, Jackson came in, and while he gave me a short, nonchalant look, he focused on Jean-Paul. They chatted like old friends until Mr. Elwood came back from whatever meeting he'd been in, and then he and Jackson kissed like lovesick fools. I couldn't look away. I'd never expected them to actually love each other. I'd thought Jackson had used his body to get the job. The rumors all said that's how he got high grades in college, too. And I'd assumed sex with the deputy mayor was just another stepping stone. A part of me felt bad for what I'd done, but it had all worked out in the end. Jean-Paul had told me to say sorry, but I didn't know how. Sorry wasn't in a Kalinsky's vocabulary. Or at least that's what Dad always said. "A Kalinsky is always in the right, Maxwell. We don't apologize. Ever." He'd slapped me so hard on the back that day, my teeth had trembled with the force. But I'd been happy he'd stopped 5 minutes of his work to actually talk to me. "Hello, Kalinsky!" Jean-Paul's voice jarred me out of my thoughts, and I glanced at him, eyes wide. "Yes?" He frowned at me, and then back at Jackson, who shrugged. "I said I want you to get us lunch. Go. You know what we like." A lump formed in my throat at the thought of being their servant, of having to get Jackson food. But there was nothing I could do. I was stuck in this shitty situation until I could figure out my next move. I already knew what it would be, though. Go home. My family and I had done this tango before. Someone would insult me, and I'd pack my clothes and leave. Coming back a few days later after realizing I had no financial backing to actually stay away from that prison, I shook my head and left. After I'd delivered their meals, they had lunch together in Mr. Elwood's office while I sat out at my desk, eating the ramen noodles I'd bought at a convenience store on the way back. The rest of the day flew by, and at the end of our shift, I stared at my desk pitifully. I needed to come up with a reason not to leave, and quickly, because Jean-Paul was packing up. "Come on, Kalinsky, closing time." He slid some papers into his messenger bag, and I stared, not sure what else to do. When he raised his eyes to me, I shrugged. "I have work to do." He didn't snort because Jean-Paul would never snort, but it was a close enough sound. "Since when do you want to stay behind? Don't you have classes to study for?" He slammed his bag on the desk, and I winced. "I have a lot of stapling to do." I waved at the pile of papers. He narrowed his eyes and stalked over to me. I froze when he leaned closer, and the scent of his cologne, or deodorant, hell, maybe he just smelled good naturally, filled my nose, making it twitch. What are you up to? Nothing. He smiled, and it was so scary that I trembled. I could see why Mr. Elwood kept him at his side. If you're trying to blackmail Vane again. I'm sleeping here, I blurted out, slumping forward. What? His brows knitted together, and shame made my chest ache. I rubbed between my pecs and slouched over. I slept here last night, and I need to do it again. This completed my humiliation. I never expected to have to tell Jean-Paul this. God, how embarrassing. Go ahead, laugh, call Jackson and Vane, and tell them all about it. Hot tears flooded my eyes again, and I blinked them away. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of crying in front of him twice. He stared at me, and I looked down at the papers, running my finger along the edge of the stack. I focused on the name Aaron Arthur on one of the application forms before I heaved a sigh. You can't fire me. I need some kind of money and a place to stay. The gym here has showers, so I can be clean in the mornings, and I can use the dry cleaner down the street for my clothes. Get up. He straightened from the desk and took a step back. Get up and grab your belongings, he said sharply. Where are they? I winced and stood, my back aching from how I'd been sitting for so long. Smoothing out my tie, I swallowed. In the intern lockers. Go get them. I have nowhere to go, I begged, hating how desperate I sounded. Please don't kick me out of here. He actually did snort this time and pursed his lips. Running a hand through his wavy hair and messing it up, he said, You do have a place to stay. You're staying at my house. My mouth dropped open, and then I stuttered out what? Jean-Paul waved an impatient hand at me. Come on, I don't have all day. Grab your stuff and let's go. I'm not going to tell you again. I'll meet you in the parking lot. He turned and strode out of the office before I could say anything else. I watched him go, taking in the strong shoulders and long line of his back. He'd actually offered for me to stay with him? God help me. I was in trouble. Chapter 3. J.P. Snow drifted down to pile nearly as high as the middle of the hubcaps on my red Land Rover, and a sharp wind slapped at my face. I had the Rover running so it would warm up, and had already scraped the windows clear. If Kalinsky took too much longer, I'd have to clean the windshield off again, because snow was gathering on the glass, even with the heat blowing full blast. The flakes fell so fast, their shadows danced over everything, from where they blotted the street lamps as they drifted toward the ground. The parking lot was still fairly packed with cars, and a lone city employee shoveled out the handicapped spots. But with this much snow coming down, the plow probably wouldn't be getting here anytime soon. Office lights still blazed in the building and gave it a cheerful look. If Kalinsky didn't have a truck or an SUV, he'd be riding with me. I couldn't decide if I was delighted or irate at the idea of him being entirely dependent on me, at least for the evening. Another 10 minutes went by while I flexed my gloved hands against the cold and contemplated going inside to round up my unasked-for house guest. But just before I'd worked up enough irritation to do it, Kalinsky struggled along the sidewalk toward the lot, with suits in one hand and a bag slung over his shoulder. I twitched with the urge to help him. Instead of being a good Samaritan, I studied the way he staggered, unbalanced, without trying to adjust the weight of things so it would be easier for him to walk. He seemed to be counting the numbers of hangers he had on his hand, or at least he was staring at them very intently. Then his foot went flying out from under him, and he yelped. I bit my lip as he toppled backward onto his ass, and the suits went flying into the air. He so clearly needed my help right now. Maybe in more ways than one. My stomach flooded warm and I could have slapped myself. What the fuck had I been thinking, involving myself in his personal life? He dragged himself to his feet again, brushed off his clothing, and then slowly collected his suits. I stopped myself from moving toward him, and soon enough, he closed in on me. There, in his eyes, was what had hooked me earlier. Pure desperation. Normally, he was angry and blustering, but now he seemed hurt and lost. And that fucking got me every time. My need to take care of people was half the reason I hadn't moved on from Vane's office, even though I was qualified at my position and could have probably got a better-paying private sector job. Vane needed someone to keep his life together, and every now and then he looked at me with that same fear haunting his eyes and would ask, JP, are you leaving this year? I stayed. Never once had it crossed my mind to go. Probably, I always would work for Vane, even if it meant an eventual move to Washington, D.C. And right now, Kalinsky needed someone to help him. And damned if I wasn't the idiot standing here beside my SUV in a snowstorm. At some point while I was waiting in the freezing cold, I'd decided to get to the bottom of this Kalinsky problem, one way or another. Sighing at myself, I opened the passenger door and gestured. Get in. He stilled and stared all around himself, as if confused. I'm not sure where my car is. That's fine, because I told you to get in. I wiggled the door back and forth in emphasis. I shouldn't leave mine here. Why? He opened his mouth, flushed, and then closed it. Because it's not... Staggering powers of persuasion. Get in my Rover. I won't ask again. I didn't mean to sound quite so stern, but my voice slipped low, and an excited spot burned like a live wire in my gut. What would I do if he disobeyed me? He seemed to be thinking the same thing because his eyes widened. I opened the back door and he went to sit there, but I put a hand on his chest and snagged his suits from him, carefully hanging them on the hook inside. He tossed the duffel bag on the back seat. Don't you need a laptop? I asked, not seeing one go in. I thought you had online classes.
The noise he let out was almost feral, as he tensed stiffer than a board, swinging around to look at his things again.
He dropped his face into his hands. Shit, I forgot it. I can't go back. Sighing, I slammed the door. Something that important, I'd have thought he wouldn't be able to leave it lying around. My little project for Vane, Kalinsky, was turning into homework. Not something I'd counted on. You're a wreck everywhere you go, aren't you? I drawled. I do everything you tell me to do at the office, he snapped. I'm not anything except a hard worker there. His lips thinned, and I was struck by how very important it seemed to be that I believe him. The wind gusted through the parking lot, whipping snow into small dervishes that were both beautiful and dangerous, and as the sharp bite of cold hit him, he shivered. Tilting my head back, I stared pointedly at the front passenger seat. You're not working hard to listen to me at the moment, Are you? He dragged his coat closer around his shoulders and stepped up into the SUV, letting out a nearly silent whimper as he settled back onto the heated leather, and I sighed at the zap of pleasure that swamped me. This was familiar territory, taking care of someone, and a nostalgic pang had me clamping down on my ridiculousness. Did you hurt yourself when you fell? He shook his head and stared at his knees. Normally, I didn't get upset with this crap, mostly because I was doing my best to piss him off. But for some reason, tonight, everything he did was getting to me. Maxwell, you will answer me with words. I'm fine, he mumbled. His ears were red, and I wasn't sure if it was from the cold, embarrassment, or something else. I closed the door and walked around to get in. The interior really was bliss after standing around outside. Reaching his hands toward the vents in front of him, he slowly unfurled like a flower. The tension bled out of his face and left me with a handsome boy who actually managed to appear grateful, even if he didn't say as much. Kalinsky glanced at me and I got a wisp of a smile from him. Without a word, he copied me as I snapped my seatbelt together, and I took a deep breath before I reversed out of my spot. The Land Rover was large, specifically built for hazards like the new Gothenburg winter, so I hadn't expected any trouble from the snow. But as I crept the Rover forward from the parking lot onto the street, the wheel played in my hand. The asphalt was slippery. I took a deep, steadying breath as I touched the brake and skidded toward the stop sign down the block. The person in front of me started going, thankfully, or I might have rear-ended them. My heart jackhammered as I came to a halt, with the Rover's bumper in the intersection. Why did you help? Quiet, I murmured, and miracle of miracles, he obeyed me and kept his trap shut as I carefully took us along the slushy, icy streets. The trip out of the city lasted about 40 minutes longer than it usually did, and with a silent Maxwell in the seat beside me, it felt like 5 years. He fidgeted. He stared at me. He bit his lush bottom lip, and I had to fight to keep my eyes on the road. The snow made everything brighter at night, with reflected light, so I could see him clearer than usual while we were still in the city. Once we got onto the 2-lane highway on the outskirts that led to the country lane to my house, the road was more ice along with snow, and it was darker in the Land Rover. All those things combined made it easier not to wreck us into a ditch, because I couldn't sneak sly looks at him, and I let out a sigh of relief as I eased the Rover into my driveway. Tension built in the air again as we came to a stop, and I hit the button for the garage door. 3 eternities passed while we waited for groaning old metal to make its slow ascent and allow me to park out of the elements. This is where you live? Kalinsky asked, a mostly friendly tinge of surprise in his voice. Glancing up, I smiled at the drafty old Victorian, decked in green wreaths under each window, with electric candles burning on the sill above them. I'd had Dubois Manor's exterior painted this summer, and it looked absolutely picturesque with white snow drifting down in front of the windows. The redder-than-holly-berries trim popped against the gloom. I couldn't wait to get inside. This house was built for nights like tonight. Yes, and it will be cold until we get in there and start the fireplaces and crank up the heat. I keep it just above freezing the pipes while I'm at work. The bedrooms each have fireplaces too, and I'll help you start one in yours. He whimpered, like maybe that much work for heat was too overwhelming for him, and I had to wonder what was going through his head. Had I become the boogeyman of some gothic fairy tale in his imagination? I licked my lips. Was I a bad man in his story? I glanced at him as the garage door creaked up the final few inches. How bad could I stand to be in real life? God, did he even want a man? Once the car was parked, I turned to look at him as I unbuckled, and decided whatever evil I might like to inflict upon his body, and whatever sounds I might like to hear from him. None of it mattered. His head tilted back, and his eyelids drifted closed. I'd never seen anyone who screamed exhaustion quite the way he did. I got out, and he fumbled with his door and nearly hanged himself when he tried to step out without unbuckling. I narrowed my eyes and slammed my own door shut. I had his suits and bag in hand before he managed to step foot on solid ground. He shuffled, shy and uncertain, beside me and held out his hands. "Just get the door," I said testily. I wasn't actually angry with him, but it was habit at this point to be mean to him, to mold my every response to be biting. He flinched. Why had he stayed at City Hall so long with me acting like this? Why hadn't he run away? It made no sense. "Maxwell, be a good boy and open the door for me," I said, forcing myself to sweeten my tone. But then I wanted to smack my head off the side of the SUV. I needed to stop calling him boy. He complied fairly quickly when I smiled at him, though he still looked half asleep, maybe lulled that way by the ride and the heat in the Rover. I was the opposite after fighting to keep on the road, with adrenaline rattling around in my blood. The door between the garage and the house was modern and new, but once we stepped into the hallway, with antique molding along the floorboards, it became apparent I'd attempted to keep as much of the old as I could. I kicked off my shoes and removed my coat and gloves, and he did the same before following me into the slightly warmer kitchen. The stove was a massive 8-burner stainless steel beauty. However, the rest of the kitchen, even the fridge, blended with the old-world woodwork. The island in the middle was my addition, but I'd done it in the original style with a chef's block top. The crock-pot simmering away on the counter stood out like a sore thumb. I didn't even own a microwave because I hated to ruin the ambiance. "Smells good," he murmured hopefully, and I had to agree. The heavy, delicious scent of fatty beef bouillon wafted on the air and had my stomach growling. "It does. I put it on this morning." "All the Christmas decorations," he said, brightening up. There was garland strung around the top of all the cupboards, which gave a hint of pine to the room, and the other decorations hung on the cupboards themselves, such as wooden holiday cutouts. "You did that?" "My Aunt Josette's doing. She probably loves this place even more than I do and stops by once a week to direct the cleaners who come. It's just too big and too much work for any one person to manage keeping this place dust-free. She's been adding holiday decorations since October." I'd stop her, but I have a massive attic, so there's plenty of storage space for her insanity. He chuckled, and my heart pattered faster. I ignored it. "You sound like you enjoy the holidays too." The beginnings of a smile was on my lips before I remembered I shouldn't get too friendly with him. A shiver racked his slim frame, so I draped his suits over a stool at the island, dropped his bag, and then went out into the hallway beyond the kitchen that linked most of the rooms downstairs. Silver and black striped wallpaper gleamed as I flipped on the overhead lights and turned the thermostat up to 68 degrees. Warmer than I would have if I was home alone. I sighed as the air kicked on. The mortgage in this home was a steal because no one who could afford it seemed to want to live this far from the city. The real killer was the utilities. But still, I didn't like the idea of having him be cold. My heart squeezed. Part of me wanted to interrogate him, to find out what the hell was going wrong with the parts of his life that weren't in the office. The rest of me didn't want to know what his problem was, because I couldn't afford to start having sympathy for the traitorous little bastard. But was he really a dangerous enemy? I went to lean in the kitchen archway and watched him stand, arms crossed over his stomach, staring at his feet. He hadn't even been here for 10 minutes, and he looked terrified, though I didn't think it was of me. Or had I put that expression on his face? My heart twisted and I swore loudly. He snapped his head up. "What did I do?" Something unpleasant settled over me as I saw yet more evidence in him of some deep negative conditioning. It had been a while since I had anyone of my own. I liked immersive play, liked taking care of another person, and I needed to have complete control over my partner's life, not only in the bedroom, to feel satisfied. Very few people were willing to hand over that amount of control to someone, and as such, I'd been alone for a few years. But I watched Maxwell wind himself up with no help from me, and there was an insidious familiarity to it. How moldable was he? It was almost too easy to train responses into a person, and someone had done a real number on him. I'd noted suspect reactions in him before, along with his ever-present anger, but there was nothing in my kitchen that would make him immediately fire back with self-defense. No situation pressed in on him at the moment to make him rely on fight or flight reactions. Yes, Maxwell Kalinsky had messed up situational responses, and in someone I liked, I might suspect abuse of some sort. Good thing I didn't like him. My stomach turned anyway. "You've done nothing wrong," I said softly. He stiffened as I strolled closer to him. "Yet you're acting guilty. Were you thinking something you shouldn't have been?" He scowled, and his breath picked up. I would have called this a panic response, except nothing showed on his face other than outrage. I was thinking that my sister Bree would die over this place because she loves Victorians. Again, his answer sounded guilty of something, even though I was fairly certain he was telling me the truth by the hurt gleam in his eyes. What a bundle of contradictions he was turning out to be. Excitement flashed in the pit of my stomach as he dipped his gaze down my front. He bit the corner of his lip and settled his stare on the floor again. There was nothing down there except clean black and white tiles. "Why do you do that?" "What?" he grumbled through clenched teeth. "You're either glaring at me or won't look at me. You do it at the office as well." He tightened his arms around himself until his knuckles were white. "Am I doing something wrong by standing here?" Huffing, I turned on my heel. "Follow me." I led him into what I referred to as the sitting room. There were cream leather couches and a coffee table, but the centerpieces of this house were fireplaces a man could stand in, and I was very gratified to hear his gasp as he caught sight of this one, done up in black marble. "I cheated," I said, gesturing toward the mantelpiece carved with horses. Since it's a favorite entertaining room, I didn't want to screw around with the mess of wood. He nodded as his only response, and then went over to stare at the lit Christmas tree in the corner. It was blue spruce, and would likely die and shed its needles before the 25th, because it had been put up too early. But the way Maxwell smiled at it made the holiday insanity worth it. I pushed the button beside the fireplace's molding to get the fire roaring at its highest setting. A bright blue wave flared out of the glass stones, cradled in a decorative grate at the bottom, and he immediately scurried closer. There was a hush as the glass flames rushed and danced. Again, I got a wispy, lost little smile from him that had my stomach doing strange, pleasant things. He is not a boy, and I can't be his daddy. I can't fix his problems. Do you like it? I asked, nodding toward the tree. Who did all the decorations? They look handmade, he said, glancing toward the corner again. I didn't miss that he failed to give me an opinion. Was he always this way? How had I not noticed? But then, had I ever given him a chance to say much? Local artist who's friends with Aunt Josette. He nodded and said nothing else. I asked, Do you like it? He froze, and his eyes grew slightly wider as he stared at the fireplace. He licked his lips, and his shoulders hunched. Of course it's nice, he said in a rush. But what do you think about it? He squirmed, and it was achingly clear he'd been trained not to speak honestly. Turning away from him, I left him there because anger blazed to life in me, and with his sensitivity, it was likely to be misinterpreted. Someone had gone to great lengths to fuck with his mind, and yeah, I had probably made it a lot worse. But how had I not noticed the extent of this sooner? I took his clothes up to the guest room and then went to the kitchen and pulled bowls down from a cupboard. Probably, I'd never recognized his issues, because I was so busy congratulating myself on fucking with him at work. But maybe this was why he hadn't left yet. No normal, rational human being would have stayed through the nightmare days I'd put him through. He'd been conditioned to take abuse, so why wouldn't he take mine? My heart sank as I went to the crock pot and ladled out stew. I'd meant to have enough for leftovers, so there was plenty for the two of us and extra. I found a serving tray that I'd used maybe twice since I moved in 5 years ago, and piled our food and cutlery onto it, along with a half bottle of Merlot and glasses. He was still standing by the fire when I brought everything in and set the tray on the coffee table. I like the way the flames reflect on the glass ornaments, he said, turning to warm his back and blink at me like he was worried he might have offended me. Thank you. That's a nice thing to say, Maxwell. I'll pass that along to my aunt. He ducked his head, and the smile I caught was wide and blinding. My gut twisted with more guilt than ever. When I'd first taken on the job of destroying Maxwell Kalinsky, I'd expected a confident rich brat who was digging in his heels. Maybe an abused boy was just marching forward through something familiar. More mistreatment. God damn it. Vane and Midbury weren't going to be happy with me if I put the brakes on our plan to drive him out of the office. I'd just have to ignore this. But he glanced up at me like I'd just hoisted the moon into the sky, and my insides vibrated. The blatant adoration from one sentence of approval was almost too much for me. Had I said anything kind to him yet in the office? No, I hadn't. I'd have remembered a man as delicious as he could be, when he wasn't making nasty faces, sending that type of look my way. I moved an ottoman to the coffee table and then grabbed another one and set it on the other side. It's not much, probably not what you're used to, but if you're hungry, I gestured at the food on the tray. I'm going to go change out of my suit. He nodded and watched me leave the room like he might be quizzed later. As I walked up the hand-carved wooden central staircase that twisted and curved to the second story, and then continued on to my room that took up half the floor, I decided on a course of action. Kalinsky would eat while I was changing because why would he wait? As far as I knew, he tended not to eat lunch. Then, I would put him in a room and forget about him until morning. This was a house where it was entirely possible to lose someone in, if I tried. Once in my room, I was struck by the urge to act quickly, and I allowed myself a few moments of idiocy. I rushed and tossed my clothes in a jumble on a chair. My standing wardrobe filled nearly half the wall on the left of the tower room, taking up all the space between two windows that looked out over the grounds of the house. The wood curved to fit the wall and had come with the house. Otherwise, I'd never have been able to afford the piece. In my boxers, I opened the doors and stared into the sea of clothing. The tingle of an urge to be impressive had me perplexed. Why did I want him to like the way I looked? Shrugging, I fished out a lightweight black sweater that fit my chest and shoulders nicely, and a pair of gray corduroy pants I felt were sinfully 70s. Once dressed, I pulled out a heavy red sweater that would drown Maxwell, but it didn't matter. At least he wouldn't be cold. Downstairs again, I paused in the doorway to the sitting room. I'd expected him to have eaten and be ready to be shown to his room for the night. Instead, what I found had me holding my hand over my face to keep from laughing. He stood in front of the tree in the corner, a deep V between his eyebrows, and a small crease across his forehead that made my fingers tingle to touch it. The tree glowed, but he glared like it had offended him, and he had 4 delicate ornaments hooked on his fingers. He smiled and hung one ornament on a branch in a spot that appealed to him, though I could tell no difference. "What on earth are you doing?" He flinched, and I closed my eyes as the inevitable happened. One of the ornaments slipped from his fingers and smashed on the floor. He stood there gaping at it. I tossed the sweater on the back of the nearest couch, and then went to get the broom. By the time I got back, he was hunched over, picking up pieces of glass with the worst look on his face. My heart crumpled. He didn't just fumble things in the office, apparently. "I'm sorry," he blurted, as I began to sweep my way across the shiny wooden floor toward him. The glass had spread, as it tended to do, and even 5 feet away I was finding shards on the floor. "What were you doing?" I snapped. "I didn't mean to break it." "But what were you doing?" I asked, making an effort to soften my tone, even with the beginnings of exasperation curling its hooks into me. He glanced my direction. The delicate glass ornaments he'd been holding were now on the table by the food. I swept around him, and he moved docilely so I could get the entire area, his mouth still drawn in a tight line. "I didn't mean to break it. Yes, we've covered that," I said as I bent to brush the glass bits into the dustpan. Standing, I held out the pan to him, and he tipped the few bigger pieces he held into it. "But what were you doing?" "There were a few too close together," he mumbled and glanced away toward the fire. "They weren't right." His face tinged a shade of pink I was starting to enjoy more than I should. "The tree looked lopsided and I was fixing it." Gaping for a second, I stared from the tree to him. "Okay, that's... If you hadn't surprised me, I would have just fixed it," he accused with a furrowed brow in my direction. Anger blazed to life in me. "If you hadn't been touching things that weren't yours, it wouldn't have been a problem." He hung his head, and I was presented with the unfathomable situation of not wanting him to feel bad, I couldn't go soft now, though. Tomorrow I'd be right back to trying to get him to quit. My stomach sank at the thought. What type of nightmare would I have to concoct for him to endure in order to succeed? Go sit down and... I looked at the coffee table and again was startled. He'd taken everything off the tray and arranged the cutlery properly around the bowls. He'd even filled the glasses halfway and set them to the right, where the knives would have been if I'd bothered to pull any out of the drawer. He'd been waiting politely and had been useful. He eyed me before choosing a seat that would allow him to look at the tree, but as he sat, I could already tell he had no intention of doing anything except stare down at his bowl. I put the broom and dustpan away, and when I came back, I warily took the other seat. The fire whooshed, and the room was too warm for me, but he looked comfortable enough, so I simply shoved my sleeves up to my elbows. "Why did you do this?" I asked, picking up my glass to sip at the dry wine. The bitterness was refreshing and woke me up a little. "It's the right way to set a table," he said quietly, and while I was still perplexed, I couldn't disagree with him. Raising my eyebrows, I drained my glass, filled it again to the middle, and then started eating. He played with his spoon, and the firelight danced on his skin, making him a sad, exotic waif. After eating half my bowl of stew, while making a couple of yum noises that should have allowed him to know it wasn't poisoned, I dropped the spoon and rested my elbow on my knee, my chin in my palm. "I'm going to regret asking, I already know I will, but why aren't you eating?" He sat up straight, tense as a bowstring. "I'm sorry." Pursing my lips, I fought back the urge to snarl at him. "What's wrong with it?" "There could be glass in it," he whispered. I blinked at him for a few seconds, and then glanced at the gleaming floorboards. The glass was cleaned up. We got it all. "I'm sorry," he murmured and pushed the bowl away. Anger prickled through me that he was being difficult, but then it occurred to me that he'd apologized, and I was fairly certain that was the first time I'd ever heard something like that from him. He had to be hungry, so was it just a strange hang-up? Snagging his bowl, I stood and paced out of the room to the kitchen. I dumped the bowl into the basin where it clattered, then dropped my hands to the sink for a moment, staring at it. I made myself think. I'd gotten into the bad habit of raging at him, in my own way, without giving him even the slightest inch of understanding. But tonight, he was a guest in my home. I pulled a new bowl from the cupboard, a new spoon from the drawer, and ladled more stew out of the crock pot before I went back into the sitting room with the steaming bowl. I placed it in front of him and sat down again. His cheeks were red, and his dark eyes were large in his face. "What are you doing?" "It's called being nice. Have you heard of it?" "Probably not, since it relies on some of the same skills as apologizing to people you attempt to blackmail." His face flushed brighter, and he seemed torn between mortification and his usual petulance. Glancing at the tree, I remembered that beautiful smile from earlier. "You know what? I'm glad you broke an ornament. That angel was tacky anyway, and obviously one too many. It's much better now." He shot to his feet, and I sat back, actually stunned as he stomped toward the doorway. "Where are you going?" I wanted to laugh, because he clearly had no idea, when he whirled around again. "I don't know, but every meal everywhere is just me getting made fun of." I was attempting to make you feel better. Rising, I carefully stepped toward him, until I was close enough he had to tilt his head back. His skin was pale, and there were dark smudges starting under his eyes. He stared at me like he absolutely didn't believe anyone could mean to do anything except hurt him. Carefully, I rested my hands on his shoulders, and he let me. Let's try this one last time. My name is Jean-Paul, but you can call me JP if you want. His mouth fell open. I thought only Mr. Elwood got to do that. He let me move him back to his seat, and when we were there, I put pressure on his shoulders until he sank down. That was a mistake. He followed my nonverbal cues so easily, and I could imagine him going to his knees with the same fluid motion. You're going to tell me what the fuck is going on with you, and then you're going to eat. He tensed, but I rubbed my thumbs along the sides of his neck, and he melted backward until he was leaned against my legs. That might kill my appetite, he mumbled. And there's nothing to tell. I'm normal. With a sigh, I patted his head, digging my fingers through his soft hair for a second before stepping back. I kept a hand on his shoulder because, as I'd imagined he might, he almost tumbled off the ottoman when I moved. It was nothing at all to steady him. Oh yes, you're fine. That's why you were begging me to stay at the office. Walking around to my own side again, I tipped the rest of the wine into my glass. The remaining drizzle sparkled in the firelight as the wine dripped in, rippling the liquid that was almost to the rim. I suspected I would need every drop. Chapter 4. Max. I didn't know what he was asking me, but he stared so expectantly that I decided I needed to say something to get him off my case. It was weird because Jean-Paul, JP, had never cared before. He expected me to stay late and work. But the one time I chose to do it willingly, he started questioning me. My gut clenched as I stared down at my hands before I reached for the bowl of stew. I hated sitting in one spot without something to do. And eating was a good activity to keep my hands busy. Perfect, actually, because then I didn't need to talk while I shoved the hot liquid into my mouth. The heat burned my tongue. I cringed, and JP raised his eyebrows, like he was caught between amusement and concern.
He left the ottoman and sat down on the couch, where he leaned against the corner, his arm lying against the length of the back and a leg thrown over his knee.
He cradled the wine glass in his free hand. He'd always looked like a man in his element. Confident, intelligent, charming. Everything I was most definitely not. I glanced back at the Christmas tree to the ornaments, which looked better now. The lights blinked in different colors. How often do you leave the tree lights on? JP's gaze slipped to the tree too, and he shrugged. I don't turn them off. Ever? I sounded hysterical, my voice rising. He cocked his head in confusion, and I took a moment to appreciate his high cheekbones and strong chin. No, am I supposed to? I shuddered, but didn't think he saw it. Lowering my voice, I leaned closer. It could catch fire. It's not smart to leave it on all the time. When you're home, sure, but not when you're sleeping or away from the house. Why would it catch fire? He took a sip of his wine, and I couldn't tear my eyes away from his throat, where the Adam's apple there bobbed as he swallowed. I felt like he was teasing me, but once I got on a tangent about fire and electrical safety, I couldn't stop. I'd had too many nightmares of my home catching fire because of power cords being left in. The lights get hot, and once they get hot, they catch fire. I glared at him and glanced toward the other socket I saw in the far corner. He had his TV plugged in and something else, maybe a lamp. I pointed in that direction. How long have those been connected? JP's eyebrows furrowed deeper and he glanced where I'd pointed. Are you trying to avoid my question? Is that what this is? What? I gaped at him and set my bowl on the coffee table in front of me. Safety is crucial. He took another sip of wine and stared at me expectantly, but I didn't know what he wanted. As though reading my mind, he sighed. Why did you ask to stay at the office tonight, Maxwell? Max. I flushed until my cheeks stung and pressed my hands between my knees, jaw tight in anger at how easily I got embarrassed. My name is Max. My parents call me Maxwell. Ah, he smiled, and my heart crashed against my ribs, because he didn't smile often around me, and he had the nicest mouth. I shook the thoughts from my head, though. There was no way in hell I could be interested in Jean-Paul Dubois, especially after the bullshit he put me through working for Mr. Elwood. Then again, maybe I'd deserved it for getting caught blackmailing Mr. Elwood. Mom always said I acted stupid, but she was also the one who told me to do anything necessary to work my way up the career ranks. I wasn't like Jackson, though. I couldn't fuck my way to the top. Fine. Max, why did you want to sleep in the office tonight? He asked again, taking another sip of his wine until he finished it off and set the tall glass on the coffee table. Gesturing to my bowl, he continued, You should eat that or it'll get cold. I grabbed the bowl and dragged a spoonful to my mouth, my cheeks hot again. Damn it! I followed his orders so easily and didn't know why. Everything he said felt like a command, and it was hard not to listen. When I'd swallowed the stew I had in my mouth, I spoke again. I left home. Your parents? I hated how pathetic that sounded. I was a 23-year-old man, still living with my parents, and I'd run away like a child who didn't get his own way. Dad always said I acted like a 3-year-old. Yes, my parents' house. I left. Why? JP leaned forward, and I shifted back because I hated how easily he had me flustered and frustrated all at once. Because I'm tired of being ridiculed. I thought they'd be happy with me because I made my way up to Mr. Elwood's office. I was there, where they wanted me to be. I stuffed my mouth with another spoonful of stew and swallowed around the heat, not caring if it burned the entire way down my throat. But then Evelyn told me that Mr. Elwood hates me and didn't want me there, that the mayor forced Mr. Elwood to take me, even though they don't know why. And now I'm the laughingstock again. I drew my legs up closer to my body, anger warring with shame in my gut, making me feel weird, like maybe I wanted to vomit what I'd just eaten. I'm always the embarrassment of my family. I try, but it's never good enough. My older brothers and sister are perfect. Not me, though. I hadn't realized I'd been ranting until my chest hurt. Taking another spoonful of stew in my mouth, I realized it didn't taste as nice as it did a few minutes ago because I'd worked myself into a furious state. I dropped the spoon back onto the coffee table and sighed, resting my elbows on my knees and slouching forward. Please don't fire me, I whispered, defeat weighing heavy on my mind. Not even the calm atmosphere of JP's home could make me feel like he wasn't my doom. They'd never forgive me. I'm not going to fire you. He moved, and I didn't notice he was beside me until he curled an arm around my shoulder. And like the fool I was, I leaned into his warmth. I couldn't remember the last time I'd been hugged. Mom and Dad never showed any affection, even when we were kids. You're good at your job. I staple papers. I laughed at how absurd that sounded. My family had no idea that's what I did. And you're a great stapler. They're very straight. I glanced at him, expecting to see mockery on that handsome face. But he was genuine, and my heart took a leap. I smiled and thought about thanking him, but I didn't know how. It was in the same category of apologies. Kalinskis didn't do that. How about we get the guest bedroom ready and you can go to bed? JP shifted away quickly, as though he finally realized he was too close, and stood. He straightened, then gestured for me to follow him, and like the good old dog I was, I did just that. His house was beautiful, but I couldn't help but focus on all the death traps I saw as we walked up the stairs and toward the guest bedroom. There was nothing specifically unsafe, but he kept his plugs in the wall, and nothing drove me crazier. Too many homes caught fire that way. Then there was the hallway, beautiful and long, but I had to stop and fix one of the photos of his family because it was slightly crooked. If he noticed, he didn't say anything, and soon we arrived upstairs at the door to the guest room. He swung it open and I peered inside, whistling at the sight of the high ceilings and polished floorboards. Painted in a pale cream color, it was light and airy, with a roomy double bed graced with a solid wood headboard. Modern, yet matching the old architecture. "It's nice," I said as we stepped inside. I didn't do too much work to it. Never needed to. JP glanced at me with a long stare, and I froze, not sure what I was supposed to do, but then he kept speaking. "Your suits and bag are in that wardrobe over there. The bathroom is just across the hall, and there are fresh towels already hanging on the rack. Let me know if you need anything else." He walked to the fireplace and fiddled with the buttons there. A low fire sprang to life in the grate, and the room began to warm. "Okay," I nodded, suddenly feeling awkward being in his house. But he just left me there and closed the door behind himself. Staring around the room, I took in the ornately carved paneling and the wide windows with heavy cream floral drapes. It really was beautiful and well designed. I fell onto the bed and sighed, staring up at the ceiling. Today took a turn I'd never expected, and being at JP's had not been part of the plan. I was worried that being here meant he'd have something over me, and maybe he'd make me quit because of everything he now knew. The thought made me shudder. Now that I was out of a home, I couldn't afford to be without a job, even if I wanted to quit. I sat up again and stared outside, where the snow came down harder, some of it battering against the glass. Standing, I walked over to the window to gaze out at the backyard, covered in a thick layer of fresh snow. The blanket of white was beautiful and undamaged, unlike me. Everything in this world seemed to be happier than I was, even the elements. I snorted at the thought and yanked the curtains closed. It was better to forget about the outside world for now. Tomorrow was another day. Later that night, after a short nap I never expected, I went for a shower. The bathroom was just as elegant as the rest of the house, with black and white diamond tiles that extended halfway up the hall, and the rest being a dark blue granite. There was a porcelain bathtub near the far side of the room, with a built-in sink on the right side of it, and an ornate little gas heater set into the wall on the left. There was a red mat laid in the center of the room, and the shower was behind a glass door to the right. The towels were hanging on a rack beside the sink, and didn't really go with the rest of the room. The color bothered me. I stepped toward them to feel the cotton between my fingers. They were as fluffy as they looked. But I couldn't help noticing that even though they were folded to look nice, one end sat higher than the other. I needed to fix that. Tugging the front slightly until they were aligned, I nodded in satisfaction. I took a quick shower, during which time I spent rearranging JP's shampoo, conditioner, and shower gel so it was ordered from shortest to tallest, on the ledge etched into the wall, then got out and dried off. Once I was in my pajamas, a pair of long blue pants and matching shirt, I padded out into the hallway and down the stairs. The sitting room was clean of bowls and wine glasses, so I suspected JP had come back down to wash them. I stared at the blinking tree again, my fingers itching to move a couple more ornaments around, but I didn't dare. The fear of breaking more of JP's possessions had me frozen, standing there feeling awkward until I realized what I needed to do. I stepped forward as quietly as I could, hoping not to disturb JP, wherever he was. Moving to the side of the tree, I gently eased the plug out of the socket. I could pull it back later, before JP woke up. I did the same to the other plugs around the sitting room until they were all out and somewhere safe so no one would trip over them. Once the sitting room was done, I moved into the kitchen, doing the very same until the only plugs left in were the stove and the fridge. I hadn't even realized what I was doing until I'd completed my task and stared around the room with flushed cheeks. I'd have a lot of work to do before JP woke up, but I didn't mind. At least we'd be safe while we slept. "What are you doing?"
JP's voice made me jump, and I kneed the kitchen drawers.
Hissing, I grabbed my knee as pain resonated from the area I'd banged. I glanced up at JP, who stood in the doorway with his arms crossed and an amused twist on his mouth. "Hi." "What are you doing?" he repeated, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. "My Christmas lights have been turned off." "They'll catch fire," I said helplessly. The flesh on my cheeks grew hotter, and I wrung my hands together in front of me. "I was keeping us safe." He stepped closer, his bare feet padding on the floor, and I took a moment to appreciate his pajamas. Unlike mine, his weren't matching. The long pants he wore were red and checked, with a tight gray long-sleeved shirt, and yet they looked so good on him, showing off muscles his suits normally hid. He wasn't as muscular as Mr. Elwood or Jackson, yet he had more of a build than I did. I swallowed and stayed still while he advanced on me until he stood so close I could feel his breath. "I didn't want them to catch fire." "Stop evading my questions, boy, and tell me the truth." His voice went deeper, and I shivered before I could stop myself. His hair looked softer than before, without product, and my fingers itched to touch it. I don't like unused plugs in the sockets." Shame made my stomach churn, and I laid my hands on my belly, rubbing it while the stew I'd consumed earlier threatened to come back up. Fear made my chest tight, and I chewed on my bottom lip. He narrowed his eyes on me thoughtfully, and I decided he'd either kick me out or make fun of me, but he smiled, and my heart kicked up a beat for a different reason. JP always looked so handsome when he smiled. "Come here." He gestured for me to follow him, and my feet were moving before I realized what I was doing, as though it was natural to do what he ordered. We walked out of the kitchen and back into the sitting room, where he directed me to take a seat on the cream leather couch. He sat down beside me and stared so intently that I couldn't help but drop my gaze to my lap. The urge to apologize was on the tip of my tongue. I didn't do it, though. Here's how this is going to work, Max. I'm going to ask you some questions, and you will answer directly. No jumping around with different answers that don't relate to the question, and no changing the topic. Am I clear? Yes, sir, I said automatically. JP hissed in a breath, and I finally raised my gaze to look at him. His pupils were dark and intense, and he licked his lips. He looked more debauched than I'd ever seen him before, like a man who'd just gotten off, or how I imagined he'd look. I'd only had one experience with another person, and that was while I'd attended college. I hadn't known he was absolutely blitzed drunk when he'd come on to me, and like the good little slut he said I was, I'd sucked his dick until he'd gotten off, before he'd promptly fallen asleep. The next morning, he'd ordered me to get out, disgusted with the fact that I was very much male. I'd never run so fast. Another embarrassing moment to add to the list that was my life. Tell me why you unplugged my lights, he ordered. Goosebumps rose on my skin, and I chewed my bottom lip nervously. Because they can catch, don't tell me the fire thing, he said sharply. He sucked in a deep breath and gave me a tense smile. Max, do you have OCD? OCD? I laughed, but it sounded weird to my ears. Kalinskis don't have OCD. JP's brows jumped high on his forehead. Kalinskis can have what every other person can. But not OCD. That's an illness. He nodded. Yes, a mental illness. I don't have that. I slapped my hand over my mouth at the sudden outburst and then glared. I'm a Kalinsky, and we don't have mental illnesses. JP didn't look impressed. He pursed his lips at me and crossed his arms. Are you aliens? What? No? I was decidedly unsure in the way I answered. Are you robots that have come back from the future to destroy the human race? He asked in a bored tone. No? I hated that it sounded like a question, but sometimes I compared Mom to a robot. She certainly acted like she had no emotions. Then you can definitely have a mental illness like everyone else. The Kalinsky family is not perfect. He rolled his eyes, and then his face gentled, like he realized he was talking to someone soft. I wasn't soft. I'd worked my way into the position with Mr. Elwood, even if it came by blackmailing him and Jackson. And I'd be damned if I had JP look at me as though I was weak. I do not have OCD, and I do not have a mental illness. I come from a strongly bred line of... Oh, you're a horse. I know how horse breeders think. My dad married one. He smirked. What? I frowned at him, so confused by the conversation that I didn't think we were on the same page. You said you're from a strongly bred line. You're horses, then? Because I know they always keep track of horses' breeding lines and things like that. They keep the blood pure. Little twisted if you ask me. He smirked and leaned farther back into the couch, as though he won whatever was happening between us. Is this a joke to you? I asked, sounding more outraged than I'd wanted. But I was tired of being laughed at, being the one everyone got to make fun of. I was a human with feelings too. Am I a joke to you? No. He leaned forward then and rested the tips of his fingers on my knee. My gaze dropped down to where he touched me and my cheeks heated again. Do you want me to be honest with you, Max? I nodded fast. I've barely spent any time with you, except in the office. But in the small amount of time you've been in my house, You tried to rearrange my Christmas tree ornaments and have taken out all the plugs from their sockets in 2 rooms. Did you do it to your room too? I bet you've rearranged other stuff, and I never realized until now how particular you were with the staples. You always made sure they were perfect, and when they weren't, you pulled them out and did them again. He shrugged and squeezed my knee. I think you have OCD, or something close enough, whether it's mild or not, and I think you should see someone. You don't know me, I said pitifully, my voice weak. No, I don't. Do we need more wine for this? He didn't wait for an answer. Standing, he walked out of the room, leaving me to my thoughts. My gaze slid to the Christmas tree again, dark with the lights no longer flickering. I'd been silly, right? But that's how I'd always been. Always worried about the appliances since I was a young teenager. My family never thought anything about it, although they took the chance to make fun of me, with Giles teasing me the TV would catch fire if the plug was in the wall for too long. But they'd never mentioned mental illnesses. They never would, though. As Kalinskis, we didn't talk about those sorts of things. JP came back into the room, 2 glasses in hand. I assumed he'd opened another bottle, and I couldn't say no. I didn't drink much, but it might calm my nerves, so I accepted when he offered, taking a desperate sip and wincing at the bitter dryness. Good? He asked, dropping onto the seat beside me again and sipping at his wine. The firelight flickered against his features, and I stared, unable to look away from the youthfulness of his face. How old was he? Older than me, for sure. Yeah, I mapped the edge of the glass with my thumb and sighed.
Let's move on to another topic. He took a bigger gulp, and I watched his Adam's apple again, my stomach burning up like it had before.
I gasped and flailed in a way I hadn't expected, the glass slipping out of my hand. I attempted to catch it and mostly succeeded, the glass safely in my hand once again, but some of the wine had spilled over the edge and onto the floor. Oh no, I'm sorry. I placed the glass on the coffee table and fell to my knees. No sooner had I moved than I realized I had nothing to clean the mess with. Hot tears of shame filled my eyes. I'd fucked up again. What was new? Hey. JP was behind me, tugging me to my feet even as I struggled against him. And then I was pressed against his chest. My hands splayed across his gray shirt. He seized my chin and raised it, and I let him until I stared up into the deepest brown eyes I'd ever seen. I'm sorry, I whispered helplessly, pushing myself up on my tiptoes. I didn't know what I was doing, and I wished I'd had enough wine to blame something on it. Don't be. Funny how you can say it when it's not necessary. He slanted his mouth over mine and kissed me hard. The world spun, and excited pleasure speared through me in ways I'd never felt before. I was kissing a man. No, he was kissing me. It didn't matter. I had his lips on mine, and all my worries felt like memories, swept away like a tide of water, as I floated in this brilliant fantasy I'd always dreamed about. I'm kissing someone! Chapter 5. JP. Max pressed himself against my body and quivered in place, like he was going to snap into a million pieces. Yet his lips were a soft trap beneath mine. I wanted to delve between them and be stuck forever. Excitement had me wrapping my arms tight around his back and lifting him for better access as I flicked my tongue out to explore him. I tested his boundaries and swept across the silky inside of his bottom lip, and he gasped out a tiny whimper. His tongue held a hint of good Merlot, and the perfume of my cardamom and pine shampoo simmered from his body in an aromatic cloud, which had my head buzzing and ran tingles down the back of my neck. Right now, he belonged to me in every way that counted. He was my boy. I fucked my tongue deeper into his mouth, and then sucked on his soft bottom lip until his leg came up to wrap around my thigh, just below my ass, because he wasn't tall enough to reach higher. My cock twitched and plumped, stealing my breath. I slid my hands down to palm his ass cheeks and press my fast firming hard-on against the needy bulge he rutted against me. This is a horrible idea for so many reasons. Feels good. I humped forward, and he shivered against me. He never even answered my question. But he was kissing back fairly enthusiastically, so at the very least, he wanted me to kiss him, even if men in general weren't for him. I was more than fine with that. Straightening up just enough to break our lips apart, I swallowed hard and stared down into his pink-tinged, angular face. His dark eyes were squeezed shut, almost like he was scared, and that twisted up all my worst protective instincts. "Do you want this, Max?" He didn't answer. His chest rose and fell faster than I thought might be healthy. "Boy," I murmured sharply, "do you want this?" He shuddered and rolled his hips against mine, using his leg to hoist himself higher on my body. The change in position brought us even closer, and it was a struggle to keep my eyes open against the wave of pleasure that powered through my gut and tightened my groin. My shaft pulsed pleasantly. "Boy," he jolted, almost like he was coming out of a deep sleep, and nodded rapidly as he blinked his eyes open. That was all I needed. I bent down and captured his lips again, falling into the simple fire of his mouth, and the teasing pleasure of his body wrapped so sweetly around mine. It was clear he hadn't done much making out in his life. Not because he was doing anything wrong, exactly, but he was timid. His tongue flicked against the tip of mine in a fearful flutter, and heat zipped through my stomach and out to tingle in the rest of my body. It had been a long time since I was so excited by simply holding someone, and I put that down to the dismal office dance we'd been doing. Maybe I was wrong, but then again, maybe we'd both been wanting this for a while, winding ourselves higher and higher around each other, until it was either going to end in sex or violence. I would never hurt him on purpose, not physically, so maybe this had been inevitable. I'd deluded myself into thinking my tormenting of him these last 2 months was only about the job. I'd been testing his boundaries, subconsciously auditioning him for the role of my boy, by seeing how fast he would respond to my orders around the office. Much as I had honestly been trying to get him to quit, he'd been such a good boy. He really did always listen to me. I let my hands drift down. It gave me a thrill to palm his ass again, getting good handfuls. His muscles were tight and bouncy, better than I'd even thought they would feel the many times I'd drooled over that peach stuffed into his suit pants. Softening the kiss, I was delighted when Max led me there too, and slowed his pace to match mine. His ass was too fantastic to simply hold it, so I massaged the muscles until I was cupping his cheeks and lightly drawing him against my body in a steady rhythm. He got the idea, and soon was letting out breathy sighs and moans I wanted to be screams as he rubbed his firm, trapped cock against mine. Each synchronized thrust sent sparks of heat through me as he lightly rocked his hips upward. With a monumental strength of will, I broke away from his lips to kiss along his soft cheek and over to his ear. "That's right. You're so hard, aren't you? Can't stay still." I forced him to move faster against me, flexing my biceps. Sweat broke out on his forehead and he let out a soft groan. I nipped at his earlobe. "Make yourself feel good, boy." Moving back, I wedged my right leg between both of his, so my groin was snug against his hip, and my thigh pressed flush to his cock. His shaft jerked and throbbed. I inhaled more of the spicy scent of my shampoo on him, and again that feeling of ownership swamped me. Max squeezed his thighs around my leg, and his ass flexed under my hands as he rubbed against me, enjoying himself. I fucking loved it. His head tipped back and his mouth fell open as he thrust again, and I didn't waste the opportunity to suck kisses along the column of his throat. He tasted good, and the barest hint of his stubble scraped my tongue when I ran it along his jaw. Fucking amazing. "Heard you in the shower," I whispered. "The thought of you in there, naked, wet. Been hard since then." Another tiny sound, not quite a whimper, escaped him. He frantically rubbed himself on me, and for a while I allowed him to mindlessly masturbate against my leg, loving every second. As he pleasured himself, he teased me with the slow slide of his body, but eventually his breath hitched a little too much, and his legs tightened around mine in a telltale way. "Oh no, I'm not done with you, boy," I murmured. "Go stand over there by the fire and take your clothes off." Max's eyes snapped open, and I was drawn into their dark heat. His sex-addled state didn't last long. His brain began to whir. I could tell by the way his mouth pulled down and thinned, and a furrow started on his brow. I hated to put a label he might object to on what I was seeing, but a mild bout of panic took him over. Even with his mind obviously beginning to rebel against what I'd asked him to do, he twisted his hips and rubbed harder against me, almost like he couldn't stand the thought of going away. He clearly needed my cock, and some guidance. Far too much for me to ignore the part of myself that wanted to give him both of those things until he was screaming for mercy. The back of his neck was cool when I slid my hand up and gripped it. "You're such a surprise, Max." His bottom lip popped forward, and I couldn't help but chuckle. "Bad one?" "Good one." I nipped at that lip and sank my teeth into the flesh until it had to be painful. He wriggled in my arms, and I let go. "Be my good boy. Listen to me. Do you want to be my good boy?" Max's chin trembled, and his eyes were glossier than a few seconds ago. "Stop thinking so hard. Doesn't it feel good to obey me? Do as I say?" He nodded. "Yes." Intrigued, I only watched as he slid a careful hand along my chest and down my stomach. We were pressed so close together, he had to try to wiggle his hand lower between our bodies, but I captured his wrist. He looked like he thought I'd yelled at him, so I circled my thumb along his pulse point in a way I hoped would be calming.
"Do you want a good boy?" he asked, his voice a raw scrape of sound in the room.
Firelight sparkled in his eyes and made him seem as fragile as one of the ornaments he'd broken earlier. I wanted to curl my arms around him. drag him close, let him hide against me. My cock shocked me with the throb that quivered excitement through my gut, and fluttered tingles around deep in my belly. Do you know what that means? To be a good boy for me. Not necessarily, but I like to be good. Max carefully stepped away from me, and I missed his warmth immediately. He started toward the fire, and it wasn't easy to let go of him, even though I'd told him to go over there. Several emotions flashed across his face as he shuffled to stand near the flames that dazzled warm light across his skin. Fear, irritation, adoration. When he came to a stop, there was a shyness in his movements as he toyed with the hem of his pajama shirt. He stared as I cupped my cock and gave myself a nice squeeze that sent electric sparks rampaging through my body.
I grabbed the middle cushion from the closest couch and walked over to stand near him.
The fire warmed the chill from the room as I tossed the cushion down between us, almost like a gauntlet. Some of the frustration I constantly saw in him at the office blazed to life in his eyes. But now I was starting to figure him out. He was probably upset because he didn't know how to make me happy. Was that always the case? He tried, and never got what he wanted. A pat on the head. I wasn't entirely sure learning what made him function was a good thing. Fuck. This was all bad. How would I fire him after I fucked him? I ignored that thought because I had a beautiful boy in front of me, and he appeared to need me. I was such a sucker for that vulnerability. We'd figure the rest out later. Boy, I snapped, and his shoulders flew back like he was getting ready for a fight. I didn't bring you home for this, but now that you're in my house, you will obey my orders. What did I tell you to do? His mouth dropped open. Undress, sir? Do you need some punishment to motivate you? No, sir. I'll be good. He breathed out in a rush as he stripped his pajama shirt up and over his head. Smooth, creamy skin and pale pink nipples came into view. He had a dusting of black hair under his belly button. That only made me think of what I'd find under his waistband. He was slim and beautiful, and I wanted to splay my hand across his flat stomach. Instead, I gave myself another squeeze. That's really good. You obey so well, Max. Pink splotched his chest, and his face turned an astonishing shade of fuchsia I wouldn't have thought a human could produce naturally. I brushed my fingers over his cheek and was gratified to feel the heat radiating from him. I'd done that. I put that visible arousal there on his skin. The pants, too. That was part of my order, I murmured. He stared at the floor as he slid the bottoms of his pajamas down his long legs. I was shocked at the shapes of his muscles. He was well formed, as I'd expected, but he had nice tight legs, like maybe he swam or jogged occasionally. I paced to the side so I could see his fantastic ass in nothing but the black briefs he had on. His cock pushed the limits of what the fabric could hold, and the head was nearly ready to pop out of the band at the top in front. I was fairly certain he was cut. Hell, maybe his bouncy ass was so perky just from running up and down the stairs, instead of taking the elevator at City Hall. It wasn't like I didn't have him going back and forth all day, every day. Again, strangely pleased with myself, I stared, while he had trouble returning my gaze. Do you know why I'm looking at you, boy? No, sir, he whispered. You know you're good looking." He hesitated, and I could tell he wanted to say, "No, sir," again, which pissed me off. I liked messing with him, but I didn't like that everyone else had done it so much. He lacked confidence in something so basic. "You're beautiful," I said, voice harsher than I wanted. "Oh, okay." He sounded confused. Part of me really wanted to tell him to call me Daddy. I wanted to take care of him that way. But it wasn't right to ask him to do something so intimate if this insanity was only happening once. "You're such a good boy," I mumbled, struck dumb by the play of the firelight across his tight belly and the pulsing twitch of his cock still struggling with his underwear. I couldn't keep my hands off him. With a single step forward, I was close enough to caress my fingertips over the pleasantly silky skin of his stomach. I dipped my forefinger down between the cloth of his briefs and his tight abs to swipe over the sticky head of his cock. He gasped. "Did you know you earned a little reward?" His pink lips parted, and my entire body surged as my muscles coiled. I wanted to drag him off to the nearest flat surface and fuck him. But instead of being a caveman, I forced myself to breathe. I swirled my fingertips around his navel. What?" Smirking, I splayed my hand on his stomach. I was able to almost cover the entire thing. He arched into my touch, something I didn't think he was aware he'd done. "You do realize you said you were sorry to me?" Twice, as a matter of fact. They weren't necessary apologies, but it was a step in the right direction. Max stilled, and an adorable scowl worked its way across his face. He seemed like he was winding up to say something that would maybe get him over my knee and spanked. All in all, not a terrible image, but I doubted he was ready for anything like that. I cut him off by dipping 2 fingers back into his briefs, where I used them to gently massage the tip of his cock, and he gasped and went up on his tiptoes, as if he could force me to take him completely in hand that way. He shoved his hips forward. "Boy, do you need something?" I asked, circling his cockhead slowly. "If you'd followed my orders completely when asked, you'd probably be coming by now. However, you didn't." I gave his cockhead a final caress with both fingers that had him clawing at my shoulders. "Now, you get to wait."
I withdrew my hand, and he looked pained as I stuck my fingers in my mouth to suck the slight bitterness of his pre-cum.
"That's good too." He stumbled back a step and hooked his thumbs in the waistband of his briefs, but still didn't lower them. "When I tell you to do something, I expect enthusiastic and immediate compliance. You should know that." I gave my fingers another lick, and really was enthralled by his taste. I wanted more. I wanted to suck every inch of his skin. Memorize him. He bit his lip and glanced back toward the fire. He was as hard as a man could get, and I would have thought the cloth pressed against it would be painful. But still he didn't lower his underwear. We hadn't talked beforehand. Was I pressing a limit here? The last thing I wanted to do with anyone I played with was make them the sort of uncomfortable that would call a halt to things. Ruin the sex. Even when he was frustrating, he was still beautiful. Sucking in a deep breath, I said, "Leave them for now. Undress me." He blinked and stared at me for a second, and then with a wisp of a smile, he was in front of me again, pulling at the hem of my shirt. I raised my arms, and he slid the cloth up and off me. I helped him with the final bit, because I was so much taller and it made things a tad awkward. But then he ran his fingers along my chest, teasing the hair between my pecs and tracing my collarbones. It all felt like magic. "Good boy. You're doing so well," I murmured. His hips twitched forward, and his breath caught. I almost felt bad for using this one amazing kink of his I'd already discovered against him. That he liked to be praised. To me, it said he probably hadn't had enough love, which seemed to line up with everything he'd told me about himself, and that made me want to tread carefully and not twist his desires against him. If I had to, I would do it, though. Max brought his fingers down and toyed with my pajama pants, almost the same way he had the waistband of his own briefs. "Keep going, boy,"
I murmured and tickled the sides of his neck.
The sounds of the fireplace rushing with flames and his gentle inhalation were a symphony I wanted to fuck him to, and all that was made better when he licked his lips. Such a subtle action, but it had my cock tingling. "Are you a brave boy? You seem brave, Max. Some of the things you've done aren't good, but no coward would have survived them. Endured me. Would it make it easier if I ordered you again?" He shook his head. "Words." "No, sir. I want to do this." Max slid his hands into my pants and lowered them, brushing his palms against my legs the whole way to my knees, where the fabric fell the rest of the way to the floor, courtesy of gravity. Pleasure jumped through my stomach as he glanced up at me from under long, dark lashes. Unlike Max, I wasn't shy. I shoved down my boxers and then stepped free of my clothing, kicking everything aside. My cock hung heavy and curved in front of me, and he stared like he'd never seen one up close. His eyes widened, and I let him look. My cock firmed more under his scrutiny and reached for the ceiling. He sighed and ran a finger around the trimmed line of my pubes. The tickle of his fumbling touch was almost more than I could bear. "Did I say you could do that?" He snatched his hand back in a rush, and it was a fight not to chuckle. "No, sir." That guilty hand of his dipped down to brush against the front of his own briefs, and then slip inside. I bent forward, and he recoiled as I grabbed his wrist and yanked his hand back out. He rocked his hips, and his nostrils flared. "Do you like what you see?" "Yes, sir." "If you had followed my orders, you would have been naked first. And do you know what I would have done?" Gently, I shook his arm around. "No, sir." "I would have let you come first." He pouted like I'd just told him there was no dessert for a year. Fuck, he was spectacular. He whimpered, and my balls hoisted closer to my body, in a delicious tightening of my sack that also had me leaking. One thick drop of pre-cum rolled from my cockhead and dripped to the floor, leaving a cool trail that was maddening on my flesh. "Your sounds are so nice, Max. Exactly the type that a good boy makes." I put a hand on his head and pushed. He folded down so that he settled firmly onto his knees, with his ass pressed to his heels.
He shivered and looked up at me, piercing my soul with the trust I hadn't earned that shone on his face.
It both made me happy and guilty all at once. He had nowhere else to go, and it was impossible to know if he truly felt like he could tell me no. Then again, he was clearly hard, and it would be difficult to fake kisses like the ones he'd shared with me. Work would be a problem after this, no doubt. I huffed out a sigh and cupped his cheek. While I studied him, his expression crumpled, and my gut twisted. "What's the problem, boy?" "You look mad. Did I do something wrong?" Rather than answer him, because there wasn't a good one, I simply said, "Open, boy." His lips twitched. Really, who cared if I scared him off by asking for things that might be a bit beyond him at the moment? It wasn't as if I could keep him. I ran a finger along his cheek, and Max was a good boy and dropped his jaw wide. There was no way to ignore that eager heat waiting for me. I grasped my shaft and guided myself forward to the fiery slickness of his mouth, stopping when he closed his lips around me by degrees. I wasn't in very far, but the gentle suckle that followed had my toes curling. I stroked my thumbs along his cheeks as he acclimated himself to swallowing dick. He tested out swirling his tongue and applying suction. His technique was so fucking clumsy, but his eyes were excited as he kept checking to see if I was happy with him. And that was clearly what he was doing. Searching for approval. He wanted me to pat him on the head. He wanted reassurances. His confidence in me powered a spike of hot desire through my groin. Who cared if he had his blowjob game down, if he was going to look at me like that? "Good boy, so good," I whispered to him, and he backed off to give a maddeningly soft suck to the tip of my cock, dancing his tongue around the cap. I was surprised at the shift in sensations. My groin strained. Seeing his lips stretched wide around me was a thrill that didn't end, the sight only becoming more hypnotizing the longer it went on. I would never have thought I'd enjoy such gentle, unsure licking, but it was amazing. "Drop your jaw. Keep your teeth under your lips if you can," I murmured. He tried to do what I said, and as I pressed in farther, I felt a hint of his teeth, but it wasn't terrible. I backed off and eased in again. He scrabbled at my thighs and finally gripped there, digging his fingertips into my muscles. "You feel so good, boy," I said softly and wiped my thumbs under his eyes. They were watering. I didn't think he was actually crying, just working through having something nudging his throat. I tapped the back of his palate a few more times. A soft, enticing snugness that cradled my cockhead and gave it a mind-blowing squeeze, and he suddenly unclenched. I was able to inch in a little farther. He wasn't deep-throating me, but he clamped his lips around me and sucked, pulling back, and I almost lunged forward to fuck in deeper than I knew he would be able to deal with. "Tighten your lips more," I rasped, and used my hand to jerk the rest of my shaft in time to the bobbing of his head. Seeing that smart fucking mouth that liked to yell and backtalk me stuffed full of my cock was the most erotic sight I'd ever witnessed. My balls tightened and drew up even more as pleasure raced around deep in my core and trembled through my body from the head of my dick. The end was fast approaching. I didn't want it to happen yet. It was a no-brainer that if I stayed between his lips, I would explode. He sucked hard, and the amazing feeling at the tip of my cock swelled and stole all my focus for a few seconds. I panted as I eased myself back to stop myself from coming. "You're so good, boy. Your mouth is so fantastic." He slid back to suckle at the tip of my cock again. That light, worrying suction that was almost too much right now. He eased his hand down and pulled his dick out of his underwear, desperately beating off. For a few seconds, I was so stunned by how good he looked, with his chest and arm muscles straining, that I just watched him. "Let go of yourself now, boy," I snarled, surprised at how mean I sounded. He gasped around my cock and then sucked frantically, rolling electricity through my body. He leaned up on his knees, plastering his hands to my hips, and I trapped them in place with my unforgiving grip as he bobbed on my cock, taking more into his mouth than he had before. He coughed and gagged. The urge to move my hips was on me. All I wanted to do was fuck. I gripped his left hand hard, and then used my right one to fist his hair and rock my hips forward, instead of letting him slide his lips onto me. His cock was still waving outside of his underwear, and he whined as much as he could and thrust his hips. A wet dot of heat landed on my calf. His pre-cum. That sizzling proof he was excited sent me over the edge, along with another long suck from his pretty lips. My orgasm tightened my limbs, and I stood there gasping as I unloaded into his mouth. He choked and swallowed noisily, and the suction around my sensitive head had me trembling. On a low groan, I pulled back and watched myself pop free of his mouth. There was still a blob of thick white cum on my cockhead, so I smeared it onto his lips to see what it would look like there. He twisted his head away with a grimace. "Fucking beautiful, boy," I growled. He licked my spunk off and stared up at me like I was a glorious monster, capable of murdering him or making his wildest dreams come true. I loved that. I loved everything about the way he quivered and huddled worshipfully at my feet, waiting for me to command him, give him relief. "That's messy," he said, voice wrecked. "That's the point. God." I bent and smashed my lips onto his soft ones, kissing him, tasting myself. I attacked his mouth until my own felt bruised, and then pulled away to run my thumb over his reddened lips. Edible. I gripped his arms and dragged him to his feet, simply so I could have another taste of him, with his body against mine. His cock pressed needily to my hip, but his lips parted pliantly the second I swiped my tongue against them, and the predatory beast that lived inside me, hidden by suits and propriety, gloried in conquering him. Do you know what happens to boys who are naughty and try to bust their nut without permission? Max blinked, and this time there was no mistaking the tears that made his eyes misty as he squirmed against me, trying to rub his erection against me any way he could. "I'm so hard, please, sir, please," he begged like such a good boy. An emotional knot twisted up in my chest. "No, you're going to wait now." I reached down and pulled his underwear up, forcing his hard cock inside. I let the band snap around his waist, and he hissed, "But you said I was good." "Boy, you were to wait. You disobeyed." I snagged his hands in mine and lifted them over his head, walking him up against the wall beside the fireplace. His back went flush to the cool surface, and he tugged at my hold on him, but more like he was testing me than truly trying to escape. I nudged my knee between his legs and went after his sweet, cum-glossed lips again. He shuddered as I nestled my thigh tight to his groin. His dick throbbed against my leg, living and hungry, and I sucked on his tongue. He rolled his hips and humped against me until he was whining against my mouth and tugging sadly to try to get his hands loose. When his breath burst from him in ragged gasps, I knew he was too close and I stepped back and made him walk with me. Sir? Move that ass, boy. I took him out of the room, along the hallway and up the stairs, directly to my bedroom. I should take my time. He didn't seem used to any of this. But once I was near my bed, all I could focus on was him. I grabbed him around the middle and bodily moved him, pushing him backward. He landed close enough to the center of the bed that I was satisfied, and he had only just managed to get his head together to try to sit up by the time I was crawling forward and shoving him back down against the thick comforter. Good boys follow all my orders and anticipate a few. You never have permission to come unless I give it. Max nodded. I was already on top of him. My heart jackhammered as he squirmed against me, and I managed to hook my hands around the outsides of his thighs. He took the cue and spread his legs as I settled down firmly in the cradle of his body. He whined low in the back of his throat as I twisted my hips against him. His cock was so hard it was almost uncomfortable pressed against the sensitive head of my dick. The almost too much sensation was as good as everything else with him had been. If you can rub off against me, you can come tonight. If you can't, you wait until morning. I dropped a kiss on his nose and rested my elbows on the bed to give myself leverage to press his hips against the mattress. His eyelids fluttered and he gasped. That's not fair, he grumbled. It isn't, I said in feigned surprise. Funny, I don't recall ever mentioning being fair, only informing you that you need to obey. Be my good boy, Max. He shivered underneath me. The faces he made were adorable and pained. He tried to rub against me, but I was pressed flush with him, and there wasn't a lot of room for him to work. He strained and squirmed and gasped, nudging his face tightly to my shoulder as he trembled. He tilted his head back and offered his lips, whining pitifully. I kissed him and toyed with his tongue, sucking on the tip, and he arched hard against me, body taut. I pulled away and whispered in his ear, "Come for me, Max. Be Daddy's good boy." He nodded and panted as he rocked his body rhythmically against mine, eyes squeezed shut. His hips stuttered, and then he arched upward, lifting me a few inches. I wasn't entirely surprised I was getting hard again. Everything about him underneath me was fucking inspiring. Come for Daddy, boy. Do it, I encouraged as I went up a little on my knees and rubbed myself against the soft cotton of his underwear. Fuck. I wasn't going to ask him to call me Daddy, but it felt so right. I slipped 2 fingers between his open lips and fucked his mouth until they were wet. He sucked for a second, but I was already pulling away. I snaked my hand between us and clamped his nipple between my wet fingers to pinch and tease it. His eyes went wide, and he cried out, shuddering underneath me. I was pretty sure he was coming. His cheeks were tinged pink with the adrenaline from his release, and sweat gleamed on his forehead, which stained the hair at his temples dark. Carefully, I lowered myself down to rest my weight on him again, and he didn't complain. What do you say when Daddy lets you come? Thank you, Daddy, he whispered, voice rough. God damn it. He's too perfect in bed. Except for his nasty habit of flying off the handle and blackmailing people. He was actually exemplary everywhere. I should have never fucking done this. My stomach dropped and fell 1,000 miles, before it sprang back into place. Vane was going to shit a brick. I'd potentially handed Max another thing to dangle over our heads. Mine specifically. I rolled to the side and cupped his flushed, damp cheek. Somehow, I couldn't see him trying to hurt me. That was bad because there was every possibility he would. I was thinking with my dick. My chest gave an odd flutter and I rubbed it. He didn't open his eyes, but he must have felt sticky, so I carefully stripped his underwear off. His cock had softened, but wasn't fully deflated yet, and it was meaty and a tad stubby as it rested against his thigh. He would likely be wide and thick when he was hard, which trembled some excitement through me. He had the kind of cock that would burn and stretch my ass if I ever decided to let him fuck me. I used his underwear to swipe as much of his cum away as I could, and then leaned down to kiss his resting cock. Boy, I can't wait to see this. I want that. Daddy. Are you my daddy? His question was barely a whisper in the room. That's a kinky thing people do, right? My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Still, he didn't open his eyes. Warm tingles rushed around through my chest and flipped through my stomach. Fuck. I said nothing as I folded down the blankets and helped him move enough so that I could pull them over and tuck them around him. He was asleep before I finished adjusting the bedding. I got up and paced around him for a while, staring at his face, free of stress and strain and irritation. He seemed sweet right now. The allure of him in my bed was strong enough, and unusual enough, that the urge to curl up beside him had made me wary of doing it. I wanted it too much. Wanting a man never worked out well for me because I asked for the world, demanded everything, and no one could really comply with my deepest desires. It was too much to ask of anyone. Mindful of his quirks, I unplugged the lamp beside the bed and flipped off the button for the fireplace, even though it would leave the room cold in the early hours. I went to the wardrobe and dragged out an extra blanket, draping it on top of him, stared some more, and then swiped my phone off the nightstand on the way out of my bedroom. I checked my messages out of habit on the way to the guest room I'd given Max earlier. Might as well sleep there since it was ready for use. And groaned. There was a general building alert Mark, the mayor's assistant, always sent out to everyone when they were necessary. If he wasn't available, it was my job. Office closed tomorrow. Ice storms and 2 feet of snow expected. Travel is not advised. Hanging my head, I sighed. Just what I fucking needed. I glanced back at my closed bedroom door one last time and forced myself onward to the guest room. Chapter 6. Max. I didn't know what time it was when I woke feeling dirty and sticky, even though it was obvious JP had cleaned me up, or at least tried to. With every move I made, I felt the hair on my belly being pulled by cum, and I recoiled in disgust. The times I'd jerked off, I'd been quick to run to the shower and wash it away, and this time should have been the same. Except I'd fallen asleep. The memories of what we'd done came rushing back to me and my cheeks grew hot. A common thing around JP, apparently. I'd never met someone who made me feel so off-kilter. It had happened so quickly, and I'd never expected to suck him, of all people, off. But I had, and I didn't regret a thing. The air felt chillier than when we'd gone to bed. even though I was nestled in a lump of blankets that made me feel swaddled like a baby. The fireplace was out, long ago switched off by the looks of it, and I wondered where JP had gone. He must have left a while ago. Rising out of the bed, not the guest bed he'd shown me, I walked through the door of what seemed to be the owner's room and into the hall toward the bathroom. The house was so quiet I could hear every step I took on the floorboards, and cringed at how loud it sounded. The air seemed particularly cold, and I shivered as I went straight for the shower. I took a moment to check the bottles I'd rearranged last night. None of them had been moved again, much to my relief. After a quick washdown, I used one of the fresh towels hanging on the rack and wrapped the fluffy material around my waist, moving toward the guest room where my duffel bag was. JP wasn't in that room either, so I grabbed jeans and a white polo shirt I'd brought with me and slipped them on. I headed down the stairs and padded to the kitchen as quietly as I could. I found JP sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee in one hand and an iPad in the other. He glanced up at me when I entered, the cup halfway to his mouth, and paused. "Good morning," he said gently. Had his voice always been that sultry, low and teasing in a way that had my stomach doing flip-flops? I blushed and fought the urge to wring my hands together nervously. "Hello. Have you checked your phone this morning?" Mark sent out a mass text message. "We had heavy snow last night and the office is closed." JP finally brought his cup the rest of the way to his mouth and took a sip. "We'll be staying here for today." "Oh?" I'd left my phone in my bag in the guest room and hadn't checked it since I'd left home. Had Bree tried to call? JP ignored me, staring at his iPad too intently. I got the message loud and clear. The only other time I'd spent with another man ended the same way, with a little more yelling than what was necessary. The excitement of seeing JP turned to lead in my stomach, and I dropped my head, leaving the room with less enthusiasm than when I'd entered. I traced my steps back up the stairs and to the guest room, grabbing my phone as soon as I got there. Only one message from Mark, nothing from my family. I shouldn't have been surprised, but it hurt nonetheless. I thought Bree would have at least tried to find out where I was staying, but I had suspected Mom had demanded she not call me. What Mom wanted, she got in that house. I dropped my ass onto the bed and stared at my phone pitifully. I'd never known what it felt like to be missed, but I imagined it'd feel nice. Warm. The door opened and JP stepped in. He always looked so nice, even in a pair of sweatpants and a simple gray long-sleeved shirt. I'd never expected him to appear so laid back. He frowned at the phone in my hand. "Did you get it?" "Yes," I said simply, with more bite than the situation called for. "You don't have to worry. I'll stay out of your way today, and then I'll leave tomorrow. Find somewhere else to stay." JP frowned harder and walked closer. "I didn't ask you to leave." "You didn't have to," I snapped, shooting to my feet and crossing my arms. "Your message was loud and clear. You got off, you're happy now." "Boy, don't do that." I stormed over to him and shoved his chest in a way I hadn't meant to do. He went stumbling backward. Cringing, I forced down the apology that sat on my tongue. "Kalinskis didn't apologize. Don't call me that, and don't lecture me." He raised his eyebrows, and a scary expression passed over his face. The part of me that had enjoyed following his orders last night nearly whimpered, and my knees shook.
I was tempted to fall to the floor and beg to suck his cock again. He turned my blood to fire, and my skin flushed warm as he stared me down. I was in trouble. "Come here." It was a simple request, but the way he said it sent a tremble through my body. I swallowed, taking a few steps closer to him, until I reached the hand he held out toward me. He grabbed my arm and yanked me against his hard body, and a whimper slipped out of my mouth before I could stop it. "I wasn't ignoring you." I didn't believe him, but feeling his body against mine made me not care either. I'd never been the type of person who liked hugs, but this was nice, even though it was only half an embrace. "Do you have classwork to do today?" he asked, and I suspected we were not going to talk about what happened last night, which was as good as ignoring me. Shame filled me, and I felt sick to the stomach. I nodded. "I have a couple of essays due soon, I think." "Good. I have a second laptop you can use. It's best if we work at the kitchen table. More space, and I have things I need to do as well." He was already walking out of the room, and I watched his back until he was gone again. I crossed my arms, curling them around my body, as complete and utter embarrassment joined the shame that already lingered inside me. Was I not good at giving blowjobs? That made sense. Last night had been my second blowjob ever, and the first one hadn't gone over so well, but that had more to do with the fact that I was a man, rather than my inexperience. Sighing, I made myself follow him out of the room and back downstairs. He was already waiting at the table with a laptop set up at the chair opposite him, along with a cup of steaming coffee, and all I could do was sit down. His attention was back on the iPad, but he did raise his head to nod before I was non-existent to him once again. I fell into the seat and stared at the home screen of the computer in front of me, while I sipped the coffee. I didn't have the courage to tell JP I couldn't remember any of my passwords to my college online portal because I hadn't been on there for so long. I could have failed assignments that were due and I wouldn't know. My focus had been on my new job and making my parents proud, which didn't happen the way I'd imagined. Then there was the laptop screen itself. The icons on the homepage were a mess, dotted on the background that consisted of a picture of JP holding his degree and shaking the hand of a person who I assumed was the dean of the college he'd attended. I thought he, of all people, would have some organization with his shortcuts, but nope. None. My fingers twitched to sort them out. "What's wrong?" JP asked, startling me out of my thoughts. I glanced at him over the top of the screen, my cheeks feeling incredibly hot, and shook my head. "Nothing." "Are you sure?" Amusement flitted over his face, and I glared. "Yes, I don't need you to baby me." I sat up straighter in the chair and tapped on the trackpad attached to the laptop. I hated these things. I preferred getting an attached mouse with a pad, but I had no choice and didn't want to give JP the satisfaction of complaining. I did, however, take the time to sort out the shortcut icons on the screen because, fuck him, that's why. His home screen was messy and needed organization. "Are you done pouting?" he asked, but I ignored him this time. "Boy, I'm talking to you." I sighed and tapped furiously at the trackpad. "I'm fine." "Seems like you need a spanking to me." He sounded cheerful about his threat, and I froze when the words filtered through my brain. Spanking? Was that something he did? The idea sent heat rushing through me and I shivered. I never expected that sort of play to be my thing. But my reaction to the thought of JP smacking my ass said otherwise. "I'm fine," I repeated. But this time the words came out too high-pitched. I cringed and cleared my throat. "I'm concentrating on my work now." He laughed and returned his attention to the iPad while I peeked at him over the laptop. I refocused on the screen again and used the trackpad to the best of my ability. I managed to get to Google, though, and with my curiosity piqued, I couldn't help but type in "daddy and boy." The search results that immediately came up had my cheeks hot again, and the flushed feeling extended down my neck. I pressed my lips together tightly to stop an embarrassing sound from leaving my mouth. Clicking on the first result, it came up to an interesting website that involved a lot of leather and pictures of a man on his knees, gagged and his cock in a cage. I didn't see JP as the type to wear trashy leather like what I saw here, but a cock cage? I glanced up at him again and took a moment to study his handsome face. He seemed like a high-class man, the type who kept his shirt buttons done up to the top, and who liked the finest possessions he could find. I went back to staring at the website. I didn't hate the idea of being gagged either, maybe with some handcuffs to keep my wrists restrained. A tremble trickled down my spine, but I made myself stay still so he wouldn't notice. The second site was just as graphic, and unfortunately for me, there were also videos that turned on automatically. I hadn't realized the sound was on, and I had no time to click the pause button before a man moaning out, "Daddy," filled the room. JP's head snapped up, lips twisting in a mixture of confusion and evil delight. I clicked the trackpad hard to get the damned thing to stop playing, but it was like it was stuck and nothing was going to stop that video. It's for my essay," I said hurriedly, finally clicking on the pause button. But JP was already on his feet and striding around to my side of the table. Even if I wanted to exit the site, I had no time, and soon he was standing behind me, leaning over my shoulder to check out what I was looking at. "How is this for your essay?" His breath tickled my ear, and I sucked my bottom lip into my mouth. I turned to look at him, my cheeks scorching by this point. I ducked my head, but he seized my chin and tilted it up, pressing a hard and insistent kiss on my lips that made me lightheaded. I was easy. That was the only explanation. Pushing myself up into his mouth, I chased his taste, which was mostly coffee. I whimpered when he broke away. "If you're curious, boy, all you have to do is ask me." He stroked a thumb down my face, and my heart crashed against my ribs so hard, I'd be surprised if he couldn't hear it. "Do it. Ask me." "I don't have anything to ask," I whispered, and he laughed so suddenly that I rocked backward, hitting my elbow on the edge of the table. I hissed at the sharp pain. "Why do you insist on making this harder than it needs to be? Good boys listen to their daddies and do what their daddies tell them." JP slid his fingers up my cheek, tracing the shape of my bones as though I was the most interesting thing he'd ever seen. "You're so stubborn." "I'm not," I said, but realized I was arguing. My mouth snapped closed, and I pressed my lips together. He leaned in closer, and I twisted my fingers together, waiting. His breath tickled my skin, and I wanted him to kiss me again, to devour me like he had last night. "Then ask me what you want to know, boy." Forget those websites. They're stereotypical shit. Ask me. Do you spank people? I blurted out. Inwardly, I winced at how brash the words sounded. If JP was embarrassed by the question, he didn't show it. Instead, he grinned wickedly, and excitement turned that lead shame in my stomach into heated pleasure. He leaned in closer until his mouth hovered an inch from mine, and all I'd have to do was tilt my head up slightly and our lips would touch. I didn't dare to move, though. Yes, if my boy deserves it. Do you want to be spanked, Max? No. Lies, my brain shouted. Next question. He shifted to sit in the chair next to mine and shut the laptop. I stared at him for a moment, taking in his deep brown eyes and the way the corners of his mouth dimpled when he smiled. He truly was a confident man, and that self-assured attitude had my cock swelling in my jeans. I wanted him to take me, but the fearful part of my mind reminded me I'd never had a cock in my ass, and I'd seen his. It wasn't small. I didn't know if I could handle the pain of that thing stretching me. Did he bottom? I sure hoped so. I'd always wanted to fuck a man too. But then, I was rushing ahead of myself. We hadn't even talked about anything. Glancing at the closed laptop, I rested my hands on my thighs so I didn't wring them together again like I wanted to. My gaze switched from my hands to JP, and then back again, and I shivered. How long have you been a daddy? JP blinked at me, clearly surprised by the question, and sat back in his chair. He stroked his chin in thought, his eyes on me and not looking away. For about 6 years now. I stumbled into the community when I went to a club. I knew I was a dom, but being a daddy is different in some ways. It intrigued me. Taking care of people is something I do instinctively. I quickly realized that I was a daddy. Oh. I licked my dry lips and nodded. I've never been to a club. Ever? His eyes nearly bugged when I shook my head. There are too many germs. Everywhere. And people in large groups are disgusting. Public bathrooms are the worst. Have you seen the people in there? They don't even wash their hands. I shuddered at the thought. It's so messy. He touched my shoulder, and I jumped because I hadn't noticed him move. Have you thought about what I said, Max? Could you have OCD? Maybe? I hated how unsure I sounded, and I doubly hated that I was admitting this weakness to him. Yesterday, he was trying to make my life hell. He'd made me regret wanting to work for Mr. Elwood since I started about 2 months ago, making me work on the floor as often as possible, stapling those damned papers, and I'd striven for perfection. Every time a staple was crooked, I'd pulled it out and stapled it again. I'd done everything I could to appease him, and Mr. Elwood, even though they reminded me I was only there because I'd blackmailed them. Constantly. Non-stop. JP hummed. I'm glad you're thinking about what I said. Taking what someone says and considering their words is a good trait to have, Max. My chest swelled in pride and I sat up straighter. Thank you. He ran his hand over my head, and I leaned into his touch, as though I was starved. There was no way to stop myself when it felt so good. You're welcome. Now, we're going to spend today talking. I want to know more about you, Max. How did you get to where you are today? What made you want to work for City Hall? Mom, I sighed. She's a judge, which you know. Dad works in finance. They're both very successful in their careers, as all Kalinskis should be. Mom was very supportive of Mayor Midbury. She thought he had good values, and she wants one of her children in politics. He frowned. So because she wants someone in the family in politics, you had to do it? I nodded furiously. My oldest brother, Giles, is a doctor. He's a hero as far as my parents are concerned. Brings home the bacon for his family. Then there's Leon. He's my next oldest brother. He works as a petroleum engineer. His wife, Evelyn, is a trauma surgeon. But she's friends with one of the secretaries who works in Rubinson's office. I finally dropped my gaze to my hands and stared at my blunt nails. I traced my thumbnail just to keep doing something as I talked about my family. Compared to them, I really was a failure. My sister Bree, she's amazing. She's an accountant. She always wanted to get into finance like our dad. She's already made a pile of money for herself trading stocks. What about you? What career did you want? He asked. I hadn't thought about what I wanted. That kind of decision was never an option. Mom had told me that I was it, the one who would go into politics. And like a dutiful son, I'd never argued. I didn't hate it. I actually enjoyed politics. But I never excelled at it like any of my other siblings would have. They did everything to the best of their abilities. I could barely pass my last college classes. I never wanted to be anything else, I whispered. JP grabbed my hands. Look at me. I didn't hesitate, my gaze jumping up and gluing to his perfect face and soulful eyes. Don't lie to me, boy. Tell me what you wanted to do. His voice turned stern again, and his expression was serious. I swallowed down the excitement that lodged in my throat as heat rushed through my body again. I liked him talking like that. I'm telling the truth. I just always knew it was my duty to be a politician. Your duty? His eyebrows furrowed. I nodded quickly. As soon as I turned 10, Mom said I needed to start taking my education seriously because it was my job to be a politician. My siblings had already decided what they wanted to do. So they had a choice, and you didn't? Why was he getting so upset about this? He clearly didn't understand what it meant to be elite. A Kalinski. I dragged my hands out of his hold and folded them in my lap again. It was a privilege for my parents to choose me to publicly represent the family. He shook his head and stood. I tracked his progress around the room when he stalked back to his side of the table and grabbed his coffee. For a moment, I thought he was going to dump it on me, but he walked over to the kitchen sink to tip it down the drain and wash the cup out. I waited, patient, but when he didn't acknowledge me, I spoke up again. Did I make you mad, Daddy? He froze, his shoulders tensing. I stared at those muscles beneath his tight shirt and remembered them from last night. How he moved me so easily, and my cock firmed up again. Gathering courage, I stood and moved behind him, wrapping my arms around his waist and dropping my cheek between his shoulder blades. You're angry at me. I'm not. He laid his hand over mine and tickled the top of my hand. I'm angry for you. What do you mean? I asked quietly. You don't see it, Max, the way they manipulate you. They don't. He sighed and I felt bad for making him. Turning, he slipped his hand into mine and dragged me toward the sitting room. I let him guide me because I'd do anything for him in that moment. I liked the way he'd cared enough to turn off the fireplace last night so I wouldn't wake up anxious, and how he'd treated me like I was made of gold. For a short moment in time, I was special to someone. He sat me down on the couch by pushing at my shoulders, and then took the spot behind me, dragging my back to his chest. His arms curled around my waist, and I leaned into him, enjoying the touch. His skin was warm, and pleasant tingles shot through my body at being so close to someone. "Let's talk about something else." "Okay," I whispered. His breath tickled the back of my neck, and I licked my lips to push away the urge to turn around and kiss him. "So, you like the idea of me being a daddy?" I nodded, then realized he couldn't see my face. "Yes, very much, I think." "Good. I'm glad." His hold tightened on me. "But Max, we can't do this. We work together. And wasn't it you who blackmailed Vane and Jax about being in a relationship while working together?" I winced. Fuck. This was going to bite me in the ass. "Yes, but..." "No, I can't do that to Vane. Not with the person who blackmailed him." My shoulders slumped. "Oh. I'm sorry, boy. It's just the way it has to be." His hold loosened, and I felt compelled to run to the guest room and hide my face. But I kept still. I didn't know what he wanted me to do. "Should I pack my things?" "No. I don't want you to go back to your family. You can stay with me." He grabbed my shoulders and turned me until we were looking at each other again. "And I'll be here to steer you in the right direction. Help you find a daddy, if you want one." "Oh, okay." I nodded, the heat returning to my cheeks. "I know some other daddies who are looking for boys." He slid his knuckles over my cheek, and I leaned into his touch. "They can help you spread your wings and learn coping strategies." "Coping strategies?" I asked tentatively. "You have a lot going on in your life. They can take care of you. That's what you need, Max. Someone to take care of you." I nodded. "Yes, I'd like that a lot." "Okay, I'll reach out to some guys today. We can even video call them later if you want to talk with them." He slid his palm over my jaw, and I nearly let out a whimper, but I clamped my lips together. "So soon?" "Yes. You need someone, boy. I wouldn't feel right letting this go." "Okay," I said simply. I found it was easier to agree with things, even if right now my heart and body wanted JP. He was right, though. I'd fucked up, and we couldn't risk pissing off Mr. Elwood. I needed this job, and he needed his too. "You're such a good boy," he whispered, leaning forward to kiss me so gently that I wondered if we actually touched mouths. I shivered. "Thank you, Daddy." Chapter 7. JP. Max turned and nuzzled himself sideways, against my chest with both of his legs slung over one of mine, stretching his feet toward the arm of the couch. I was comfortable, no doubt about it, and I happily sat and held him close. One of my hands had a mind of its own, and inched down his side to rest on the slight curve of his waist. He was thin enough that I could cup him and actually have my hand feel the bend to both sides of his body.
He leaned heavily against me, a barely audible exhalation sending a rush of tingles through my chest, and his eyelids closed so that his lashes rested on his cheeks. My body went light, the blood in my veins replaced by helium, and I fought not to give away my pleasure in this simple moment. It had been a long time since I'd felt this way, if I ever really had. When I was younger, even just a couple of years ago, sex was always a frantic search for relief. There hadn't been as much touching and caressing and enjoyment in my partners. I'd been so arrogant in thinking I would be able to get off and move on without a hitch. Maybe if this stolen gentle time had never happened, I could have pushed him from my mind without a problem. I should bring it to an end right now. I dropped my cheek to the top of his head, gave in, and enjoyed his body heat. Passing him to someone else wouldn't be pleasant. However, I'd always done what I needed to do. Damn the consequences. This silly pseudo-relationship was never meant to be. Still, I casually rubbed my hand up and down his side, and a shiver racked him that had my cock taking an interest. Tension coiled in my groin and my cockhead throbbed. Our barely there teasing, him simply letting me hold him, went on for long enough that I was eventually hard as fuck, and he had a cute bulge in his pants I wanted to play with. I crept my hand down his hip and licked my lips. Maybe I could give him a real lesson in cock-sucking. My phone sounded off from the kitchen and he shuddered, burying his face against my chest. Warm puffs of air tickled through my shirt. I wanted to touch him for real, and I gave in, slipping my hand under the hem of his shirt to skate it along to the soft skin on his flat belly. He sucked in his stomach until it was a concave valley of silky flesh, and I rubbed my fingers there. Another shiver, a sharp inhale of breath, hips gently rocking. Fuck me, he was edible, and I couldn't fucking keep him. And yet, with him right here in the house, in front of me, I couldn't talk myself into leaving him alone. He would either have to leave or belong to someone else for this to work. I could keep my hands off other people's property. My phone in the kitchen went off again. This time, the chime for a message. Smirking, I wriggled my fingers until he was kicking his legs and twisting against me, and then a small, surprised laugh burst out of him, and he glanced up, dark eyes shining with hesitant amusement, almost like he was worried he'd get into trouble for being happy. My heart twisted and I breathed out, yes, even if I couldn't keep him, which I knew damned well I couldn't. He needed someone to help him get himself together and explore his needs. Someone to care for him. Extracting my hand from under his shirt was a monumental effort. Okay, Max, I murmured. No more porn this morning, or I'll... My good mood withered away completely. I would do absolutely nothing to him for watching porn because I would not be reprising the role of daddy with him ever again. No more, okay? Yes, Daddy. My heart hitched at the smooth, easy response. True sadness settled into me and I was surprised by the intensity of it. I liked the complicated puzzle that Max presented. Sweetness was hidden in him and needed someone to help it see the light of day. And he was smart and eager. I ran my thumb along his cheek, but steered well away from those lips that had sucked me last night with so much enthusiasm. I didn't shove my digit between the softness to feel the heat of his mouth, the way I would have liked. I didn't strip him bare and set him to work that way. simply for the pleasure of seeing his pretty skin all day. Fuck. This could have been so much fun if things were a little different. Stupid in the end, most likely, though satisfying for both of us. But all the reasons diddling Maxwell Kalinsky was a bad idea last night were still true this morning. Vane might be able to get away with his confabulation of half-lies he'd told everyone and come out smelling like a rose, but his gray morals made it even more imperative everyone around him looked good. I highly doubted me shupting his new assistant would end in the same accolades he'd managed to have sprinkled on his affair-turned-engagement. Oh well. There would be someone else eventually. Holding the weight of Max against me, though, made waiting for some anonymous someone someday seem even worse. Why the fuck had I done this to myself? And to him? At the core of it all, I still wasn't sure I could trust Max. He blinked dark eyes at me, and my stomach trembled with the questions I saw boiling there, begging for answers. Maybe if I knew he would keep his mouth shut until some time had passed, that he wouldn't toss me under the first useful bus that came by, in order to advance himself in some way, I would still do it. So much of life came down to trust. My fantasy situation, the one where I had everything I wanted, wasn't the true one, though. Vane would still be madder than a wet cat over it all, since he had trusted me to do the best things for him. Midbury would be irritated in that snarky way of his, and his assistant, Mark, would take me sidestepping out of my role as bulldog for City Hall as a personal slight. Holding Max tighter, I enjoyed him for as long as I could, before my phone sounded off from the kitchen yet again, with another text that had me gritting my teeth. Work. Max nodded and eased away, getting to his feet. He stared around the room like he'd never seen it before, squinting his eyes at the tree while his fingers twitched. I had no doubt he was mentally rearranging it all again. I'll be checking your progress. I was serious. No porn. No sitting on the other side of the table getting hard instead of focusing. Pleasure simmered in my stomach as I said those words, and then I promptly wanted to slap myself. Why couldn't I just stop? He flushed with a nod, and I wanted to bite off my own tongue. Clearing my throat, I tried for slightly more professional. I was serious about your schoolwork. The shifty look that lit up his pretty eyes, the same as when he was out of materials at the office and hoped I didn't notice for a bit, settled onto his delightfully flushed features and let me know, clearer than a billboard, there was an issue with school he hadn't clued me in on. The typical irritation with him fired to life in me, though it wasn't the same as it had been before he'd blown me last night. I almost found his poor attempt at hiding things endearing, and that was bad. I should leave him to his quiet panic, and allow him to attempt to untangle whatever mess he'd created out of his life. I should, but I couldn't. Standing, I wrapped my arms around him, and he clung to me like he needed my strength. The guarded curl of his body against mine, like he was scared but needed me too much to stay away, lit a fire under every protective instinct I had. Fuck, he needs help. Tell me what's wrong. I wanted to say boy, but refrained. I don't. He closed his eyes and cowered. There was no other way to describe it, with his forehead pressed firmly against my neck. I curled my body forward and drew him tighter into my arms. This is the last time I ask with words, I murmured, and his breath caught. Tell me the issue. I lowered my hand to his ass and gave it a quick squeeze. He shuddered. I've been strung out by everything going on at the office and at home. And I don't even remember my password to get into my class dashboard. I haven't been in there in about a month and a half. The online classes are more flexible than the in-person ones, but I'm not sure if I've missed anything right now. I don't know. I'm scared to look. How were you doing at the beginning of November? My tone was too sharp, but this was so maddening. Was no one at his home paying attention to him? He stiffened. Moderately acceptable?
Well, that's as clear as a brick window.
I gave him another squeeze. Okay, you're not in any way stupid. How are you going to retrieve that information for yourself? I don't know yet. Let's go figure it out. We didn't move toward the kitchen, but he nodded. His stomach grumbled and I had to laugh, but his lips barely twitched upward as he raised his head, flashing me red cheeks and wincing eyes. He was embarrassed, or maybe ashamed of the hole he'd allowed himself to sink into with his work, and I wanted to make that embarrassment so much worse, and then fuck him better. And then fuck him for fun. And then fuck him till he begged. I gave myself a mental shake. My phone began ringing, dragging my attention toward the kitchen, and I was still reluctant to let him go. The annoying sound started up again, however, as soon as it died. Vane probably needed something dramatic. I released Max, and it was a hardship, but I made myself step back and go to the kitchen. When I snatched my phone off the table from where it rested beside my iPad, Vane's name was indeed on the screen. Mr. Elwood, I drawled as I answered. Can you help me out? Have I ever failed you in the past? Guilt twanged through me when Max stepped into the kitchen doorway. I turned my back on him, lowering my head to fiddle with my iPad and wake it up. I'm looking for something, and I know you know where to get it. That certainly had my shenanigans detector blaring. Humming only made him laugh. Is something in the air today, or is it simply that a snow day feels like a holiday and makes even the most passably responsible adults I've ever known think they can neglect their work? I resemble that remark. He snickered like a naughty little boy, one of his more charming qualities, while I tapped my fingers on the back of my chair. Get to the point. What do you need me to do, sir? I'm looking for a thigh spreader bar that isn't too big. The one I have right now makes Jackson's hips ache. I guess he has this hyperextension issue, and I love the way it makes him look when he's... That'll do, I murmured with a smile. Measurements for the one you already have. He harumphed. I don't know, if I had to guess, about 3 feet. Standard size, I murmured. I'll get back to you when I've tracked down something on the smaller side that is of substantial quality. In the background on Vane's side, I thought I heard a door slamming and something that sounded like a wounded duck, and then a thump that had Vane laughing into my ear. You did not actually call him! Ah, Jackson had found Vane out. There were the sounds of a scuffle on his end, and he laughed harder. You deserve this for your laziness, I said primly. We're still on the clock today. I'm working hard, Vane said, but he was huffing, and it was clear some sort of struggle, or something else, was happening in his apartment. I'm certain half that statement is true. There was a growl from Jackson, what sounded like the phone falling to the floor, and then the line went dead. Tiny squeaks on the floorboards behind me had me swinging around to take in Max, who rubbed his hand along one arm like it was cold or hurt. He couldn't look more miserable if he tried. "Was that Mr. Elwood?" Ignoring the question, I went to the cupboard and pulled out a granola bar. I hated them. They tasted like eating bark, but I kept them around for mornings when I ran late. I tossed the snack down beside his spot at the polished wooden table, poured him another mug of coffee, and then pulled the chair out for him, patting the seat when he made no move to come near me, instead staring at the computer like it had sprouted fangs. "Let's assess the damage. It's not going to get better on its own." He winced his way toward me and sat down. As I pushed him into the table, he gasped, and I allowed myself to thoroughly enjoy his surprised glance as I opened his breakfast bar for him. He obliged me and took it. "Eat. Figure it out." I went back around the table and lost myself in all the work I had for the day that could be reasonably done at home. The clock on the wall had ticked past 2 o'clock when he let out a pouty groan that had my cock stirring for action. I glanced across the table quickly, half convinced he'd given up on trying to get into his class account, and had gone porn surfing again, but the stricken expression he wore quickly wiped that supposition away. Standing fast, I went around the table and leaned over him to look at the screen. He was clearly in his student account. The new Gothenburg State logo scrawled across the top. The class he had information open for showed 3 garish red Fs in the grading column beside assignments that were, I assumed, never completed. Directly above was a long line, a mix of A's and B+s. It seemed his entire life had taken a dive when he'd gotten his promotion. "Thought I had more time to turn stuff in," he mumbled. "I didn't realize." "You did." He flinched as I snapped out the accusation. There wasn't a moment where I particularly cared about his feelings on the subject. "You allowed yourself to become too distracted," I added firmly. "Talk about putting the cart in front of the horse. You wanted your internship to be a job and didn't even pay attention to finishing your degree. Don't shove responsibilities off on circumstances." He hung his head, and I squeezed his shoulder, going to a knee to better study the damage. As I scrolled down the screen, I growled. There was a bold and underlined F at the bottom of the page that dragged his entire average down to a high D, and I shook my head when I read across to see what that one was from. "You missed the final in this class?" He closed his eyes and whimpered. "My mom's gonna murder me." "She's a judge. She probably can get away with that." He cracked his eyes open and glared, and I held in my exasperation. "Do you want to work a real job at City Hall?" He pouted. "You know I do." "Then think of this as practice," I said, rising smoothly to my feet.
90% of all of our jobs is putting out fires. This is a big one. Fix it. Call your professor. Beg. Make things up. Lie through your fucking teeth in non-verifiable ways. Make it stick. Negotiate the ability to make this right. By the time I was done speaking, I'd bent so my face was far too close to his, my mouth far too close to his pretty scowl. I pecked his lips with mine.
"Yes, Daddy." He breathed out the words while squirming on his chair. Heat socked me in the gut. I stood up fast and went back to my seat, breathing too heavily. "Sorry," he mumbled miserably. "I guess you don't want me to say that." Wrong. I did.
but I let it go with no reply. Since I was already distracted from my real work, I went on the prowl online for what Vane wanted, quickly going to one of my favorite BDSM retail sites. Unlike Max, I was smart enough to mute my iPad as I perused for the high spreader bar, but I was able to find a shorter version of the more standard spreader, and I ordered one for Vane and a second for my playroom upstairs, just because. Why not have a smaller one? I glanced across the table at Max, who had his bottom lip clenched between his even teeth as he stared, frightened, at something on his computer screen. He was typing fast. Perhaps his first sally into the battle as an email to whichever poor professor at New Gothenburg State had handed out those Fs I'd seen. After one fraught phone call to a professor that I couldn't help but eavesdrop on while he paced a hole in the hallway outside the kitchen. Yes, my father suffered a massive heart attack. Yes. Yes, I'm sorry you had the same issue. Yes, he needed a lot of help, too. He spent the afternoon with his nose nearly pressed to his computer screen, working hard. Unfortunately, his diligence gave me plenty of time to consider who might be a good match for him, out of the few daddy doms I knew well enough, that I might trust them near him. I watched him work for a while, and considered the long line of his neck, and his pretty face pinched in concentration. He would be a true pleasure to punish, reward, and have close. Stomach twisted up and heavy as a rock, I treated this like any other project for the office, and therefore started things out the way I would without anything of importance, by making a list. 1. Vic. Zach Vicker, owns XXX, knows safety inside and out. 2. Shannon Dawson, an asshole to other doms, but sweet with his subs. 3. Glenn Ridgway, meh. 4. Tony Dibbs, friendly, mediocre. 5. Virgil Thomas, knows rope work, not sure how that would appeal to Max. When I was done typing, I was seething on the inside. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to hand Max over to any of these men, whether or not the attachment I was feeling was ludicrous. I just didn't want to. I started sending messages anyway. Vic was flattered but not interested. The ass. My gut cramped. He'd been the only one I really wouldn't have minded having Max, except that I wanted to keep him when I shouldn't. He would have kept Max safe for certain. Vic ran XXX and didn't get enough credit for the way there was never any bullshit there. By 5 o'clock, the only two who were interested, from what I was direly thinking of as the first list, were Tony Dibbs and Shannon Dawson. And while I wasn't truly excited by the prospect of either of them, this wasn't about me. I set up an online vetting on Zoom for both. Tony at 6:30 p.m. and Shannon at 7 p.m. And then I powered off my iPad. Max glanced up and gave a warm smile that had my resolve to do the right thing slipping. "Thank you for doing this. I feel so much better." He nodded at the computer he was working on. "Did you check the other class?" His face fell momentarily, but his smile bounced back. "Professor Biggs hasn't gotten back to me yet, but I asked her if I could call and talk to her. I'll tell her the same thing I told the other professor. Hopefully she'll let me turn in things too. I haven't missed that final yet." "When is it?" "In 2 days, but it's online. I'll just, look things up as I go if I need to." Sighing, I rested my chin on my fist.
All's fair in love and degrees, I suppose. Have at it. He blossomed under my tacit approval of his academic fraud, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to laugh or turn him over my knee. Definitely both. His smile did things to me, good things that were bad right now. You'll work on the assignments you're behind on and study until then. He gaped. But I'm in charge of your workday, and that's important. He swiped a thumb under his left eye, and I pretended not to notice. Thank you. Standing, I swept over to the fridge and pulled it open to stare inside. Nothing seemed appealing now that I was moving forward with finding Max a new daddy. The faster, the better. When this whole mess was behind me, I could go back to getting satisfaction for my tendencies to take care of people by doing too many favors for Vane. And I could get my sadism kick from still torturing Maxwell in low-key ways, and all would be as it was, with the exception of Max. He would be well cared for and safe. That would have to be enough. I took out a package of chicken from the fridge and tossed it in the sink. I'd never be able to eat, but I had to feed Max. We're doing dinner, and then I've selected 2 men for you to speak with. What? Max sounded so over-the-top betrayed that I had to turn to look at him. He had his arms crossed over his slim chest, and I'd never seen someone look so bewildered. We discussed this. You need someone. You decided I need someone, he mumbled. I glared, and he turned his gaze toward the floor. This is what's happening. You're going to meet 2 men, and then tell me what you think of them. I'll be with you the entire time. You agree to nothing at this time, except to speak with them. He gave one curt jerk of his head, so I at least knew he understood me, even if he didn't like the proposal. While he continued with his schoolwork, I made a quick dinner we both picked at and ended up dumping in the garbage. Then he went to shower. I changed into something I would typically wear to XXX or elsewhere with the intentions of playing BDSM games, simply because I might be on camera and that was how these men knew me. I was still pissed at Vic. How dare he not even talk with Max? And I swore my bad mood made it more difficult to wriggle into the tight-cut black leather pants that made my package look at least twice as big. Not that I'd planned for Max to see this side of me, but it was good to have some confidence built into an outfit. I grabbed a tight white shirt to go with the pants because I preferred the contrast of colors. The material was thin enough that my belly button was a shadow. Then, I put the laptop in my modestly appointed playroom at the end of the hall and stood outside the bathroom to wait. Max emerged like some ephemeral being on a wave of warm steam, delicious cologne, and shampoo scents. He'd dressed inside, and I chuckled at the suit he'd chosen to wear. Why? I plucked at his tie and let the silky material run through my fingers. He shrugged. It makes me feel good. Nodding, I couldn't argue with that. He didn't see my face, though. His eyes were too busy trying to drop right out of his head as he stared at my groin. Laughing, I hooked an arm around him and took him along the hallway. I pushed open the door to my playroom with relish. I'd set the laptop up on a white leather spanking bench, admittedly because I had an evil desire to see his reaction to it. He swallowed hard and eyed me as he went toward the low-built piece of furniture. The position would put my mini-rack at his back, a piece I never actually used much, in a clear view behind Max's shoulder, and that would be a nice touch when he was on screen with the doms.
So much of BDSM was about the production. It had been nice to have him draped over me, quivering with need, not thinking about managing a space or expectations. My mood fell further, but I ignored it. As I led him over and gently pressed on his shoulders, he fell so prettily to his knees in front of the laptop. I thought about calling Vane and doing some begging of my own, but he had no idea what I'd done, and it would be smarter to keep it that way. I highly doubted he would fire me, but he was happy for once in his life. Now that I'd indulged my sick, masochistic need to see Max on his knees in my playroom, a hot ball of jealousy settled into my stomach. I scowled as I nudged him over, just enough to be able to get at the keyboard and set everything up for the Zoom call. He stared at the array of paddles hung on the wall, from a cute little heart-shaped one to a wicked cane that leaned in the corner. I sat cross-legged beside Max, not able to stop myself from adjusting his knees the way I liked to see him, with his legs slightly open and on display. Seated as we were level with each other, which was perfect. We would look good on screen. I turned to check on him, and his brow furrowed. I wanted to ask if he was okay with this, but it didn't matter. He needed someone to help him, and I couldn't be the man to do it. We sat with a heavy silence growing between us until 6:29 p.m. He pouted at me as I connected the call. Grinning goofily on the other side was Tony Dibbs, with short blonde hair that was creeping higher onto his forehead than the last time I'd seen him. He was still irritatingly handsome as he flashed his smile at Max. A lump formed in my throat. "Well, hello there, boy," he said, and leaned forward. "Jesus Christ, Jean-Paul. Why would you ever get rid of such a fuck-yum boy? I thought you were kidding when you texted earlier." He winked at Max, and I hated how nicely he pinked up under Tony's attention. That was good. I forced myself to breathe evenly. "There are circumstances," I drawled, aware I sounded like an asshole but not caring. "Please discuss with him. I'm not leaving the room." "How about a smile for me, sweetheart? Tell me what you like." Max glanced at me like a bear was about to eat him whole, and honestly, that wasn't far off the mark. "Go ahead," I murmured, and took his hand to squeeze it. He didn't let go, and I didn't make him. He flushed and smiled at Tony. "I'm not sure." I could see it, the moment Tony went from intrigued to potentially hooked. That shy tone, those big brown eyes, that pale, flawless skin, the way he ducked his head just a bit, like he needed a firm hand to help him find his way. I wanted to spit acid. At 7 o'clock, it was time to switch over to the next contestant on Who Will Be Max's Daddy? And I was relieved when I had an excuse to stop Max's adorably stumbling explanation of everything he didn't know about BDSM. "I think I might like to be spanked, but I'm kind of scared." Tony shot a look to me to see if Max was teasing, and I only shrugged, loathing the delight I saw in the wide smile he gave to Max. So far I didn't think Tony was good enough, but Max's small grin at me when I signed off that call had me ready to punch something. So maybe he'd been just fine. "Do you like him?" I asked stiffly and switched everything over for the next Zoom call. "He was okay," Max said quietly. Not a no, but not a raving yes either. Sharp, stupid happiness stabbed through me. Shannon Dawson came on screen, and he was much rougher in appearance than Tony. He had a strong, masculine face that tended towards somber, but when he smiled it crinkled the corners of his eyes and made him handsome as well. I'd never hated him prior to today and was surprised by how much I disliked seeing Max smile back at him. So this is the twink. Shannon was blunt, as usual. Max winced. Hi. What do you think? Is he worth the time to fuck, JP? Shannon turned his attention to me, ignoring Max. Max's hand convulsed in mine, and I didn't want to make him sit through this. He was probably just going to meet up with Tony, but it would be good for him to experience different kinds of people. Obnoxious people. The scene wasn't all nice daddies waiting to coddle him. Of course, I answered smoothly. Shannon glanced back at Max and licked the corners of his lips. What are your limits, boy? He snapped. I'm interested in hurting you. A lot. Max's eyes widened, and I leaned forward. He's looking for a daddy, I said firmly, not someone to torture him. Let the boy answer for himself. Shannon barked at me. I viciously poked the power button and was happy when the screen blinked and went black. I turned to Max, who was giving me a wide-eyed perusal. Do you want to meet with Tony? You just shut the computer off on that man. He was disrespectful toward you. But, Tony, did you like him? Max shrugged. He was kind of boring, actually. Secretly, I was pleased. But this wouldn't do. Maybe I could badger Vic into meeting him. But my enthusiasm for that idea just wasn't there. My phone rang, and I wriggled it out of my back pocket. Relief battled with irrational hatred as I saw Zach Vicker flash across the screen. Hello? I had time to think about. Here, talk to him. I shoved the phone into Max's hand while he gave me a bewildered frown. Hello? He murmured softly, putting the phone to his ear like it might be poisonous. I stood and stomped out of the room, only barely catching myself from slamming the door behind me. This was all for the best. But as usual, I'd indulged my hubris, and now I'd have the image of Max kneeling in a suit in my playroom burned into my brain. I'd still have this memory when someone else was fucking him. We all paid a price when we did things we knew we shouldn't. I kept walking down the stairs, stopped long enough to tug on my boots, and went on outside to glare at the perfect mounds of freshly fallen snow and the cold, twinkling stars overhead. I took the shovel from beside the front door and started on the walk, trying really hard to not think about what Vic would say to Max, or tell him to do, or ask him to take pictures of and send. I tried not to think about Max being excited for him, moaning, calling him daddy. Growling, I shoveled the first scoop of snow and flung it as far as I could to the side, and then kept going. My muscles burned with the exercise, and sweat rapidly cooled on my back and left me shivering. But I didn't stop. Chapter 8. Max. The voice on the other end of the phone was deep and scorching, but also nothing like JP's. Hello, boy. What's your name? I thought I should have shivered at the way he called me boy, the same way I did when JP had, yet my body had no reaction. It could have been that I'd never met this man, or that I just preferred JP, but he'd made his position clear. His career was important to him, and being with me in any capacity wasn't an option. I stared around the playroom, my gaze stopping on a wall of whips and paddles that had goosebumps rising on my skin. I imagined JP bending me over, my bare ass on display as he brought one of those paddles down on it. Boy, are you listening to me? The sharp question brought me back to reality. Oh, Sorry, sir. Yes, I'm listening. I flushed as that wall drew my attention again, and I couldn't look away.
What's your name?
His tone softened. Maxwell. Only JP could call me Max. At least for now. I couldn't hold on to the hope that JP would change his mind, and if I genuinely liked the idea of having a daddy, I needed to get past this thing with him. It had only been one blowjob, but he'd broken a wall between us that I hadn't even realized was there, and now I wanted him so badly it hurt. I stared longingly at the door he'd exited, and sourness churned in the pit of my stomach. How would he react if I told him I wanted to be with him? I shook my head. He wouldn't care. His career was everything to him, like it should be. And I'd already destroyed Deputy Mayor Elwood's, so JP didn't trust me. Hello, Maxwell. My name is Zach Vicker. People call me Vic, but you can call me Daddy. I shuddered and bit down on my bottom lip hard. Gripping the phone tighter in my hand, I thought about telling Vic I wasn't interested, but the fear of being alone after such a wonderful night stopped me. If JP didn't want me, I'd find someone who did. Yes, Daddy. Good. Now listen, I'm a busy man, and I don't have time to waste on men who don't want to be my boy. I'm the owner of Club XXX, and time is limited. Is your interest in finding a daddy a serious one? His tone hardened again. He did sound like the kind of man I'd want to be my daddy. Strong and capable with no bullshitting around. But I stared at the door again. It wasn't opening, and JP didn't come back in. His decision seemed final. It is, Daddy. I've never been in the scene before. JP introduced me to it. He made a noise that sounded like he was pleased. So you're green. That explains a lot. I winced and let my gaze roam around the room again. I didn't know what most of these contraptions were, but I'd never had vanilla sex, let alone anything kinkier. My curiosity was piqued. And what's your relationship with JP? He asked. I froze, my grip tightening even firmer on the phone. Licking my dry lips, I racked my brain for words, something to tell him without giving away the full truth. I work with him. He's my supervisor. I see. There was a tapping on the other end of the line, like he was knocking a pen on a desk or table. You don't sound sure about that. I forced myself to my feet. The floor was getting hard on my knees, and JP wasn't around to lecture me. Sitting tentatively on the bench near the laptop, I picked at an imaginary loose thread on my pants. They were too expensive to just come unraveled, unlike myself, who was always a mess. He waited so quietly that I thought he'd hung up. But then I heard him let out a deep breath, and I knew I needed to talk quickly. I only started working there 2 months ago, I said. And you and he are already comfortable enough to talk about kinks? I didn't know this guy, but I imagined a handsome man with a face like JP's raising his eyebrows by the way he said the words. I tamped down the urge to giggle like an insane person. Yeah? Is there something going on between you and JP, boy? Because as I said, I'm a very busy man. I don't have time to waste on uninterested or taken boys. If this is a game between the two of you, I'd rather not get involved. My life is consumed by my club. And if I was to make room for a boy, I'd need to know you were serious about this. Not to mention, I have no desire to look for someone permanent. I prefer temporary to meet my needs.
That was a lot of information at once, and it took a moment for me to comprehend. I was too busy being fascinated by the feel of the leather bench under my fingers. I straightened and said, "I understand, Daddy, and I'm serious about this. I'd like someone to take care of me." "Good. How about we meet this week? Have you ever been to Triple X?" I stood and walked over to the wall of sex toys and reached up to touch a particularly large black paddle with grooves I expected would leave behind indents on my skin. I shivered at the thought. "No, Daddy, I haven't. I haven't been to any clubs." He made a noise. "You're very green, aren't you? Okay, come to Triple X on Friday night. Give the bouncers at the door your name, Maxwell, and tell them I invited you. They'll let you in." "Yes, Daddy." I touched another paddle, red with silver studs, and swallowed as my cock fattened in my pants. Reaching down to grip myself, I gave my bulge a good squeeze. "Great. I'll see you on Friday. We can discuss details then." The line went dead, and I dropped the phone back on the leather bench near the laptop before I returned to the wall. The paddles and whips were held there by strings attached to the end of them, hung on hooks protruding from a skinny piece of leather that looked like something you'd hang your keys on. It ran the length of the wall, though, with different sizes and a variety of toys, from blindfolds to ropes and gags. I shivered as I touched one of the whips, the handle heavy and thick. On either side were two different kinds of paddles, and farther along was another whip. Even though my body reacted with need, hot and flushed, with my cock nearly fully hard already, my mind focused on the obvious mismatch of sizes and toys. The whips weren't hanging near one another, and that needed to be fixed. Pursing my lips, I took them all off their hooks and laid them on the bench, grouped together by what they were. Then I took the time to place each of them back on the wall, organized by what kind of toy they were, then color and size. When I was happy, I nodded in pride and grabbed the phone again, heading out to the door. I tucked JP's phone into my pocket and took a moment to peek in there one more time, longing etching itself in my chest for JP to throw me on that bench and either fuck me or spank me before I made myself walk away. I took the hallway quickly and descended the stairs. The sound of angry grunts led me to the slightly ajar front door, and I grabbed a coat that must be his from a coat rack, and then slipped it on. Stepping outside, the cold wind immediately attacked my skin, and I buried my face farther into the collar as I walked toward JP. Tonight was particularly cold, but that didn't worry him. Without a coat, he shoveled the snow that covered a stone path leading to the house, and had already managed to get halfway through it. "Hi." He stiffened and then turned. I couldn't see him very well in the darkness, with the only light coming from the moon and the Christmas decorations on the outside of the house, but he sagged in exhaustion. "Hi, how did it go?" A gust of chilly air blasted me and I trembled. "Can we go inside? It's cold." He shifted closer, and I held my breath when he touched my lower back, guiding me toward the house again. Resting the shovel against the front wall, he led the way inside and closed the door behind us. We stamped the snow from our shoes before we took them off. With a tight smile, he helped me take my coat off before he nudged me toward the sitting room, which seemed to be one of his favorite places in the house. He moved over to the fireplace and worked on getting it started while I took a seat on one of his nice cream leather couches. I stared at the Christmas tree. He hadn't turned the lights on since I'd unplugged it, and while it relieved me, I also felt like an asshole. The blinking colors had brightened the room, made it peaceful in a way, and I'd ruined that. His aunt would probably hate me too. "You can turn the Christmas lights back on," I whispered, as I tucked my legs under myself in a relaxed position. JP shook his head and carded his fingers through his dark hair, the red highlights glinting in the firelight once he'd straightened. And he made his way back over to me. My gaze dropped to those leather pants. They clung to his legs in all the right ways and showed off all the muscles in his thighs and the soft bulge at his crotch. He sat beside me and sighed, leaning back into the corner of the couch and crossing a leg over his knee. "How did your talk with Vic go?" I shrugged and inwardly cursed when heat returned to my cheeks. "He's nice. What's Club XXX?" JP grunted out a laugh. "It's a strip club on the outskirts of town that doubles as a semi-secret BDSM club. He said he's the owner and wants to meet me there on Friday night," I whispered, feeling silly that the thought made my stomach rage with nerves. "You should go. Vic's a good dom." "Dom? I thought you said he was a daddy." JP shrugged. "It's kind of the same thing. Dom is the overarching term, and a daddy is a dom that usually has different wants and needs than other doms. Vic's been in the community for a long time now. He's done it all. He's experienced, and he's trained boys. I think he'd be a good daddy for you." "If you think so." I stared at him from underneath my eyelashes, but he wasn't looking at me. His attention was on the fireplace, his hand curled into a fist on the arm of the couch. I didn't know how long we stayed in silence before I felt compelled to say something. "He seems very nice. To the point. I like that." JP nodded and finally turned to look at me again. "Vic doesn't mess around. He's a lot like Vane that way. They both know what they want." "How long have you worked for Mr. Elwood?" He smiled, and I squirmed as a jealous lump formed inside me. There was something akin to love and respect in the way he acted when it came to Mr. Elwood, and a stupid part of me wanted him to feel that way about me, the same way I'd wanted my family to be proud of me. After a bit, he cleared his throat. "Too long. But Vane is good at his job. He's a good person, even if he thinks with his dick sometimes. I heard rumors that Jackson sleeps with people to get better opportunities." JP's eyes narrowed, and obviously I'd hit a sore subject. It was too late to backtrack, though. I don't know about Jax's history, but what I do know is that Vane was well aware of his personality when they both willingly went into their relationship. If this is your attempt at belittling Jax, it's not. I cut in quickly, but he glared at me. "Don't interrupt, boy." I ducked my head. "Sorry, Daddy." The words came out automatically, and even though I'd only learned last night what he was into, they felt right. JP shook his head. "Hell, I was in trouble." He shoved himself to his feet and waved at me to follow him. He didn't even need to give the instructions. I was on my feet, letting him lead me back up the stairs and toward the playroom. I held my breath when he opened the door, and he froze at the sight of my reorganization. Flushing in embarrassment, I let out a little laugh. He glanced at me, and I wrapped my arms around my body to stop myself from fleeing back down the stairs. "You did this." It wasn't a question, but I nodded furiously anyway. "The toys weren't grouped. The whips should be with the whips, and the colors should be together. I rushed past him and pointed at the paddles. In the sizes, it's now small to large. When I returned my attention to him, his mouth was twisted in an amused smile that had my cheeks burning so hot they should have caught fire. I laughed and scratched the back of my neck. It's easy to find what you're looking for now? He raised his brows and stepped closer, backing me up until he had me pressed against the wall behind me, and I swallowed a combination of fear and pleasure. Need shot through me like hot lava, making my cock twitch and my balls tingle. Did I give you permission to touch my toys? I shook my head frantically, but he seized my chin and shoved me back, flush against the wall. I gasped, and he swallowed it up with the hard press of his mouth. I should spank your ass cheeks red for doing that without my permission, he whispered. The conflict flickering in his eyes made me feel slightly better. He clearly wanted me as much as I wanted him, and I didn't care if I was pushing. I tilted my chin up, almost begging for him to put his mouth on mine again. But I won't, because we agreed we shouldn't do this. Why not? I asked quietly. It's a snow day. Anything is possible on a snow day. Not this. He leaned back, then forward again, and the battle obviously raged inside him. We worked together. So? I hated how desperate I sounded, but I kept pushing. I needed him to kiss me, spank me, whatever the hell he wanted to do with me. No. But he didn't pull away, and his shoulders stiffened. I stared at him from beneath lowered lashes and licked my lips. A kiss can't hurt. Fuck, he growled, his hold on me tightening. The fight warred in his gaze, and I wasn't sure what side would win until he had me drawn into a kiss that made my toes curl in excitement. He devoured me and made me hungry for him, even more than I thought was possible. I shouldn't be doing this, he mumbled against my lips again. Please, I pleaded, just once. I can't go to Club XXX with my virginity. Please get rid of it for me. He hesitated and fear lodged itself in my throat. I didn't want him to say no. Max, please, I promise I'll never blackmail anyone ever again. I won't give Mr. Elwood or Jackson any problems, and I'll work really hard. I'll be the best stapler you've ever seen. He laughed gently. You already are, boy. No one staples quite like you. I'm serious, I said passionately, grabbing his shirt between my fists. I won't complain about any job you give me, and I'll be there every day, even if I'm sick. I just want... I dropped my head, slumping my shoulders forward. I don't want to meet Vic as a virgin. He already called me green. Fuck. He slammed a hand on the wall next to me. I startled, but stayed still as he dropped his head. Maybe he would say no. And then where would I be? Ashamed and embarrassed that I'd put myself out there and begged for him to take me. Okay, he whispered. I let out a relieved breath. He hooked his finger under my chin and raised it so I was staring into his warm eyes. He smiled, and my heart swelled. I'll fuck you, but that's all this is. Sex. I don't want your first time to be with a stranger in a back room at a club. But come tomorrow, when we go back to work, I'll be nothing more than your boss. You can stay here as long as you need to, but I'm still your supervisor. We won't be doing this." I nodded. "Yes, Daddy." He sighed. "I think it would be best if we have sex as JP and Max, not as Daddy and Boy. This isn't... It's just getting off." I hated the sick feeling that roiled inside me, but I inclined my head in agreement, because that's all I could do. He'd made it perfectly clear we couldn't be anything, so at least he'd agreed to get rid of my virginity. He led me out of the room again and towards his bedroom. I followed him, unable to break my gaze from his strong shoulders and the way his muscles moved as he walked. His ass was as beautiful as the rest of him, round and beefy, and I wanted nothing more than to sink my teeth into the flesh. We walked into his room, and he closed the door behind us, which felt a lot like my fate being sealed. JP turned to me and stepped in close, and I held my breath when he cupped my cheek. "Before we do this, I want to discuss what's about to happen." I licked my lips. "Okay." "This is just physical, Max. You can't and will not ever use this against me. If you do, I will destroy you. And I know for a fact Vane and Midbury will back me." It was difficult to hold his gaze, so I dropped my head. "I wouldn't." He kept talking as though I hadn't said anything. Stepped in closer, he touched my shoulders, and I shot my gaze up to look at him again. "Do you want to bottom or top?" The question made me jolt, and I frowned in the thought. What does Vic do?" His eyes flashed in an anger that disappeared so quickly I thought I'd imagined it being there. "From what I know, he only tops." "Oh, then I should probably get bottoming out of the way, right?" He nodded. "You're right. Bottoming is a lot more difficult when you haven't had the practice. Come with me." He slid his hand in mine and led me toward the bathroom. When we'd entered, he directed me to the cabinet below the sink and opened a drawer, pulling out what I recognized immediately as a douche. But it was in a new package, not even opened. He showed it to me and smiled. "I always keep extra in case of emergencies. Do you know what this is?" I took it and held the package tightly between my fingers until my knuckles turned white. "Yes, I do." "Have you done it before?" I shook my head. "I've never needed to. I've never had the chance to spend time with a man." "Okay, it's simple. You fill it with water, cool water, screw on the nozzle, and squeeze it into your asshole. Sit on the toilet after a couple of minutes. Keep doing it until the water comes out clean." "That makes sense." I stared down at the bright blue douche, and excitement delved deep inside my chest, right alongside the anxiety of finally having a dick flip my V status. I'd never put much stock into the societal standards of virginity, but I'd also never found a man who stuck around long enough to have it. "It might take a while. I'll be in my room when you're done." He kissed my cheek, and I moved into him. The smile I received at the action was worth it, and then he left again, and I was on my own, staring down at the douche like it held both a near-future dream and a nightmare. I'd watched the videos, of course, learned how I needed to douche to not have any issues when the time came, but I never expected it to be so soon. "I'm about to lose my virginity," I whispered to myself excitement stirring heat in my stomach again. I couldn't help myself. I did a little dance that probably looked more like someone having a seizure. But I didn't care because I was alone, and I was about to have sex. Max Kalinsky was about to get laid. About 10 minutes later, as I stood naked in front of the toilet, I realized I couldn't do it. Even the excitement of finally getting laid wasn't helping my rampant thoughts about the uncleanliness of douching. The point of this was to get clean, but my mind was an unstoppable force that reminded me how dirty this would be before the actual spotless part came. Fuck. I stared down at my naked body awkwardly. The water-filled douche clutched in my hand as though it was a weapon. I can't do this. Shaking my head, I started pacing. I spent a lot of time walking in a circle in an attempt to talk myself out of apprehension. It never usually worked, however, and now was no different. Dirty, my stupid mind supplied. If it was an actual person, I'd imagine it smirking, like one of those villains from a cheap movie. Dirty and unclean and full of germs. Do you really want to stick that in your body? It was new, I muttered to myself. In the package. But still dirty. You'll need to stick it in your hole. Squeeze all that water up there. I lowered myself onto the toilet and stared at the douche pitifully. I wanted this. Needed it. Why did it have to be so hard? I can do this. I need to douche to get laid. Staring at it harder, I hoped that my mind would shut up and it would all be okay. I'd just stick it up there. I groaned. I can't do this. A knock made me jump, and my gaze shot to the door. Max, is everything all right? My shoulders slumped forward and I sighed, squeezing the bright blue ball connected to the douche to see some of the water shoot out of the nozzle and onto the floor. We can't have sex. Why not? Can I come in? He didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he opened the door and stepped in, and I took a moment to appreciate him in his tight black underwear, the perfect kind of clothing to cup his cock, like it worshipped the meaty flesh. Fuck, I wasn't getting that cock now. What's wrong? He stepped closer and knelt in front of me, and I resisted the urge to tell him to get up. I wasn't a germaphobe, and I didn't wash my hands a million times before and after doing a task. And I didn't fuss over germs, but I liked clean and organized. After douching was clean, my cheeks and neck flared with heat, and I passed him the douche. I can't do it. His eyebrows knitted together, and he touched my knee, squeezing it reassuringly. I didn't care that I sat there in the raw, my half-hard dick on display for him. Why not? I dropped my head in my hands and groaned. It's stupid. Try me, he said in a way that actually made me feel comfortable enough to look at him. His face was pleasantly gentle and reassuring, and I smiled. Douching is not clean. It's messy. I know it's messy so my ass becomes clean, but it's messy during the process of douching. I took a deep breath. I can't do it. He smiled, and my heart skipped a beat.
Cupping a palm against my cheek, he caressed my skin with his thumb, and my body relaxed under his touch.
I'd always felt like a wind-up toy, but over the past day, he'd changed everything. The annoying boss who made my job hell had somehow calmed me. Are you saying you can't do something, Kalinsky? That's a first, he teased. I glared at him, making him laugh. Let me help you. My eyes widened, and I tried to shuffle away from him, but he tightened his hold on my knee. What? He took the douche out of my hand and squeezed it lightly, some of the water shooting out of the nozzle. I'll help you. I don't think that's a good idea. Flaming wasn't even a word for my skin anymore. I was past the point of combustion, and with no escape from JP, I expected to burst into flames and disintegrate right here and now. We're not playing. You're not my daddy. No, I'm not. But that doesn't mean I can't take care of you for tonight. He rose and grabbed my hand, tugging me up. Turn around and spread your cheeks. My mind struggled against all my urges to do exactly what he ordered. This would only lead to more shame and embarrassment, and I wasn't sure I could live through the humiliation. But my body didn't seem to understand what my head was saying, because I damned well turned and leaned over the toilet. Using one hand, I held myself up while I reached behind to grab one of my ass cheeks, pulling at it so he could see my hole. He hummed to himself and went to the medicine cabinet. When he walked back over, he touched me there, and I jerked forward in surprise. Oh. Stay still. It's not clean, I argued furiously. Don't touch my hole yet. He laughed, and the sound traveled down my spine, right beside a tremor of excitement. His hand rested on my lower back, and his fingernails scraped over my skin, eliciting goosebumps. Shh, I'm here to help. I'll stick the douche in your hole and squeeze the water into it. Then I want you to sit on the toilet, hold it for a little while, and then let it go. Okay? I don't think... Exactly, Max. Don't think. Just do. He didn't give me a chance to retort before I felt the slippery end of the nozzle being pushed into my asshole. Had he looped it? The strange feeling of water gushing inside my passage had me grimacing, but I waited patiently for him to pull it out again before I clenched my hole and spun to sit on the toilet. Pressing my knees together, I glanced up at JP to see if I was doing it right, and I smiled when I got a wink in answer. It feels strange. That's normal, he whispered, kneeling in front of me again. I wanted to tell him to get up off the floor, but my tongue felt heavy in my mouth at the sight of his heated gaze. He looked like he wanted to devour me, a wolf who wanted to eat me whole, or eat my whole. You're doing so good, such a good boy. I shivered at his praise and chewed on my bottom lip. Is this weird, helping me douche? I've never done it before. His smile was almost predatory, and if he hadn't said we'd go back to normal tomorrow, I'd feel owned and happy about it. I couldn't give myself that kind of hope, though. Really? I didn't know if I wanted to chuckle or cry in shame. You can wait outside if you want. He shook his head and leaned down to kiss my knee, surprising me. I'm just fine right here. There was something in the way he continued to look at me, dark and thirsty, that made me think he was enjoying this in a sexual manner. He scratched his nails along my skin, and I bit down on my lip harder. Now be a good boy and release. I dropped my head in my palms and groaned. I can't. Why not? He whispered, his voice deepening. Do it for me, Max. Release that water. We need to get you clean for your first time. Don't you want to be clean? I nodded furiously, but didn't look at him. Of course. Then do it. Clenching my asshole tighter than before, I sighed and released the hold, letting water and other bodily fluids wash out from me. I didn't dare raise my gaze, too scared to do anything of the sort. When he cupped my hot cheek, though, I had no choice. I raised my gaze to meet his lusty one. Good boy. I smiled. We did it another 3 times before the water came out clean. It took a lot longer than I expected, but I was proud of how I forced away the self-inflicted humiliation of what I was doing. The thought of nothing embarrassing happening during sex made it a lot easier. I'd just die if it got messy, and I didn't want that to happen. JP left me in the bathroom so I could gather what pride I had left, telling me he'd meet me in the bedroom. By the time I was done, I decided to stay naked and grabbed a towel, wrapping it around my waist as I headed back to the bathroom. JP was waiting for me on the large bed, an iPad in his hand. When I entered, he glanced up at me and smiled, resting the iPad on the bedstand before he stood up. The experience of helping me douche should have made him repulsed, right? Except, if anything, it almost looked like he'd enjoyed it. The underwear did little to hide the fact he was half hard, his cock making a thick bulge in the thin material. My mouth watered as I remembered what he'd tasted like last night, the saltiness of his spunk making my cock throb. The cum hadn't been as bad as I'd worried it would be. I wrung my hands together and took a deep breath, forcing myself to move toward him until I stood inches away. He smirked, and my heart crashed against my ribs and left me breathless. He was so handsome, his hair a flop of waves on his forehead, and his eyes shining with what seemed like admiration. Are you sure this is what you want? I nodded fast, and then laughed gently. Letting out a deep breath, I tried to calm myself down. Yes. Okay. He placed his palm on my chest, right over my heart, and I held my breath, hoping he wouldn't see how fast it was beating. But when he smiled, I decided I'd failed. Dancing his fingers over my skin, he stopped to pinch my right nipple, and I shivered in response, my cock jerking. You're so receptive. I chewed on my bottom lip and smiled because I didn't know what to say. But he wasn't waiting for an answer. He kept exploring, the tips of his fingers tracing my ribs and belly, nails scraping over my skin in a way that had me more excited than before, which I didn't think was possible. I always thought I'd enjoy foreplay, but I wanted him to fuck me right now. Patience, he whispered, as though he knew exactly what I was thinking. Heat rose on my cheeks and neck. Sorry. Don't be. You're excited. I understand. He hooked his fingers in the towel and yanked at it, making it unravel and fall to the floor, leaving me completely naked for his pleasure. I wasn't as long as he was, but I was thicker, especially when I was as hard as I was now. Need sizzled in his eyes as he reached down to stroke the length of my cock. You're so beautiful, but... He cut himself off with a shake of his head. He'd clearly remembered we weren't playing, unlike in the bathroom, when he'd obviously been caught up in the moment. I pressed my lips together to stop myself from whimpering and begging him to call me that. I wasn't his boy. We'd both agreed that tonight was just about sex. But I wanted to be that so badly. Come here. He grabbed my wrist and tugged me toward the bed, shoving me onto the mattress face first. I grunted when I landed on my stomach, face flushed at the thought of him seeing my ass. I had been distracted in the bathroom, but now I had time to worry. I never had a muscled butt like I'd always wanted. Nothing like his, which was fantastic, and I wondered if he liked what he saw. I didn't get to ask him because he seized my hips and manhandled me until my chest was pressed to the bed and my ass was in the air. Stay still, he ordered, and even though he hadn't called me boy, the name hung in the air, like he'd actually said it. A slap landed on my right ass cheek and I gasped, surging forward. I didn't get far though, because he still had a firm grip on my hips, and he dragged me back. My cock jumped, pre-cum gathering at my slit. Pleasure zipped through me, and it took all my effort not to squirm needily. "Didn't I just tell you to stay still?" His voice was heavy with evil delight. I gathered a pillow under me and buried my face into it to hide my embarrassment. "When I ask you a question, you answer." Another slap came down on my ass, but this time it was on my left cheek. I couldn't hold back the squirming this time, and a moan slipped from my mouth. "Yes, stay still." He leaned over me, his chest pressed against my back, and his clothed cock nudging my bare ass as he whispered into my ear, "I shouldn't fuck you at all. You deserve a night of spanking." I whimpered, "Please fuck me. I want you to fuck me." He laughed, and the sound sent a tremble down my spine. His body was heavy against my back, and I enjoyed the weight of him on top of me. I groaned in disappointment when he moved again, but it quickly disappeared as he spread my ass cheeks apart. Freezing, my breath stuttered, and the world came to a standstill. He was actually doing this, spreading me wide. Right now, he could see my hole. The thought made me equally excited and terrified, and I bit down on my lip, hard. The feel of one of his fingers touching my hole made me gasp, and I gripped the pillow tighter. "Don't touch me there," I muttered. He laughed, and then something wet swiped over my hole. My eyes widened, and I clawed at the mattress, panting in desperation. A shock of electricized pleasure zipped through me, and I felt a bead of pre-cum gush and slide down my dick. "Oh my God." Not quite. His laughter grew louder, and he slapped me on the ass again before he was back at my asshole with his tongue. I didn't have the energy to tell him to not do that, because while I'd douched, it was still my hole, but he was too busy licking and shoving his tongue in there anyway. He ate me out like a man possessed, sucking and licking until I thought all the bones in my body had disappeared. My blood was on fire, my skin prickling with goosebumps as I tried to both get away from him and push back against his tongue. I wanted it, but it was too much, and I felt like I was about to explode. Nothing could have prepared me for a rim job, but here we were, and I thought I was going to spontaneously combust. My fingers itched to grab onto something. I moaned into the pillow, stuffing my face as deeply into it as I could. Between the random slaps to my ass and his tongue, I'd died and gone to heaven. But then he stepped up his game and reached between my legs to wrap his fingers around my cock. Fucking hell! I jerked forward, but he pulled me right back, jacking me off slowly in time with him fucking my ass with his tongue. God, please. Oh my fuck. I didn't know you could swear so much, he teased, with another hard slap to my sensitive ass cheeks. Please fuck me. I can't handle it. He chuckled. I'm not done with you yet. In one swift movement, he grabbed my hips and flipped me over to my back. I landed on the mattress with a bounce and let out a huff of surprise. He didn't wait for me to get used to what was happening, though, before he had my cock in his mouth, sucking the tip of it between his lips. I jolted, my fingers curling into the sheets beneath as desire rocketed through me. This was my first blowjob.
The first time a man had his mouth on my cock, and I didn't know what would explode first, my brain or my erection. He circled his hand around the base, wrapped his lips around me, and sucked me entirely inside his warm, wet mouth. My head slammed back, and stars danced behind my eyelids as I arched off the bed, only to have JP press me back down on it. I moaned outrageously loud, but wasn't in the right frame of mind to be embarrassed. All that mattered in that moment was his mouth on my cock. He dropped his hand to my balls, massaging them in his palm before he moved his tongue there too. I was going to die. My chest squeezed and my stomach cramped. I'd never felt such pleasure in my life. If this was my time to go, I'd be a fucking happy man. I whimpered and groaned, my legs trembling and my toes curling. My orgasm was so close, I worried I'd lose control then and there. The only thing keeping me from letting go was the thought that he'd fuck me soon, and I wanted his cock inside me. The world crashed around me when he pulled away completely, leaving my cock wet and hard against my stomach. "What are you doing?" He laughed when he slid off the bed and opened the bedside drawer. "Getting lube and condoms. Do you want to lose your virginity or not?" I nodded before I'd even comprehended what he was saying. "Fuck, yes." He shook his head in amusement when he got back onto the mattress between my legs and threw the strip of condoms and lube on the bed. He clicked open the lid of the bottle. Exhilaration danced inside me, and I wriggled in anticipation. This was it. I was going to have sex. An embarrassing noise escaped me, and my cheeks got hot again. With a chuckle, he slapped me on the thigh gently, and then squeezed lube onto his fingers. I watched, enthralled and unable to look away. His fingers were slim and now shiny with lube, and I couldn't wait to have them in my hole. Which was ridiculous, right? "Tell me if this gets uncomfortable," he murmured, leaning down to kiss my knee. Lining up a finger to my hole, he slowly pressed into me. The feeling was odd, a strange tingling but not painful, and I nodded at him to add another one. The second finger brought a little pain, but nothing that felt worse than a paper cut, and not nearly as bad as stubbing my pinky toe. "Are you okay?" he asked as he stretched my hole. I shivered and nodded. "Please." He petted from the middle of my chest to my lower belly. "I'm going to put a third in." I smiled a tad too eagerly, and his face crinkled in amusement when he returned to his own. "I'm ready." "One more time. Is this what you want?" he asked. "Yes. Please." He laughed again. "You have such good manners when you want my dick in you." I sent him a mock glare, but that only made him throw his head back and laugh harder. When he added a third finger, there was more pain than before. But I wanted him so badly I didn't care. I shifted around impatiently, and he must have gotten the message loud and clear because he pulled his fingers out and finally yanked off his underwear, his cock bouncing out and curving up toward his stomach. My mouth watered as I thought about having that meaty flesh between my lips last night. But that's not where I wanted it tonight. No, I needed it inside me. Now. He smirked at me as he grabbed a condom and slipped it on. Popping the lube again, he squeezed a generous amount on his cock. I sat up on my elbows and watched, unable to tear my gaze away from how he curled his hand around himself and spread the liquid all over. Oh. I licked my lips, hunger for him encompassing me and making me needier than before. When he rubbed the final dab of lube on my asshole, I nearly exploded right then and there. He grabbed my legs, lifted them to his shoulders, and got into position. All I could do was hold my breath and wait until I felt the nudge of his cock against my hole. I trembled with anticipation, and the first stretch wasn't anything fantastic, like I'd imagined in my head. There wasn't any pain until he was a quarter of the way in, and I sucked in a deep breath as a sharp, quick shot of agony pinged through me. I fisted the sheets at my side and screwed my eyes shut. Shh, push out, just breathe. He caressed my cheek and jaw, his voice deep and soothing as he kept driving his dick into me until his body was flush with mine. I gasped out a breath, and he slammed his mouth against mine. We kissed desperately, and while I gathered he was trying to distract me from the twinge of pain in my asshole, I didn't care because I had enjoyed his lips against mine. Everything about JP was addicting, and I couldn't get enough. I wanted him so badly it hurt. And now he was inside of me. Inside of me. Desire crashed right through me, and I whimpered as I cupped the back of his head, yanking him as close as I could. He fucked my mouth with his tongue, and my anxiety-addled brain didn't even care that he'd had it in my ass. I acknowledged the invasive thought and kept right on going because I wanted him too much to be concerned. When he pulled back, he smiled, and my chest squeezed at the sight. He kissed my thigh, then my knee, before he settled against me. With his hands on my legs, he kept me still as he slowly dragged himself out, before shoving inside again. I hissed, the unusual feeling of something thick and long in my hole a new experience. My cock throbbed, the head flushing and pre-cum gathering at the slit, and it took all my resistance not to reach down and jerk myself to completion. I needed to come with JP. I shuddered in excitement. Keep going. His brows rose and he grinned. He shifted slightly and then started a brutal pace. There was no leading up to it, but that's what I asked for, and I fucking loved it. His cock speared me open, dominated me like everything else he did, and I was at his mercy. His balls slapped my ass, and I reveled in the feel and sounds of what we were doing. I was having sex with Jean-Paul. Gripping the bedsheets tighter, I let him conquer me, own me, even if it was just for tonight. I'd let him have me forever if it was my choice, but he'd made his decision clear, so I'd have to enjoy now. I was so close it hurt, my cock swinging and slapping my belly with every one of his thrusts. My balls were drawn so tight to my body I thought they'd explode, and no matter how long I wanted to last, it wasn't going to be possible. Desperation clawed at me, and I couldn't deny how badly I needed to come. I reached down to wrap my hand around my cock, tugging it furiously in time with JP. He was so handsome like this. Sweat clinging to his forehead and chest, glimmering under the lamplight. His focus was on me, his fingernails digging into my thighs. He grunted with every stroke in, and it was the most amazing sound I'd ever heard. I'd done that. He was making those noises because of me. The fact I'd made someone feel good was better than anything I'd ever felt before. My orgasm shot through me, and I trembled through my release, cum shooting from my slit and splattering across my stomach. I groaned and whimpered, a rush of colors swirling behind my closed eyelids until I had nothing left to give. Fuck. JP grunted again, stilled, and I knew it was all over. To my surprise, I wished he was bare, that I could feel his hot release inside me. It was an odd desire, wanting his cum. That made me slightly uncomfortable the longer I thought about it, but still, it lingered. In the months I'd worked with him, I'd grown to know him, though. He wouldn't have gone condomless unless we were both tested. JP pulled himself out, slid off the rubber, and threw it into the trash can next to the bed. Before he left the room to get a wet cloth, I assumed. When he came back, he tentatively cleaned me up. I watched him, unable to look away or tell him I'd need a shower to be satisfied. He really did like caring for people. That's what I wanted in a man. "How was it?" he asked when he was done cleaning me. I cleared my throat, the familiar heat back in my cheeks as I sat up. Smiling, I nodded awkwardly. "Fine. Great. Thanks." Wait. I was already on my feet and striding out of the room before he could say anything else. Shame made me wince as I closed the door to the guest room. I was too embarrassed to stay with JP because I knew myself too well. I'd beg him to have a relationship with me, to rethink his position, and I couldn't do that. This job was important to me, to my family. For all the good the little bit of success I'd had did with them, I couldn't imagine the hell if I lost it. He'd said I could stay at his house, but I wasn't sure if that was a good idea either. Maybe it was time I looked for an apartment. I hated the thought of needing a roommate, the thought of how filthy other people could be. And in my fantasy world, JP would walk through that door and tell me he wanted me. We'd have sex again and again until I was sore but still wanted more. Then I'd top him. That didn't happen. He didn't come into my room to confess his secret need for me. The door stayed very closed. I fell on the bed face first and thumped it with my fist. I'd offloaded my virginity. I should have felt good about it. But instead, I hated myself for not having more confidence to tell JP I thought we could make this work. Instead, I lay here like the loser I was. Mom always said I didn't have the drive to go for what I wanted, and she was right. And besides, he didn't trust me. A lump formed in my throat, and I punched the bed over and over again until my fist was sore. Fuck him and his stupid morals. Mr. Elwood didn't care about sleeping with an employee. Why did JP? I knew why, of course. He wasn't as fucked up as Mr. Elwood. Finding a place wouldn't be easy. It would take time, and until I found something, I was stuck here. I'd need to be strong, push past these stupid teenage crush feelings. That's all they were. Childish infatuation with the first guy to truly pay attention to me. Come Friday, I'd have another man interested in being my daddy. With that thought, I decided to start looking for apartments tomorrow. We'd go back to work and act like he hadn't taken my virginity. And I'd pretend these emotions didn't exist. And I'd move on from him. Simple. Chapter 9. JP. Oranges that I'd sliced in two were piled on a navy blue plate beside me on the counter, and water droplets on the rinds glistened in the bright light shining over the sink. I ground the orange in half in my hand onto the top of an antique glass reamer that fit in a green glass carafe I'd bought specifically to go with everything else in the Victorian. Because that's the type of person I was. Detail-oriented. Deep inside, I empathized with that finicky urge that had driven Max to get up in the middle of the night, come downstairs when I didn't know, since I felt like I'd lain awake for most of it, and rearrange everything in my pantry. Not only were all the boxes sorted by size, color, and contents, they were in alphabetical order where possible. It had taken me a few minutes to work his organizational parameters out, while I stood there first thing with a box of pancake mix in my hand, staring stupid and coffeeless, trying to decide what the order could possibly be. His choices were a bizarre puzzle, and I was satisfied when I unraveled the riddle and knew I wouldn't need to ask him how I would have to place things to keep this tic of his from acting up. Or at least, I wouldn't need to ask him where I should put new things. Though a little discussion about his wanton reorganization of my entire house was in our future. I didn't hate it, but I wanted to be prepared. He could at least let me know what was bothering him. Outside, the morning was dark and cold, and small puffs of snow from the roof swirled in front of the window behind the sink, which made the house seem even more comfortable by comparison, and soured me on the idea of getting into my Rover to drive to New Gothenburg. The bright tang of citrus bit my nose as I worked. Wonderful on the chilly winter morning, but I couldn't appreciate it. While I'd spent most of the night lying awake, I'd mentally turned over the idiocy that had taken over me. Unfortunately, there was even less rhyme and reason to my stupidity than there was to Max's arrangement of the pantry. I'd enjoyed Max far too much, and hadn't really wanted him to go back to his own room when I pulled my cock from his tight body. Though at least he'd had the common sense to go. What had I been thinking? Part of me had hoped he'd beg to stay. There was no way this could end well. I couldn't have him in my bed again. What a clusterfuck. I gave the orange half one last squeeze and tossed it into the garbage can beside me with a grunt, before I picked up another one and ground it on top of the reamer. The pulp gathered and plugged the holes as the juice splashed down into the glass carafe below. Anger thudded through me, coiling slowly, the same rage I'd had last night when Max was on the phone with Vic. From the beginning, I'd known better than to let myself become entangled with Max. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I'd been steadily working my way into the position of Max's, not his daddy exactly, but definitely his sir. My slow slide into a dom position with him had started the first week he'd received his illustrious self-promotion to our office. And now I wanted to be his daddy, and I couldn't. There was no way it would work out. I tossed the orange half after the last of the pulp was destroyed on the reamer, and grabbed another one. As I slammed the fresh fruit onto the juicer, an acidic drop splashed my eye, and I hissed at the pain, but didn't do anything except stand there while my eye teared, then continued on. The pain seemed a justifiable punishment for my stupidity. Bacon and pancakes warmed in the oven because I'd been up since 5 a.m., unable to stay in bed any longer. After the orange juice was squeezed, and I berated myself as an idiot for doing that too, even though the vitamin C would do Max good with all the crap going around the offices at City Hall. I went upstairs and tapped on Max's door until I got a vague, "I'm awake," in response. I thought about going in there and making sure he really was blinking those deep brown eyes of his open, but that would require me to be close to his sleep-rumpled warmth, and I'd just want to get right under the blankets beside him. Which I shouldn't. It wasn't that I couldn't have sex with him again. He'd probably welcome me if I went in there, roll onto his back or belly and let me slide into his sweet ass while he made those delicious sounds I'd fucked out of him last night. But what would that get either of us? I was able to control myself. That wasn't an issue. To be a daddy, I had to have control of my own body. But the fact I didn't want to hold back had me on edge. I headed downstairs, my open robe flapping against my legs, and trailed my hand along the smooth banister, still lost in thought. Max's shyness last night had got me. He'd been so adorably embarrassed over the entire process of getting ready for sex. With someone else, I might have chanced it and just taken him to bed. But I knew Max already. He'd want everything as clean as possible. There was no way I'd wanted to turn his first experience into a bad one, when a little patience would make everything better. Sighing, I stopped in the hallway at the foot of the stairs and leaned against the wall to wait a few minutes, just to make sure Max didn't fall asleep again. I nodded my head back and bumped my skull. Never in 1,000 lifetimes would I have thought I would enjoy helping Max with an enema, or that the process of prepping him would be so intimate or oddly enjoyable. Sexual. I liked his ass and his hole, so why wouldn't I like helping him get it ready for me to fuck? Slowly, I shook my head at myself and smiled. It had been a while since I discovered something new that turned me on. But last night had been special. Glaring at the stairs, I crossed my arms. I heard Max's door open and went back toward the kitchen to pretend I hadn't been waiting around like his daddy to make sure he was doing what he should. Because God fucking knew I wasn't his daddy. As I entered the kitchen, an awkwardness swamped me while I glanced around at the nicely set table and all the work I'd done. People didn't do these things for a random fuck. Someone they would never sleep with again, and I shouldn't have either. But I did. My shoulders stiff, I went to the oven and pulled out the food I'd kept in there warming, and then dished it out onto the plates. I poured the orange juice into a tall glass for Max, and briefly thought about tipping it down the drain instead. But that would have been a silly waste. I'd already taken the time to squeeze it. Max shuffled his way into the kitchen and froze, his gaze sweeping across the table as I grasped the back of my chair tightly in my hand. My knuckles hurt. I held the wood so hard. Max stopped near my elbow, and his eyes were wide. You didn't have to do this. I'm not that big of a breakfast person. Uncomfortable and feeling too hot, I tugged at the collar of my t-shirt and snagged my mug of coffee from the table. With a flourish, I pointed to his seat across from mine. Sit. Eat. I'm going to shower. I stomped away and downed my coffee before I was even up the stairs, determined not to do this to myself again. He wasn't even grateful. But there had been a small smile on his lips as I turned away from him. Fuck me. My morning routine didn't seem as important with Max in the house. I rushed through my shower, careful not to disturb his arrangement of bottles, and wouldn't let myself smile over his quirks. He might have had an issue that had a potential to cause problems, but it wasn't difficult to take care not to upset him over something ridiculous, like not being mindful of where I'd pulled the shampoo from. After I dressed in a black suit that fit my mood, black shirt and tie included, I stopped at the playroom. I should have ignored the urge to look in, but Max had been in there last night. I wanted to see the place where I'd lost my mind. Try to judge if it was me or something about having been in the playroom that had made me think fucking him was a good idea. His personal touch was clear in there too. The rearranged toys capturing my attention. The coffee in my stomach curdled. I'd fucking known better than to cave over some pretty brown eyes. But I'd been so stupid. And I'd done it. I'd had sex with him. I'd enjoyed him. Could I really be upset about getting off with him, even if I couldn't have what I wanted? Like hell I'd have given Max's first time to Vic. I was so glad that wasn't an option anymore. The second I realized he was a virgin, I'd wanted to be his first. Wanted to make sure he had someone who took their time with him and made him as comfortable as possible. He hadn't had an easy life, his family money notwithstanding, and it didn't seem like anyone had given him the care he should have had as a matter of course. The door squeaked as I dragged it closed, my stomach sinking. It had been a while since I had anyone in my playroom. He'd fit in there, surrounded by the equipment and toys, the one piece I'd been missing without realizing it. I twisted the doorknob back and forth, already missing something that hadn't even started. And I'd known better than to get attached the whole fucking time. At least he was staying here. I could keep an eye on him and help him navigate his life, get him on track, maybe even help him out of Vane's office in a way that would benefit him, while still satisfying Vane that he'd left. Now I was going to try to play double agent? No, I wouldn't do that. But I stood there outside the door for too long, thinking about ways I might be able to make everyone happy in this obnoxious situation. Everyone who wasn't me, at any rate. I didn't want Vane to be disappointed either. Max came up the stairs and stilled when our gazes met. His face flushed slightly, and he ducked his head as he scooted into the bathroom. I continued downstairs and was satisfied he'd eaten something and drank the juice. I threw my own breakfast away because I couldn't stand the thought of food, and then cleaned up the kitchen. Once he was ready to leave for the day, I met him in the hallway, and I had no idea what to say to him as I gathered my things and prepared to get into the SUV, so I didn't say a word. He gave me a faltering smile and followed me out, closing the door behind him. The radio was too loud on the drive into New Gothenburg on dark, snow-drifted roads. Pop music set my teeth on edge, but I didn't turn it off. The ice that slicked the road black made me concentrate, which was nice because the fight with the steering wheel blanked out my overactive mind. Max fidgeted roughly every 30 seconds. His knee bounced. He brushed his fingers through his hair, wiped the back of his hand over his mouth, tugged at his coat buttons. His hands were never still long. Something was off with him, and I resolved to ignore it. But then he frowned and stared at his hands clasped in his lap, as if he'd done something wrong, and my willpower blew away like a puff of smoke up a chimney. I let it go until we were downtown, but then my control snapped. "Did you hear back from the second professor? Get an email?" While I fought the traffic through downtown until I made it into the small parking lot at City Hall, I let out a breath of relief and eased into a spot near the front door. The only other car in the lot was his, or so I assumed, since it was completely covered in snow. "Not yet, no." "Then why are you so nervous?" I didn't ask. Was he always nervous before work? My hands curled harder on the steering wheel. "Keep me posted," I murmured. He nodded. "You did a good job at tackling that school situation. I'm proud of how you handled it." I wanted to remind him he needed to tell me in words that he understood me when I gave him an order. But I wasn't his daddy, and I wasn't his sir. I was only his supervisor. I kept my mouth shut and hated it. Max gave me a small smile, and I groaned internally because I'd seen that look in my bed last night, slightly odd and lit by a surprised happiness. When I turned off the engine, Max gave me a questioning look as he opened his door, and I waved a hand at him. He rushed ahead and slammed the door shut. I didn't particularly care if anyone saw us arriving together, but it was likely for the best that it didn't become immediately known where he was staying. Best for me, because Vane wouldn't understand. He'd be fucking overjoyed to hear that Max had nowhere to go. He would beg me to turn Max out, or at least ask why I'd taken him in. Guilt bit at me as I made my way inside. We were on time for me, but very early for Max. I still took the stairs and let him go in the elevator, as if we hadn't come at the same time. It gnawed at me that I wished I could have had that quiet time before work in the elevator with Max. Every step upward on the stairs let me know my muscles had been exercised last night. They didn't hurt, just felt used. I'd plowed him. Maybe fucked him harder than I should have for his first time. I hadn't asked him how he was feeling this morning. I sucked in a deep breath and shoved the thought away. On the 5th floor, I stepped out into the corridor between the elevator and Vane's office and stared at the glow coming from the glass door that spilled into the dim hallway. Max was already inside. I could do nothing different at the office, no matter how I felt about him. I'd have to keep up to the script. When I stepped through the door, Max stood at the nook to my right making coffee in the small pot we kept there, along with sugar and other extras. He gave me a needy smile like he wanted me to tell him he'd done a good thing. And I wanted to compliment him because it made him happy. I'd seen it. "You know what you're supposed to be doing today," I said crisply, and took off my coat to hang it on the wall pegs. Glaring, I stripped off my gloves while he stared at me with huge puppy eyes, and then I tucked them into the pockets of my coat before I went behind the desk to my spot. "Get to your schoolwork. You don't need more directions." He cast me a small, hurt glance over his shoulder, and I ignored the pang that went through me. Even if I had lost my mind and I'd made him my boy, which I hadn't, I should continue on with his punishment here. He'd gone out of his way to earn one. It didn't matter that I wasn't as excited as I'd been at first to dish it out. The problem was, with a punishment for a boy who needed to learn a lesson, there was always an end in sight, even if I was the only one who knew when that would be. Right now, the only planned end to the drudge work torture was Max quitting. Anxiety flashed across Max's face as he came over to the desk and opened the laptop he rarely used here. Apparently, schoolwork was scarier than stapling. I wanted to soothe him, go over and rest a hand on his shoulder, give him a few stern words he could think about to carry him through until later, and how I'd take him home and spank him, and maybe it would be better if he simply hated me, like he should have all along. "When you're finished, I have stapling," I said, sounding cold even to myself. He nodded, but didn't look back at me. I sat down and opened my emails to go through them. But now that I knew more about Max, I saw his struggle. He would type for 2 minutes, then spend time hitting the delete button. I wasn't sure what paper he was composing, but the pattern persisted. Hell, it was amazing he'd ever completed any classes at this rate. The type delete horror show made for slow, excruciating work. Eventually, he let out an enraged snarl and closed the laptop. I didn't ask about it when he picked up the stapler and went back to his usual job, because he seemed too upset. I ignored him as best I could, all the while thinking of a million other tasks I could concoct that would be easier on him. But I didn't tell him to stop. I felt like an asshole, and that only made me simmer with anger as I sat there shooting back responses to emails and making notes for Vane. Around 10 o'clock, Vane came in. He looked like hell warmed over with dark circles under his eyes and had a ball of tissues in his hand. "Are you all right?" I asked, standing.
Do you need to go lie down on one of the couches in your office? He gave me a wan smile and stopped beside my desk. Even looking like shit, Vane was tall, dark, and handsome, with an exquisitely cut, bespoke suit. In a strange way, his being sick was a positive rather than a negative, because it at least proved he was human. Thanks, JP, but no. I am going to work, and no, I'm not all right. He chuckled happily enough anyway. I took Jack sledding last night at a park outside of town that has a nice hill, and woke up this way. I bet you didn't dress warm enough. Serves you right. I crossed my arms. Jack said the same thing. He shrugged and then let out a rib-cracking sneeze into his pile of tissues. He gave me another forced smile and shuffled toward his office. I'll bring you some tea. I only just stifled an eye roll. Thank you.
Shaking my head, warmth replaced some of my foul mood as I went to get him a few things and even considered running out to the pharmacy for him.
Sometimes Vane was like an overgrown child, and really did need someone to watch out for him. I took him the tea, and then I could feel Max's gaze on me as I pulled on my coat to go out. I looked at him, and he glanced away. A frown stuck on his face as he went back to his stapling. Shrugging his odd reaction off, I went about my business of making sure the deputy mayor's office was as functional as possible. While I was out, I stopped and bought a brand new stapler for Max. A nice one that wouldn't be so hard to squeeze, so the staples would be less likely to go in crooked. After I got back to the office, unwrapped myself from my winter layers, and had taken Vane some medication, I stepped lightly into Max's work area on the floor. His perky, squeezable ass was in the air as he reached across his piles to pull one closer to stack them together, and the view knocked the air out of me. I thought he looked good before, but now that I knew how amazing he was to fuck, and how pink and edible his hole was, it took almost no time for a tingle to settle on my cockhead and my shaft to firm. I tossed the stapler down, and he groaned as it knocked his piles askew. But he let out a laugh and snapped it up, clutching it to his chest like it was made of gold. Thank you. He stared up at me as if I'd actually done something godlike instead of only being barely this side of human. His mouth dropped open as I gave my semi a squeeze. Don't. You've earned that. He smiled up at me and licked his lips. I found myself smirking back as heat simmered between us. He dropped his gaze down my body, and a sharp stab of need stirred in my groin. I sucked in a breath. Vane's office door opened and he stepped out. Ever perceptive, it took him all of about 3 seconds to raise an eyebrow at me. I put my hand in my pocket and ignored him as I walked to my desk, where I gathered a couple of stacks of papers he had to deal with personally. I handed them off. He tilted his head at me, gaze darting down my body, and back up as he bit his lips to fight off a laugh. Medicine seems to be kicking in already, I noted blandly. He nodded. Yes, thanks for that. You're the best. I know. I shook my head at him, and he lost his battle and snickered. Max let out a small noise, and I turned to him as Vane disappeared back into his office, but he was hunched over his papers again.
The rest of the morning was the usual boring drudge of catch-up work that happened when we had an unexpected day off, until about 11:30 when a girl breezed her way through the doors.
She had familiar deep brown eyes, blonde corkscrew curls, and was dressed nicely. The gold Gucci logo on her red bag flashed my direction, though I didn't think it was purposeful. Immediately I knew she needed all of my attention, or she'd be a pain in the ass. She was dressed too well to be ignored. I beamed at her. "How can I help you, miss?" "I'm here to see my... Oh!" Her attention snapped to Max, who sat up on his knees like a gopher popping out of a hole. "My brother." She pointed and giggled. "What are you doing on the floor, Maxwell?" She shook her head and came off as nice enough, but I didn't like the way she appeared to be judging him for doing his job. All at once, things clicked together in my mind. This was his sister, someone who should have been keeping him safe and helping him. She was one of the people who had driven him to live with a virtual stranger who, well, should by all rights hate him and not be the one protecting him. "Hello, Bree." Max smiled, but his reply was small and anxious, and all at once, I didn't want her anywhere near him. He'd been much happier alone with me last night. "If this is social, come back at noon," I snapped. She stepped away as if I'd struck her. "But..." "Maxwell is employed, miss. Bree Kalinsky," she said, voice cold. "Miss Kalinsky. His job is essential to the function of this office, and I won't let him go a second before I have to." Max sent me a look that somehow managed to be infuriated and grateful all at once. I ignored him and her. She took a seat on the couch across the room, and we all had a stifling awkward half-hour wait for the clock to strike 12. The moment time ticked over, Max's sister hopped off the couch and dragged him toward the door by the arm, not even allowing him to stop for his things. I went to the pegs on the wall, grabbed his coat for him, and then chased him across the hall to where they waited for the elevator and thrust it his way, without acknowledging his stuttered "thank you." Shaking my head at myself, I was back in the office just in time for Vane to zombie walk toward me, with Jackson at his side and my own coat in his hand. "Let's go. I feel like shit, so I'm buying Mexican," he said. And how could I ignore that? We walked over to El Sabroso Sur and went inside, immediately uplifted by the warm air perfumed by spices and cooking meat. The walls were covered in bright Mexican tile murals that could make even a New Gothenburg winter seem cheerier. The steel-top booths were taken up by a variety of people, most of them City Hall employees. From Ross Midbury, the mayor, in the corner talking to a barely legal boy I was pretty sure he shouldn't be seen with in public, to a gaggle of interns. I waved at Midbury as we chose a booth and sat. Vane and Jackson slid in together and huddled close on their side. Jackson glanced up at Vane with an adoring smile, and Vane ruffled his fingers through Jackson's curls. "How goes Project Scare Off the Weasel?" Vane asked, sniffling in an unappealing manner that had Jackson sliding a little away from him. Love must only go so far when it came to mucus. He unrolled his silverware and handed Vane the napkin. "Were you actually being nice to Kalinsky earlier? Please tell me you haven't gone soft, JP." He chuckled. I froze and then smiled. Soft? No. Soft Daddy Dom? Maybe. I didn't consider saying that out loud with all the ears around us. Of course not. He's learning his lesson. Jackson shrugged out of his coat, while Vane blew his nose, earning a glare from the nearest diners, but I left my coat on to fight off a chill that settled into my chest.
Jackson smiled at me and rested his elbows on the table. "You're a better man than I am." "I'm not sure how you can stand to spend so much time with him. He's Olympic-level annoying. I'd have murdered him and stuffed him in a closet somewhere by now." Irritation bubbled in my stomach as I forced a smile. "It's fine. How is Mark as a supervisor? Midbury's office treating you well?" Jackson winced. "Mark's great, but kind of extreme." I chuffed out a laugh. "Too nice, too positive, and too focused on the job?" Jackson bobbed his head. "And wound too tight. He's going to worry himself to death." I slid a glance toward the corner where Midbury lounged, leaning too close to the platinum-haired boy who was dressed for a tropical getaway. Not New Gothenburg winter. There were strategic holes in his jeans that showed off a lot of skin. I covered my mouth as Mark marched over there and sat down with Midbury, leaning close. No doubt to yell at him for the man he was dining with. To anyone with a brain, he'd clearly been paid for. Vane noticed what I was looking at and groaned. Jackson snickered. "Is it any wonder?" I murmured. Ross Midbury could send anyone to an early grave. "But seriously, do you need me to crank up the heat on Kalinsky?" Vane sat forward and rubbed his hands together, an evil gleam lighting his eyes. "I've had a few ideas, but you always tell me you have it handled." "Because I do, sir." Actual anger, something I'd never felt for Vane, sparked to life in me, and I took a deep breath. Vane's eyebrows shot up and he leaned back, grasping the edge of the table. "I trust your judgment." We shared a long look. How far would that trust extend? Should I talk to Vane about Max? The moment passed, though, and Vane jumped as Jackson did something under the table on their side that looked like it could have been mildly indecent, and had them both snickering with each other. For all the world, the picture of happy couple bliss. I rested my chin on my hand and watched them whispering together, an odd pang battering at my chest. The waitress, a friendly girl who knew us well, caught my eye from across the room, and I nodded to let her know we'd have our usual. She smiled and took off to put our order in. Vane whispered something low to Jackson, and he turned to smile up at Vane. My gut cramped at the way Vane's eyes glowed, even though he was sick and having a bad day. No, he wouldn't want to hear anything positive I had to say about Max. Not after Max had tried to corner Jackson, and the bullshit with the newspaper that could have ended Vane's career if things had gone even slightly different. Vane could have lost Jackson, and that would have been terrible because they were obviously so good together. I rubbed at my cheek and didn't feel very good myself. Maybe I'd caught Vane's bug. That's all I needed. No, I'd have to make myself all right with handing Max over to Vic and wash my hands of the entire mess. Vane turned and grinned at me. "You could always send Kalinsky out to shovel snow if you're sick of having him around the office. I'll tell him myself." Huh. I grumbled as steaming hot plates full of food were set on the table in front of us. Sometimes it was good to work at the deputy mayor's office. After lunch, I arrived back at the office with Vane to find Max already at his laptop hard at work again, and I left him to it. Vane mouthed, "Snow shovel," at me, and I shook my head while he laughed his way back into his office. For the rest of the day, Max worked without looking up or speaking a word to me, and I decided he had a definite cloud hanging over him. Around 4,
about an hour before quitting time. It got to me so bad to see him pouting at his screen that I thought about asking him what was wrong, but I made myself ignore him. I shouldn't coddle him when he was down because I wasn't his daddy, and it would send the wrong message. We drove back to my house separately that evening because the roads weren't too bad, and that was good too. I didn't want to be trapped in the soothing, warm heat and quiet of my Land Rover with him. I didn't want 1,000 opportunities to inquire about his meeting with his sister, or grill him about his obvious upset. When we got back to the Victorian, I dumped my bag on the table near the door in the hallway and hung up my coat. I went upstairs to change, leaving Max pacing the hall downstairs. I came back in jeans and a white sweater to find him traveling around the kitchen, touching the counters and tabletop in a loop like that was soothing him somehow. "Peel potatoes," I said, because I couldn't stand to see him wandering aimlessly. I planned our dinner in my head fast and set him at the sink to do the job with everything he'd need. He watched me like he'd never cooked a day in his life as I peeled one potato as an example. He was bad at the job, obviously didn't know what the hell he was doing, but he made a good effort and didn't complain. He was a good boy, and I wanted to praise him for his attempt, even though I shouldn't. Try as I might, I couldn't ignore him. I came up behind him and rested my hands on his hips. He sucked in his breath as I squeezed him lightly. "You're doing well. Try to get all of the skin off. Pay attention." Max shivered, and I ate up the visible reaction to such simple praise. Heat rushed into my cock, and it went chubby. I loved the anticipation that simmered in my gut, even though I had no intention of doing anything with Max. It would be nothing to lean forward and grind myself against him, but I didn't. Only a few heartbeats later, though, he was back to looking worried, and though I'd ignored it all day, I couldn't anymore. I took the potato peeler from his fingers and tossed it into the sink with a clatter. "What did I do wrong?" he whispered. The fear in his words hurt to hear, so I snagged his hand and directed him toward the table. He bit at his thumbnail as I dragged a chair out and sat down. I drew him in to sit sideways on my lap, to the tune of a small gasp from him. He settled and leaned his shoulder against me, and his face pinked up as I clasped both my hands on his side, keeping him close. I loved the warmth of his body pressing me into the chair. He didn't weigh a lot and was smaller than me, fitting just right in my arms. "Tell me about it." He guarded his stomach with his hands and curled forward as much as he could in my embrace, staring at the floor. "Max, tell me what's wrong," I whispered. "You were doing such a good job over there, and you did a fantastic job at the office today." He rested his head against my chest, and a tremble went through him. "The professor, the one who hadn't answered me yet this morning?" he whispered. "Yes." He let out something that sounded suspiciously like a sob. "She's not letting me have time to catch up and fix things. I'm going to have to retake the class. I was already behind. That's why I had to do this semester online." He turned and pushed his forehead against my shoulder. "I have to have this class to graduate. I'll have to tell my parents." Humming while I thought, I tightened my grip on him and rubbed a hand up and down along his side, enjoying his slight curves, until he unclenched a little. "You did a good job of trying to fix that mistake," I whispered into his ear, because I believed he had, and also because he needed to hear it. He trembled and turned his face,
resting his cool forehead against my neck. The move reminded me of how shy he'd been last night when I shoved that enema into his asshole. There was no reason he should have given me that amount of unquestioning trust, but he had. And I'd been the worst kind of person if, after everything, I wasn't at least as kind with him as I could be when he was obviously vulnerable. Fucking hell. I kissed his hair and cuddled him closer, offering my support. Fury clawed inside my chest, and I had to force myself not to squeeze him too hard. I wanted to intercede on his behalf. Call the school, help him, guide him, fix this for him. I ran my hand along his back, and another slight quiver ran through his body. Is that the entire problem? He shook his head. All I do is try my best, but still mess up. Bree told me my parents are treating me being gone like a joke. Not that that's new. They're laughing about how long I'll be able to stay away this time. She's mad, and I love her, but she never sticks up for you. I growled out. Am I right? Yes. He shrugged. It's not her fault. They'd turn on her next. I think she feels it's my responsibility to fix this without her. We're Kalinskis. We handle our own problems. That's not okay. It's how they are, my parents and brothers. You deserve more than that, I said firmly. He turned those deep brown eyes of his toward me, and the trembling in his limbs became more pronounced. He held himself tighter, like he was trying to keep from shaking apart. Do you mean that? He breathed out and shifted on my lap. I glanced down. My stomach swooped as I noticed the needy hard-on shoving at the front of his suit pants. We'd been here before. I was an idiot. I never should have sat down with him. The air seemed to simmer around us as I forced myself to look into his eyes. My cock pulsed, and I made myself sit through the surge of heat that flooded it, instead of rubbing against him, though he could probably feel my bulge pressed against his ass. I had no control over the raw reaction he caused. Knowing I was being irresponsible, knowing I shouldn't, I tipped his chin up and softly kissed him. When we broke apart, my body buzzed with excitement. Yes, you do deserve to be cared for, Max, I murmured. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. Clearing my throat, I moved him as gently as I could, though it still felt like I was shoving him off my lap in a rude way that ruined the moment. Ignoring my demanding cock, I went back to making dinner. Throughout our meal he watched me, the hurt clear in his eyes, but I pretended not to notice, telling myself over and over that I was handing him off to Vic tomorrow. Reminding myself of the facts didn't help. I still felt like an asshole when I left him alone to work on his remaining online course after we ate. He seemed to like having company, and, truth be told, I was hungry for intimacy. If only things between us had started differently, I wouldn't have had a single qualm about moving forward with him. He ticked all of my boxes. Rather than try to hang around in a room downstairs just so I could keep tabs on Max, I went to bed early because my eyes had begun to itch, and my nose was clogged. Vane had the luxury of fucking off while he felt bad, but I didn't. So I'd try to sleep away the beginnings of the office crud. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, tissues on the pillow beside me, and tried to convince myself that everything would be fine after tomorrow, when I dropped Max at the front doors of XXX. Maybe once he was off the table, I could go back to things the way they were. Chapter 10. Max. I woke up to another prepared breakfast, and like yesterday morning, JP didn't have anything to say to me. He left immediately to shower while I ate, giving me time to contend with incessant thoughts that had me imagining going up to the bathroom and getting on my knees in front of him, taking his cock into my mouth, and bringing him off. I was quick to shove away the fantasy. There was no way in hell he'd allow that. And he had made his position clear. Even if he had kissed me last night in a way that had me melting faster than ice cream in the summer sun, we'd had sex once, and that was it. I groaned and let my head fall on the table hard enough that it actually hurt. Between the conversation with Bree yesterday and this thing with JP, I was a confused mess of emotions. I wanted so badly to stay here with him, no matter how difficult it was to not imagine us having sex again. But at the same time, being here only made it harder. My cock and my situation. It was JP's fault I even wanted to explore this daddy and boy fantasy. After I'd finished eating, I took the plates and utensils to the sink, washing them and placing them on the drying rack, before I played with the bottle of dish soap until the label was facing out toward me. I yanked the cord of the toaster from the wall, which JP had obviously forgotten to do. Then I prowled the kitchen and checked the rest of the appliances. Everything else was already unplugged. "Are you ready to take a shower?" Jumping at the sound of JP's voice, I spun on my heel and smiled. "Sure." He raised his eyebrows and stepped closer, looking stylish in a cream wool suit. It was the kind of color you didn't expect to look good on anyone, but JP pulled off everything he wore, even with the light brown belt and white dress shirt he'd tucked into his pants. "Did I forget something?" he asked, as though already knowing I'd checked all the plugs around the kitchen. I shook my head, my cheeks growing hot as I smoothed my hands nervously over the shirt I'd worn to bed. "No." He cocked his head and didn't need to voice the question for me to hear it. "The toaster was still plugged in," I whispered, my flush getting even hotter until I felt the heat on the tips of my ears. "Was it?" He glanced in the direction of the appliance and then grimaced. "It's going to take me a while to remember to pull them out after I use them." "You don't have to," I said quickly, pursing my lips when he frowned at me. "I probably won't be here long. In your house? I appreciate you offering me a home, but I'm looking for an alternative." "Alternative? What do you mean?" His eyes narrowed. I let out a huff of air and leaned back against the counter, crossing my arms and lowering my head. "It was nice of you to let me stay here, but I know this makes you uncomfortable. Your boss doesn't like me." "Our boss, not just mine. Do you blame him? You tried to get him fired." It didn't sound like an accusation per se, but I hated that he felt the need to point it out. "I know," I groaned and ran a hand over my face. "I don't need you to remind me." He shrugged. "So apologize to him and Jax." "I can't." I dropped my arms and wrapped them around myself instead as I stared at the tiles on the floor. He stepped in closer, the spicy scent of his cologne a potent indication of how close he stood, and hooked his finger under my chin, raising my face so that I looked at him. He shook his head. "You've apologized to me before." "That's different," I whispered, sure he could feel my breath on his lips. I wanted so badly to lean forward and kiss him, but I kept control of myself. "I broke your ornament." "And you tried to destroy Vane's and Jax's careers. I think one deserves more of an apology." There was a hint of amusement there, and in spite of telling myself not to think of ridiculous things, I thought he might have found me adorable. "Not in the workplace. I can't show weakness at City Hall." "How is apologizing a weakness?" He stepped back, and even though I didn't want him to go, I didn't reach for him either. Straightening his suit, he stared at me like I was an undiscovered molecule, something he was trying to understand. I'd always been a strange guy, though, as more than one person was happy to tell me. A Kalinsky doesn't have a weakness, Maxwell. Don't ever show your hand. Mom's words bounced around my head. I sighed. Can I ask you a question? He waved his hand as a yes. When was the last time Mr. Elwood apologized to someone? JP paused, brows knitting together in thought. Every second that passed, the more frustrated he seemed to become, and I smiled at how cute he looked. That's what I thought. Mr. Elwood doesn't say he's sorry. You're right, he finally conceded, but he can afford to be that way. He's the deputy mayor. I'm sure he apologized to a higher-up at some leg of his career journey.
If it gets down to brass tacks, he also doesn't actually need his job.
He's wealthy in his own right. JP had a point, and I hated that. Mom was at the top of her career as well, but when she and Dad met, she was only a lawyer, no one special, no matter how much she chose not to talk about those days. Dad had come with money, which was how she'd managed to get where she was now. We had all kinds of important people in the Kalinsky family, from senators to CEOs of million-dollar businesses, and it had only been expected that Mom rise to judge status. My family demanded the same results of me, but I didn't know how that was going to happen, especially since I now had to retake this class again. My parents and brothers wouldn't let me forget it, ever. Go get ready. The soft lull of JP's voice startled me out of my thoughts, and I nodded, pushing myself away from the counter and walking around him and out of the kitchen. I took my time with showering and getting ready, choosing a plain black suit, the kind I always wore. If Mom saw the clothes JP had, she would have a heart attack. Even though they were elegant and clearly expensive, she believed in nothing but black suits at work, with subtle colored ties. No bright reds, blues, purples, or any other overzealous shade in existence. She'd concluded long ago they weren't professional and had drilled that into me. After I was done, I walked back downstairs and met JP in the hallway. He already had his black trench coat on and the door open and ready to go. I grabbed my own coat and we walked out together in silence. I'll meet you there, he said as he locked up the house. All I could do was nod and make my way through his garage and outside to clean the snow off my car. We had a light dusting last night, and while it wasn't enough to impact me driving to work, it still needed to be removed. By the time I'd gotten into the driver's seat, JP was already on his way out of the driveway with a small wave. I watched him go, my belly clenching. Turning on the heater to warm the cab, I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes. I hated how it had come to this. I thought letting him take my virginity would make things easier, that I wouldn't have to worry about tonight when I'd meet a potential new daddy. But it only made me want JP more. The way he'd taken care of me, helped me douche in a way that made me feel comfortable, had my heart hurting. I didn't have much experience, but not many people would have done that. This man wasn't the same one who'd taken pleasure torturing me with menial jobs at work. He'd been kind and caring, praising me whenever I did something good. I never had that kind of encouragement before. I couldn't remember a time when my parents told me I was doing well. They'd always lectured me on ways to be better. I sighed as I put my foot on the gas and headed out. The drive into New Gothenburg was nice and quiet. Not many cars passing me in the opposite direction, and it gave me time to think and stress about tonight. I had no idea what I was going to wear or what I'd say to Vic. I'd never even heard of this XXX club, and a Google search came up with little, other than it was a strip club that catered to the LGBTQ+ community. Nothing said BDSM about it, but I wasn't naive enough to think that was unusual. Working in City Hall meant I had to know about local laws as well. And while BDSM wasn't illegal, it was a gray area that wasn't viewed kindly. The thought of anything other than spanking or handcuffs made me shudder. I didn't think I could handle a lot of pain. When I was younger, I'd fallen out of a tree and broken my leg. It had been the worst experience of my life, and Mom had refused to sympathize, blaming my rebellious attitude for the fall. To this day, I still didn't understand how I was a rebel in her eyes. I'd always done what she'd asked of me, and that had been the only time I hadn't listened to her. I'd asked to go play in the backyard, and she told me no, but I'd done it anyway. She liked to remind me about the incident while telling me how stupid not listening to her could be. By the time I arrived at City Hall, I'd annoyed myself with thoughts of Mom so much that I nearly ran into Jackson on the bottom floor, near where we used to work as interns. I held back the urge to apologize and crossed my arms when he gave me a long look of irritation. "Are you actually on time?" I snapped, meaner than I'd meant to be. "That's a surprise. I thought you'd be too busy fucking the boss." Another intern we used to work with, I thought her name was Bethany, gasped from where she'd been walking in behind me. She stopped, her mouth twisting in her own form of annoyance. She'd never liked me, but then none of the other interns did. "That was rude." "Did I ask you?" I waved my hand at her. "Shoo, intern." She huffed and sent Jackson an apologetic glance before she stormed away. I swore I heard the word asshole somewhere in her muttering as she left. It wasn't the worst thing I'd been called, though. Jackson didn't seem fazed. He blinked at me with a smirk. "Good morning to you too, Kalinsky." I hated how easy it was for him. As though he'd never needed to struggle to get where he was now. All he needed to do was sleep with the deputy mayor, and why hadn't I thought of that? Oh, right. I'd been a virgin before JP had fucked me. I forced a smile on my lips and straightened my coat. Raising my chin, I said, "It's a spectacular morning, no thanks to you." "Are you always this happy first thing?" The smarmy bastard was enjoying this, and it only made me hate him more. Why did he have to be so good-looking and so fucking charming that anyone would do anything for him? He'd always given me hell for coming from money. But money wasn't everything. Actually, while I have you here, I'd love a latte. I'm sure Vane and JP would like one too. You know what we like. "I'm not your personal assistant," I hissed, rage swelling inside of my chest. His smile widened. "No, but you do work for Vane, and I'm sure I know exactly what he wants." "Because you fuck him." He winked and flashed his engagement ring at me. "You say that as if it's a bad thing. Now don't waste time. Vane's here early to do some work for the mayor. So how about you get moving?" Jackson, the bastard, didn't wait for an answer. He'd already turned on his heel and was making his way to the elevator. All I could do was watch him, familiar anger boiling in the pit of my stomach. He and Vane had made a fool of me, and there was no way in hell I'd apologize to them. At least, not yet. JP had made me want to do it, though, if only to make him happy. I shook my head inside, holding the strap of my backpack tightly. I walked straight back out of City Hall to my car. I drove a few streets east and found a parking spot as close as I could to Grounds and Gears, the favorite coffee shop in the office. Cars honked as the city started filling with morning traffic. One truck nearly ran me over when I opened my door, swerving like an idiot to try to get around someone stopped in the middle of the street. I glared at the man, and he gave me the finger in his rear view, but there was nowhere he could go, behind the stagnant cars. The coffee shop was a small cafe and manned by a lovely woman by the name of Red. I assumed it was a nickname because her hair was as red as flames, and she wore makeup that matched the color perfectly. I quite regularly was served by Emmy, a young person I'd noted early on had a they/them pin under their name tag. They were always kind. greeting me with a charming smile as they took my order. "Are you going to get something for yourself?" Emmy asked when I reached the counter after my long wait in line. "Sorry we're so busy today. No clue what's up with that." I shook my head. "No, just the usual." They pouted at me but rang up the drinks, while I passed over the credit card given to me to make these sorts of purchases. I stepped to the side, and it didn't take long for the 3 cardboard cups to be placed into a carrying tray before Emmy passed it to me. I thanked them and left again. By the time I returned to City Hall and got up to Mr. Elwood's office, JP was standing behind his desk, arms crossed and a sour look on his face. "Where were you?" I glanced from him to the coffees and then back again, raising my eyebrows at him. "I got caffeine. Jackson said Mr. Elwood wanted one." JP snorted. "Jackson isn't your boss. I am." "No, but he's fucking the boss," I said dryly, my stomach clenching in frustration. Dropping the tray on the desk, I jerked my backpack off my shoulder and threw it into the corner of the room, right behind the curved desk where visitors wouldn't see it. "I'm just a slave to all of you, and I get it. I was an intern until I blackmailed Mr. Elwood to get a job no one thinks I deserved. And you all hate me being here, but give me some credit. I'm not useless." "I never said you were." He went to touch my arm, but I jerked away from him. "You didn't have to. I'm the stapler bitch, the one who runs to get coffee, which is fine. But don't treat me like I'm not working my butt off to be here. I've done everything you've asked." My chest heaved after my rant, and I curled my arms around my stomach, a lump of sickness forming there. I hated that I got so passionate about this. But I'd worked hard, yet people never saw how much. Not here, not anywhere. "Hey." He stepped closer and rested his hands on my shoulders, squeezing them. I sighed at his comforting touch and closed my eyes when he put more pressure on his hold. "It's okay. I know you work hard. Very hard. You're a good employee, Max." "Am I?" I hated how vulnerable I sounded. But when I opened my eyes again, he was so close I thought he was going to kiss me. His breath tickled my lips. "Yes." His hand slipped down my arms to my elbows, and he didn't let go. "Don't let Jackson tell you what to do. He's another assistant, like you. He has no authority, even if he's with Vane." I nodded, feeling better already and smiling shyly. "Okay." "JP, can you—" Mr. Elwood cut off whatever he was saying, and I shot a look at him over JP's shoulder. He'd stopped dead at the threshold of the door that led into his office with a piece of paper in his hands, staring at us like we'd both grown a second head. JP didn't jump away from me, but he did take a step back and turned to Mr. Elwood with his mouth pressed in a thin line. It was as though he'd forgotten we were at work and he wasn't supposed to be touching me. "JP, can I see you in my office? Right now." There was an order in his tone, and JP gave me a small smile before he walked toward the office. I watched him go, unable to look away from how relaxed he seemed, even though he was essentially walking into the lion's den. The pants he wore did wonders for his ass, and my gaze strayed there before it jerked back up to Mr. Elwood, who'd clearly seen me staring. His eyes narrowed before he promptly shut the door. I groaned and ran a hand over my face. There was nothing I could do but work until JP came back out again. So I went over to my section of the curved desk and started my stapling. Jackson came in 5 minutes later and took his coffee from the tray, but he didn't bother saying a word to me before he started walking toward Mr. Elwood's office. I cleared my throat, making him stop before he knocked. "He's in a meeting with JP now. You'll have to wait." Jackson acted like an arrogant ass sometimes, but even I could admit he wasn't a total jerk, especially when it came to Mr. Elwood's job. He nodded sharply. "Tell him I'll meet him for lunch." "Yes, sir," I said as politely as I could. He snorted before he left again, abandoning me to the silence of the room. The stapler was exceptionally loud without JP beside me doing his own work, but the sound also kept me concentrating until the door to Mr. Elwood's office opened again. JP stepped out and didn't appear to have been reprimanded as he closed the door behind himself and walked over to the desk where his laptop was set up. "Is everything okay?" I whispered, fearing the worst. He smiled tightly at me. "It's fine. Vane asked what was going on between us, and I told him you were doing a good job and that you were staying with me right now due to issues at home. It's best to tell the boss the truth." "You didn't tell him?" "No," he answered bluntly. Leaning forward, he lowered his voice. "It's none of his business that we had sex once, just like it was none of mine when he started his thing with Jax. Now go back to work. I'll take Vane's coffee to him." I nodded and focused on the job again, managing to staple through 3 piles of papers before lunchtime came flying around and Jackson returned, his coat already on and a grin firmly on his face. JP greeted him with a short incline of his head and called into Mr. Elwood's office by phone. A few minutes later, Mr. Elwood walked out with his trench coat hooked over his arm. "Mexican again?" he asked with a smile. "Absolutely," Jackson answered as he plopped a kiss on Mr. Elwood's lips. A craving settled in my chest as I watched them, open with their relationship and happy. I wanted that so much that it hurt. My gaze slid to JP to see if he was staring as well, but his eyes were on me with an expression I couldn't decipher. I smiled gently at him, which made him jerk himself out of his thoughts and to his feet to grab his coat. He strode around the desk and cleared his throat to break up the small makeout session happening between Mr. Elwood and Jackson. It was then that I noticed Mr. Elwood's hand on Jax's stomach, rubbing in circles in an odd way that had me frowning. I'd never seen anyone do that to another person before. "Yes, let's go to the Mexican place. Kalinsky should come with us too," JP said. That managed to get Mr. Elwood and Jackson to jump away from each other and turn wide-eyed looks on him. Mr. Elwood spun fully to JP, brows hiking higher on his forehead. "Since when do we invite extortionists to lunch with us?" JP raised his chin and leaned in to whisper something to Mr. Elwood. They argued so quietly I couldn't hear what they were saying, but Jackson obviously did because he made faces that changed between understanding, irritation, and reluctance. Finally, they all sighed and turned to me. "Come on, Kalinsky," Mr. Elwood grumbled, spinning on his heel and dragging Jackson out into the hallway. I stood awkwardly and then placed the stapler on the desk and walked around to where JP still stood. Leaning in, I lowered my voice. "I don't think this is a good idea. They don't like me." JP shrugged. "Not everyone in this world is going to like you, Max. You just need to take life by the balls." "I'm pretty sure that's by the horns." He sent me an amused smirk before he waved at me to follow. Apparently, he'd already had a sign printed out saying the office was currently unoccupied for a lunch break, and he stuck it on the back of the glass door while I got on my coat, then guided me out and locked the office behind us. We took the elevator in silence, and I couldn't help but fiddle with the buttons of my suit. He grabbed my hands, and I threw a surprised look in his direction. Enough. His firm voice was filled with an order I couldn't ignore. Even though he hadn't called me boy, it was there, lingering in the background of that one word that had my spine straightening. "I want to make a good impression," I whispered, my cheeks growing hot. "Your clothing is fine. It's perfect, actually." He touched his hand to mine for a too short second before he snapped it back to his side. "You've been working here for a few months now, Max. They know how you dress." "I know." I dropped my chin and licked my dry lips. This is different. I've never had lunch with them before. I frowned up at him. Why did you invite me? Because you've done a good job. The doors opened on the ground floor and JP stepped out, walking with purpose. I hurried to follow him across the lobby and toward the front door, which he held open for me in a strange but adorable move. I thanked him with a smile, and we headed along the street toward the Mexican restaurant a lot of people from City Hall frequented. I'd never been there before because it was the kind of place you took groups of people, and I never had one person who wanted to go anywhere with me, let alone a bunch of them. We walked inside and I took in the overfilled tables of workers from all different departments, from the Office of Finance to building and safety to city planning. I thought I even saw the mayor and the coroner with a young man, but when I stepped forward to get a better look, JP hooked his hand in my elbow and dragged me in the opposite direction. Mr. Elwood and Jackson were at a table near bay windows that stretched to the ceiling, cuddled up and in conversation when we arrived. And as soon as they saw me, they stopped whatever they were saying. I flushed in shame and slid into the booth, taking the seat closest to the windows, while JP got in after me. My gaze immediately dropped to the array of hot sauces, salt and pepper shakers, and a menu in the middle of the table. The cardboard menu was crooked on its stand, and the shakers in disarray to the point that my hands shot out before I knew what I was doing, fixing up the centerpiece until the cardboard was straight once more and the shakers were sitting together in front of the menu. The green hot sauce simply had to be on the left, so I put it there and then decided the orange one shouldn't be beside it and slid it to the end. Green, red, orange. I tapped the table happily when I was done and glanced up to see both Mr. Elwood and Jackson staring at me curiously. They were messy. If a business wants to make a good impression, it needs to be clean and organized. They blinked a few times before Mr. Elwood shrugged and turned to JP. We have another issue. The media is back to crucifying Ross again. JP sighed and leaned forward. What about this time? Jackson grabbed the menu I'd just straightened and opened it to read. I watched him, not sure if I should have been listening to the conversation. I didn't know if JP wanted me to be invisible or not, but Jackson didn't seem to be interested. Or maybe he'd already given his opinion to Mr. Elwood. They probably talked a lot. What would it be like to come home to somebody to talk about your day with? They had opinions on the upcoming budget. Ross allocated funds away from the police department to sanitation services and a few other community programs. It wasn't much, but you know how people are.
Any change can be picked apart.
We need to find a way to get him in the spotlight again. This time with something positive. Fucking vultures. Mr. Elwood kissed Jackson's cheek, and Jackson smiled in response. Jack suggested we spend some money on the public schools. Get them some more equipment. That could work, JP said with a nod. It would certainly win favors with the family-oriented voters. I'm not sure it'll make an impact, Jackson said as he passed the menu to Mr. Elwood. We need something big. Something that'll make the media turn their heads toward us and bring all their nice cameras. What about charities? I didn't even realize it was me who had spoken until they all turned curious eyes on me. Swallowing around my nerves, I raised my chin. Charities always look good. Charities have been done before. That's not anything new, and the media will see through it, Mr. Elwood grumbled, before he muttered something about getting chimichangas. I glanced at JP for permission to speak up, and even though he frowned at me, he understood enough to nod in encouragement for me to continue. I took a deep, steadying breath. Not the charity I'm talking about. The mayor has been supportive of your relationship, right? More than supportive. He's been an advocate for LGBTQ rights since it came out that you were engaged to a man, and that's earned him a reputation as a human rights advocate. Not long ago, people praised him for being your supporter. Mr. Elwood leaned back into the seat and crossed his arms. No thanks to you. I winced but continued. Give the people what they want to see. and actually do something while he's trying to gain favor with the media. There's a new LGBTQ shelter opening on the south side for young people between ages of 16 and 25 who've been kicked out of their homes because of their sexuality or gender identity. They've been pleading for funding from businesses around New Gothenburg. Help them. Mr. Elwood stroked his chin. I'm listening. JP smiled at me in encouragement, and it gave me the confidence to continue. If the mayor directs funding resources to a Home for the Heart, he'll look like an even bigger advocate of the LGBTQ community. Did you know that New Gothenburg has one of the biggest gay communities in America? I did not, Mr. Elwood said in surprise. Even Jackson seemed to be paying attention to me. Well, we do. Trust me when I say that by putting money to this cause, Mayor Midbury will get some loyal voters. He's already proved he cares by supporting you. This won't just be seen as a cheap media ploy, at least not to everyone. Each word I said upped my confidence. Squaring my shoulders, everything I'd learned at college came back to me. It didn't matter that I'd failed a single class. I'd always been better at actually doing the job than the essays. It'll help someone who will use the money for good, and it'll give the mayor the positive media he needs. Jackson sighed and nodded. It's a decent idea. He's right about the LGBTQ community in New Gothenburg. It makes up a sizable number of the voters who volunteered during campaign season, and they did spin Ross into a good light when he came out supporting you. Mr. Elwood hummed and then smirked. All right, we're helping a Home for the Heart. I grinned in triumph and tilted my head slightly to glance at JP. He was smiling proudly in a way that had my heart racing and my skin hot. I wanted to reach over and touch him, but I couldn't, and had to shove my hands in my lap instead. Here, read the menu and decide what you want, Kalinsky. I still don't like you, but I'll buy lunch for that suggestion, Mr. Elwood grumbled. I nodded furiously. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Chapter 11. JP. Brushing a hand along the side of my black wool waistcoat, held closed with silver hook clasps rather than buttons, I examined myself as I turned to the side in front of the bathroom mirror, then took a step back to bring more of my body into view. The material darted in just enough to make me look refined and not sloppy. I'd paired the waistcoat with an almost sheer black long-sleeved shirt that clung to my muscles. And since I wasn't going to XXX tonight to play, I'd stuck with what I considered a modest pair of gray leather pants. They clung to my thighs but didn't scream, "Fuck me." The black leather boots I had on were simple, though they nearly hit my knees. I wasn't sure why I wanted to look good tonight, or at least I refused to allow myself to think about it. My original plan had been to drop Max at the front door. I couldn't bring myself to leave him at the club alone. Fumbling with the medicine cabinet, I opened it so I wouldn't have to look at my face anymore. I paused, hand in midair, when I went to grab for my cologne, but toothpaste sat in its usual spot. Max had been in here too. It was like he couldn't stand the idea of unorganized nooks and crannies in my house. God help me when he discovered the library. I hadn't shown him that room yet, one of the turrets at the back of the house, mostly because it was freezing in winter.
I had no doubt he'd be in there for weeks once he discovered it.
I'd shoved my books on shelves when I moved in and left it at that. The 3 colognes I usually wore were arranged in alphabetical order, and everything else in the cabinet had been moved around and was in some type of organization only known to Max. I chose a scent at random and spritzed myself, putting it back in the same spot quickly. I closed the mirrored cabinet door, and then there I was again, tense and scowling. My auburn hair was brushed back, but longer than I usually kept it, so that the waves curled below my ears. I tried out a smile on myself, and it didn't look right. I'd made my peace with going to XXX, But I didn't fucking want to do this. Dinner was done. We were both dressed. It was nearing 8 o'clock at night. I absolutely couldn't put this off any longer. I left the bathroom, boots thudding loudly on the floor, and tried to steady myself as I went downstairs. I found Max perched on a chair at the spotless kitchen table, picking at the knee of his trousers. He hadn't had anything appropriate to go out in, so I'd given him a pair of leather suspenders from the back of my closet, and he'd simply worn them over a crisp white shirt and his suit pants. He was fucking tasty in my opinion. But if it didn't appeal to anyone at the club tonight, I wouldn't cry about it. "Get your coat. We're going to be late," I snapped. Max flinched and gave me an appraising glance. "Are you upset with me?" he asked, as he stood and rolled his tense shoulders. "Of course not." I tried to keep my response gentle, but his lips thinned anyway, and he shied away from me. I went out into the hallway and grabbed his coat off the pegs by the door. He shuffled his way into the hall after me and held out a hand. But I simply opened his coat, and he turned to let me slip it on him. I wrapped a scarf around his neck, and my thumb grazed the warm, freshly shaven skin of his jaw. He inhaled a deep breath and shivered. His clean scent wafted around us, masculine and musky. My stomach ran warm and then immediately soured. Making myself drop my hold on him, I checked my pocket for my keys and wallet, and then opened the door. "Don't you need a coat?" Max asked, concern forming a furrow between his brows. No. I wanted the cold on the ride there to give me something else to focus on, other than the fact I was handing Max off to Zach fucking Vicker. Just because I knew why this trip tonight was a good idea didn't mean I had to like it now that the time had come, idiotic as I was being. I gestured for Max to precede me and then followed him out. The cold air sliced through my thin shirt to my skin and provided just the right sting to keep my thoughts in the here and now. Once we were in the Rover, Max stared out his window rather than looking at me. Since I had no idea what I would have said to him anyway, I shrugged off my irritation at being ignored. He probably had a lot going on in his head. What with potentially meeting someone he'd be having sex with and playing with for the foreseeable future. If I was his age and in his position, I would have been excited. I might have even been sitting there hiding a hard-on. I sneaked a peek at his lap and didn't see anything unusual. I wasn't sure if I was happy or sad about that. I wasn't certain about anything tonight, except that I would have rather stayed home. Carefully, I backed the Rover out of my driveway and onto the road. The silence between us was so strained that I flipped on a local radio station. Taylor Swift blared through the speakers, and I itched to change the station, but he smiled and seemed to enjoy it, so I left it. Of course he would like that kind of pre-packaged pop music, and the only shocking thing about it was that I found it sweet instead of annoying, especially when he gave a tiny wiggle like he might enjoy dancing too. He didn't glance at me once on the drive to XXX, and I knew because I kept checking. Low-grade anger blazed to life in me, not at Max, but the situation. Maybe a little at him too, for not begging me to take him home. Not that I had any right to be pissed off at him, since I'd more or less ordered him to go along with this plan. I'm not being fair to him. But part of me wished he would throw one of those temper tantrums of his to get out of this. I doubted I'd be able to stand it if he looked at me with his big brown eyes and asked me to take him back home and keep him tucked away and safe. He didn't. My anger grew until it was a dull roar in the back of my mind. Mostly I was furious at myself. I'd allowed this fucked up situation to come together. I'd kissed Max and fucked that sarcastic, sweet mouth of his. Then I'd fucked him. Period. He'd felt so good underneath me. Looked amazing spread out on my bed. Not to mention, He'd been beyond fuckable sitting in my playroom looking overwhelmed and so in need of guidance. And now I was ready to murder, because I had to let him move on to someone else. In all likelihood, it would be healthier for him to have a different daddy. Someone who wasn't tangled up in the mess at work. He'd have a fresh start. Yes, that would be best for him. Maybe I needed to start giving myself the "your actions have consequences" speech, instead of handing it out to Max and everyone else. If I really was any sort of daddy at all, I had to do what was best for him, not be a jealous fuck and try to hold on to him, hold him back from life. So I'd do what I needed to do, like always. This would work out fine for Max. I glanced at him again and held in a sigh before I focused ahead. It was only snowing lightly, but the roads were slick, and occasionally ice grabbed at the tires and had me holding a breath. By the time we pulled into the parking lot in front of XXX, I was in the worst mood of my life, and not sure I was hiding it. I turned off the Rover and shoved the keys in my pocket. XXX looked the same as always, and Max craned his neck to get a good view. The club was old hat for me, and I wasn't impressed by the chipped brown bricks on the exterior. What was Max thinking?
The gently pointed roof made the building look exactly like the converted warehouse it was, and the hooded lighting along the front wall dispelled just enough gloom to dissuade most people from coming outside to fuck between the cars when the weather was warm.
3 pink neon X's on the front of the building glowed like a bright invitation to the debauchery within, which was the only reason everyone came all the way out here, especially in the snow. It didn't matter what the outside of the building looked like. It was the eye candy and the opportunities inside that counted. How are you feeling? Ready to go in? Max shifted in his seat with hesitation, and a ridiculous elation swelled in my chest. My fingers dug into my knees. All I needed was one no, and I'd take him home and figure something else out. Maybe I could talk Vane around to accepting Max, and in a few months I could let him know. Fuck. That probably wouldn't work, and I needed to stop thinking about it. I'd never expected to feel this invested in what Max did or didn't do after he'd been in my bed.
The thought of someone else ordering him around when I hadn't even gotten a chance yet to explore much of anything with my boy had me gritting my back teeth together so hard my jaw hurt.
I wanted to be the one who helped him discover his kinks. The longing took my breath away.
Max unbuckled his seatbelt and turned toward me with a small smile that didn't look quite right.
I'm ready. You said Vic is nice, and he was okay on the phone. He searched my face and drew his bottom lip between his teeth. My cock pulsed with pleasure at the sight. No, I said he's a good dom. I don't honestly know if he'll be very nice. Max's lips curled downward, and I wanted to kick myself. I needed to get this over with fast. Get him to Vic so I didn't screw this up for him. It'll be great. I'm sure you'll have fun, I grumbled. Let's go. As I got out, I managed to avoid slamming the door, but only just. I waited near the front of the Rover for Max to get out and resisted the impulse to go help him. Other people were streaming toward the front doors from the parking lot. Friends in packs wearing bondage gear, who were laughing and joking. Couples in their nice going-out clothes, with their arms looped around each other, or swinging their hands together, or simply talking. It was a pleasant scene, all in all, and one that would be good for Max. This is for the best. Outrage churned inside me again as I thought about Vic touching Max's soft skin, spreading his ass cheeks, tasting his pink hole, kissing him, putting him on his knees. I shook my head at myself as Max stopped at my side. He gave me a look I couldn't quite interpret, and without a word I started forward, toward the front entrance of XXX. He scrambled to keep up with me, but I didn't slow down.
My resolve was a fragile thing right now, and if I stopped, I'd pick him up and carry him back to the fucking car. The bouncers at the door were men I didn't know, maybe knew, or I just didn't remember them. It had been nearly a year since I was here. They consulted a tablet before they let members through. There was a line of shivering people dressed in too few clothes, waiting to be checked to get inside. But I directed Max toward the bouncer with the tech, who I figured was comparing names to a list. "Get in line," the tall, bald man said, though he didn't sound mean. He hunched a little as wind whipped through the parking lot and tugged up the collar on his black coat. "We're moving as fast as we can. We know it's cold. You and your boyfriend will be in soon." He gave me a craggy smile. "Vic is waiting to talk to Maxwell here," I said crisply, and brought my arm around Max, drawing him close to my side. He shivered and I dropped my arm. "He's not waiting in the cold." The bald bouncer glanced down at me in surprise. "Oh, he's the guy?" He looked at Max with too much interest. "Yes, he has a meeting arranged. Let us inside. I have a membership as well. Jean-Paul Dubois." The bouncer grunted as if he recognized my name. "Yeah, Vic figured you'd be coming in with him." "It's fine. He told us when we started our shift tonight." The bald man nodded at the other man working outside with him, who was talking to someone at the head of the line of waiting people, and jerked a thumb at the door. "Head in. Vic's probably by the bar." Max unwound his scarf, and I put a hand between his shoulders and lightly urged him forward through the doors and out of the weather. The lighting overhead had the soft purplish glow of sunset and was brighter than usual, possibly because nothing was happening yet on the main stage directly across from the door. The walls were black and lacked decor, so as not to take away attention from the entertainers when they worked. Or at least that's what I'd decided. Maybe Vic was just lazy. To my left, the high-gloss black bar ran the length of the room. People were already packed on stools like sardines. The round tables in front of the main stage were already getting full as well, and nearby a man straddled his stool calling to someone across the room. The roar of voices and low buzz of dance music in the background slammed into me, and had my head pounding in almost no time at all. Colognes clashed, and leather soap tinged the air. I shivered and led Max to a spot near the open table. I said nothing, as I took his coat and scarf from him because he was busy trying to gawk at everything all at once. I attempted not to look like I was in a rush when I went and found the small area near the front that they kept for outerwear during the winter, then hung his belongings on a rack. By the time I got back to Max, Vic was already standing in front of him, holding Max's hand like they'd just shaken. Vic still hadn't let go. Right now, I hated him. He towered over Max, his short blonde hair gleaming in the odd glow of the lighting. The aura created around Vic made him seem like some bizarre kink angel, with his tight black leather pants and a matching black shirt that clung to his defined chest. He said something quiet to Max that had him nodding. I wanted to go over and physically remove Vic's hand from Max's body, but only smiled as I approached. "I see you found each other already." Max frowned slightly at Vic, and I was both pleased and uncomfortable with that. Vic glanced at me, and I could tell by the smug fucking grin he wore that he thought Max was bangable. And why shouldn't he? "Thanks for introducing us, Jean-Paul. If you want to go enjoy yourself tonight, I'll make sure Max gets home in the morning." He grinned with a shiny Christmas morning happiness, and I didn't like that he was asking me and not Max if the arrangements were okay. Hell, he wasn't even asking me anything. He was informing me of what was going to happen, and that rankled. "Max, are you okay with what Vic suggested?" Vic raised his eyebrows but turned his attention to Max as well, who flushed. Max nodded, and his eyes widened. I hadn't considered that I wouldn't be taking him home with me when I left, and apparently neither had he. My heart squeezed. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell Vic that wasn't fucking okay, but instead I said, "I'll stick around for a while." Max relaxed a little, and Vic rubbed his thumb over the back of Max's hand. I tried not to stare at the grip Vic had on Max, and when I turned my gaze back to Vic's face, there was a far too amused gleam in his eyes. I didn't want to be interesting enough for him to laugh at. This was about Max. I needed to fade into the background. "Let me show you around," Vic said. Max shot a fast look my way, and with a sigh I moved in and leaned down to whisper in his ear, "If you're uncomfortable or scared, or just don't want to do something with Vic, come find me. He can't make you do anything." The cologne he wore tickled my nose, and I brushed my fingertips to his. "All right," Max said. Backing off, I stood there and watched them move away toward a table. But Vic said something to Max, and then left him standing awkwardly in the spot as he came back to me. I was immediately fucking irritated because Max was already getting some interested looks from the people around him. "You okay there, Jean-Paul?" Vic asked. His wide, handsome smile was the kind that was difficult to be angry with, though I was having no problem accomplishing it anyway. "Perfect. Go slow with him. I mean it." Vic frowned and flipped down one of the clasps on my waistcoat. He stared at the silver closure too long, and embarrassment puffed up my cheeks with a breath. I never went anywhere with my clothing even slightly askew. "I know what I'm doing," he said. Chuckling, I took a step back from him. "Of course. I know you do. Why do you think you were on the short list of people I called?" I gave him the brightest smile I could muster. "Have fun." I eyed an open seat at the bar and went toward it as Vic frowned at me and then turned back to Max. The bar was even busier than I'd noticed while I was holding on to Max, and as I sat down on the leather-topped stool, I took in the crowd. It seemed like perhaps tonight was some sort of role-play theme. People circulated through the tables dressed in maid uniforms, and at first, I'd thought they were women, but one of the maids sported a mustache and winked at me as they strolled by with a tray of shots. Clearly some of the maids were drag performers. There was a butler carrying drinks in one corner of the room, and I spotted another closer to me, handing out beers. Normally I would have loved a night like this, and been happy when I'd finally forced myself out to a club, but I kept shooting glances back at Max and Vic, where they were sitting at a table together. Max was half a heartbeat away from bolting for the exit, his back too stiff and shoulders hunched forward. But Vic was leaning close, and no doubt soothing him. He said something, and Max smiled. Their easy back and forth had me gritting my teeth again. Fucking hell. But I wanted Max to hate Vic as much as he disliked nearly everyone else, and that was selfish. "Hello, pervs and pervettes," came over the sound system. Everyone glanced toward the DJ booth near the main stage, and there were claps and hoots. From where I was sitting, I couldn't see the man speaking, but he had a dreamy, deep voice.
"Our hot show will start in an hour.
Tonight's theme is heroes. Who doesn't have a soft spot, or maybe a hard one, for doctors, soldiers, and firefighters? Show some love for men in uniform." More good-natured catcalls erupted in the crowd, and a solid smattering of applause swelled, even though the stage still stood empty. A pink spotlight blazed to life and illuminated a silver pole that would have a warm body on it before long. Max glanced around wildly, and Vic leaned forward to clasp his wrist with one hand. My own hands curled into fists, and I made myself relax. Then I saw Shannon Dawson and sighed as he looked right at me and began to weave his way through the crowd in my direction. I'd forgotten how much of a lug he was, and winced as he got closer, and I had to tilt my head way back to look up at him. I sat straighter and crossed my legs, kicking them out in front of me to make sure he couldn't crowd close. "What'll you have?" the bartender called, surprising me. I turned toward the solid man in black leather shorts. Hoops through his nipples twinkled in the odd light. He had an okay face and dark hair, but I was less than interested. "Glenfiddich. We only have the 21-year-old right now." He rubbed his fingers together to show he thought it was expensive. "Do it. I don't get out much." By the time I glanced out at the crowd, Shannon was at my side and had the kind of funny smile that let me know he was probably pissed at me. He never honestly looked happy because his face was too severe for that. I wouldn't have expected anything different because I had jerked him around, but it was unfortunate he was out tonight. "What happened to the convo with the twink?" he asked without even saying hello. "What? Oh, bad connection. I apologize. I live in a Victorian. The wiring leaves something to be desired." I kicked my foot to keep the space between us when he tried to take a step closer and attempted to pretend I was just fidgeting, but he narrowed his eyes, so I doubted I'd been successful. He frowned like he was trying to work out what I'd said. Oh. I couldn't stop myself from checking on Max again, and he turned to stare the same direction. "You don't seem like you want to let go of your boy. What gives? He sick of you?" Shannon gave me a mean smirk. "Maybe if Vic doesn't want to fuck him, I'll take that ass for a spin. He's fresh." There was no way he could have known how much those words would hurt me, but his barb landed, and I sighed. I am heavy-handed with the domestic aspects of a relationship. I said the words out loud to remind myself, as much as make conversation. Max probably would have chafed and wanted out. I like to plan a boy's entire day. That level of commitment takes a special boy. Shannon snorted. "I never understood doms like you. Talk about making yourself work. I like to lay a pretty ass out and spank it until I have some tears. Or screams. Fuck 'em and send 'em home. Why work so hard?" All at once, I was even happier I hadn't let Max meet him. I can see the appeal, but Max was looking for a daddy, and that behavior doesn't qualify someone to be one, in my opinion. Shannon stepped closer, and even my foot in the way didn't stop him from looming forward. I lightly rested my heel on his crotch, and he grinned. But I wouldn't hesitate to jam his jewels so hard they popped out of his throat if he took another step. He seemed to be excited by the implied danger, however, as he ground against my foot. I shook my head at him. "You're a shamer," he laughed and slapped my shoulder in a way that had me wanting to shake off his groping touch. "Not really. I just have some very specific ideas about how my boy should be treated. You're welcome to your substandard opinions." Shannon dropped his hand from me and stepped back. Yes, the fucker was hard. Made me wonder if he was a bit of a switch. "You're a prick, aren't you, Jean-Paul?" Smiling, I shrugged. He waved at someone across the room and left without a goodbye, but I was glad. I wouldn't have had anything nicer to say to him if he'd stuck around. Shannon met a smaller man, gave him a hug, and then humped against him. Turning back to Max, my stomach jerked. The seats were empty. I scanned the room and saw Vic leading Max toward the entrance to the playrooms, and was off my stool in a flash. I took money out of my wallet and slapped the bills on the bar for the drink I hadn't even received yet, before I rushed after them, but the few seconds it had taken me to pay had allowed them to disappear from sight. At the doorway stood a tall, attractive man with short hair and ebony skin that looked soft as velvet. He flashed me a bright smile and my gut heated. He used to strip here when I first started coming to Triple X, and he was one of those men who were too perfect for real life. Laurent, it's been a while. No partner, Jean-Paul? We don't usually let anyone back alone. He shrugged apologetically. My heart raced, and I clenched my hands into fists as I thought about what Vic might be doing with Max already. No worries, it's fine. I turned to go back to the bar, but my spot had already been taken. All of the tables were full. Images of Max in a playroom, naked on his knees, lips parted and stuffed with cock, had me rooted to the spot. I should go. Hey, it's going to be a fun night. Stick around, Laurent said, and his tone softened. Worry edged in around everything else going on in my mind. I hadn't considered that Vic might take Max into the playrooms, though why I hadn't, I couldn't say. Maybe I hadn't wanted to think about it. There were so many potential issues with the playrooms, specifically Max in one, that I didn't know where to start. He hated public restrooms. How would he react to a room where countless men had fucked and sprayed cum? Cleaned or not, I was suspecting he wouldn't enjoy it. I spun back around, and Laurent's pleasantness slipped a notch. His smile turned wary. I need to go back there. I brought my friend in, but I'm worried he won't be okay. He was with Vic. I glanced past him into the hallway and could barely make out the doors through the shadows. Laurent's smile bounced back to the reassuring one. He'll be fine. I just saw them going together. Vic will treat him right. Look, a table opened. He pointed, and I glanced that way for a second. His obvious sympathy pissed me off even more than I had been earlier when Vic was touching Max. Was I completely transparent tonight? I couldn't afford for that to be the case. But here I was, acting like a fool anyway. I'm going back there, I said. Laurent gave me a look that clearly said I was being an annoying pain in the ass, with only a twist of his lips. I'm not supposed to do that. I'm worried. Can't you take a break or something? What room are they in? He took him into the Littles' room because it was the only one open. Laurent scowled. But I already said you're not supposed to go back there. That information had me relaxing a bit, because while I didn't play that way, I'd been in the Littles' room to check it out before and see what I was missing in life. And there wasn't anything dire in there. A couple of paddles, maybe, if I remembered right. You're not going away, are you? Laurent gripped my shoulder, but in a friendly way that was much nicer than Shannon had been. I shook my head. He glared some more, and I crossed my arms. He lifted his eyes toward the ceiling for a moment, and then pointedly glanced to his left, away from the hallway. Thank you. Don't thank me. Nothing's happening. Grateful, I walked past him into the hallway, feeling like I was sneaking, though clearly he'd let me through. I wanted to say thank you again, but that would defeat the purpose of our air-thin charade. It took me a moment to think, but then I was fairly certain the Littles' room was only the third door in, and stopped near it. Laurent peeked back down the hallway at me. I lifted my hands in a shrug, and he laughed. Yeah, that's it. Voyeurism your thing? He didn't wait for an answer, just turned back around. Fuck, I really hoped that wasn't what I would end up doing. Listening to them come together. But then why was I back here at all? I scrubbed my hands over my face. No, Laurent was right. I shouldn't have followed them. My heart hammered and my gut twisted with loss. As much as I'd known this was going to be the outcome from the second I took it upon myself to find Max someone else, I hadn't been prepared to succeed. This fucking sucked. A raised voice from inside the Littles' room brought me up short as I went to leave. That temper tantrum tone was familiar. I leaned closer to the door. The show will start in about 40 minutes, folks, the MC said over the sound system in the main bar area. Then he rambled on afterward, drowning out Max's voice. I growled and reached for the door, giving the knob a twist, but it didn't turn. As I stood there, the door jerked inward, and Max came rushing out. He barreled into me, and I caught him but stumbled backward. He struggled and then glanced up and stopped, sort of leaning himself against me. I curled my arms around him and held him tight. "Are you okay?"
He shrugged, and though there was no reasonable explanation for it, he felt chilled. I rubbed my hands along his back.
"Jean-Paul, what?" I glared at Vic as he came into the hallway with us and gave me a bashful smile. His shirt was gone. Anger thudded through my veins in place of my blood, and I wanted to smash his face in. "Explain," I demanded. Max wasn't happy with kneeling in there, and I thought he needed some persuasion. There was regret in the way his eyes tightened. "You thought he was fighting you to be punished." Max buried his face against my shoulder. "I'm sorry. I was trying." I ran a hand along his back. "Of course you were. You're a good boy." Vic gave me an assessing look and came over to stand beside us, and I forced myself to let Max go. Red-faced, with his chest rising and falling too fast, Max stepped away from me, and I forced myself not to shove Vic when he moved to Max's side. "Max, can we talk some more in my office? No one goes in there for anything but business." Max froze a second and eyed me. I didn't so much as budge a muscle because this decision had to be his. Eventually he nodded. I wanted to butt in and tell Vic that Max and I were leaving, but I didn't do any such thing. Max gave what appeared to be another reluctant nod. I wanted to tell him he was being a brave boy and made me proud. All the things I didn't get to say at all, yet. Vic shot me a grin that was too wide and bright. "Go get a drink. I got this." And then he fucking winked at me. Max's chest was heaving, and he looked far from okay. "Max?" "I'm fine." He was fucking lying to me, which was not okay. But Vic had already taken his hand and was leading him away for the second time tonight. They disappeared past Laurent at the end of the hall, Max giving me one last long look with those big brown eyes of his as they went to the left and vanished, and I leaned a shoulder against the threshold to stare into the little's room. There was a teddy bear in the middle of the floor. Had Max dropped it there? Was this something he was into? I didn't think so. But on the other hand, from what I'd gathered, he'd had very little comfort in his life. So maybe he'd picked it up just to have something to hold. He liked to touch. Or maybe he'd been rearranging things. I shook my head hard at myself as I went in there and picked the toy up. I tossed it into a crib big enough to hold 2 full-grown men as I stared around at the cute decor, then left quickly. Max had fucking lied to me. He was not okay. Fuck, if only Vane wasn't sticking so hard to his idea that Max had to go. Thinking he would relent would be real insanity. Vane, of all people, had every right to want Max gone. But he truly had been trying his hardest. I was in too deep here and knew it. Defeat and anger rolled over me like a dark wave. It is a good thing Max is with Vic. I just had to keep repeating it to myself. With a growl, I pulled the door to the playroom closed behind me. What I really wanted to do was go kick in Vic's office door and drag Max home. But that was unrealistic. I left the hallway, nodding my thanks to Laurent. The party-like atmosphere of XXX grated on me. This would have been fun with Max. My stomach jolted. It would have been a blast to see his reactions to the show. It would have been entertaining to get him tipsy, until his cheeks stayed rosy, and then take him home and spend the rest of the night with him in my personal germ-free playroom. I left because the what-ifs clanged in my brain so loud I couldn't even have a decent conversation with someone if I tried. Never mind that I didn't want to put in any effort with anyone else. The drive home was a blur. When I got into the house, I plugged in the tree lights since Max was out and sat down to stare at them. After a bit, I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of wine. Ambling around the house had me turning on the fireplace for comfort, but it didn't help my mood. I sat down again, glass clutched in my hand. My house was too quiet now. It wasn't as if Max even made much noise when he was here, so that was ridiculous. But the fire crackled, and the tree glowed, and I couldn't stop wondering if Max had put those pretty lips on Vic's cock. I could practically see what he would look like with Vic fucking him over an office desk. Wrecked and helpless and hopeful and just a little scared. Hell, Vic was attractive, so I should enjoy the thought. They fit together. There would be no drama between them. It would be healthy. I sipped my wine and stared at the tree and tried to see the difference Max had made in it. And I thought I could tell the spots where he'd moved a few ornaments around. Fuck. I snarled and knew I'd wait up until Max got home, even if he didn't roll in until the morning. I went to the kitchen, refilled my glass, and then settled in with my phone on my knee, in case he called and was upset, to wait. Besides, he didn't have a key. I had to stay awake in order to make sure he got in okay. I snorted a laugh into my wine glass and tried really hard to believe my own bullshit.
Chapter 12. Max. Sit down. It was an order, but unlike JP's, in his sweet, deep tone that commanded my attention, I didn't want to follow the instructions. I listened anyway because I also didn't want to upset JP by pissing off his friend. Vic was a nice man, with a hard edge to his voice that if I was anyone else, I might have liked. But I was too used to JP now, and he was the only man I wanted to get orders from. I sat in the chair Vic pointed to in front of his black steel desk and stared around the room. The top of his desk was the first thing that caught my eye, not only because of the neat arrangement of his papers and pens, but because it was made from the same black metal as the door we'd passed through to get into his office. Everything about this room was tidy, from the leather couch sitting behind a dark wooden coffee table to the wall of paddles that reminded me of JP's playroom. Vic had fewer toys, but I imagined he put them to good use in here. There were still things I'd change around to organize the room better, but as far as what I'd seen from other people, Vic was highly organized. If I had it my way, though, I shoved my hands between my thighs to stop myself from reaching over and changing anything. JP accepted my quirks with ease, but I didn't know about Vic. Vic smiled, and it was a lot gentler than the smirks he'd been giving since I'd arrived. There was something friendly about it, and I returned the gesture. He sat down in his black leather chair and rolled it in closer to the desk, his back straight, as though we were in an important business meeting. Maybe we were. Let's talk. I flushed as I thought back on the playroom, how I'd freaked out at the mere mention of getting on my knees, how the unorganized room had my anxiety flaring until I couldn't stand to be in there. Vic had held my arm to stop me from escaping, and I'd panicked. I'd quickly worked out that he thought it was part of the game, and there was no way for me to show him I wasn't playing. So I'd just bolted, running right into JP. I didn't know why he was there, but I'd never been so glad to see him. I'd agreed to go with Vic to his office because I felt bad. I never meant to ruin his night, and I probably had. Maxwell? Vic's voice made me jerk, and I blinked at him. His gaze was harder than before, but there was also a knowing look that had me feeling like he was staring into my soul. I hated feeling this bare. The only other person who made me feel this way was JP. Not even my family could reach that deep inside me. They wouldn't know the first thing about the real me. Tell me. Tell you what? I swallowed and pressed my thighs against my hands even tighter to stop from fidgeting with nerves. What's going on between you and JP? I took a moment to appraise his good looks. With short blonde hair and light green eyes, Vic was a handsome man. He had a perfectly proportionate face and a barely there beard. He'd taken his shirt off in the playroom, and while I wasn't the hugest fan of his furry chest, it wasn't disgusting either. Overall, I shouldn't have been disappointed JP offered me a chance with Vic. But no matter how attractive he was, I didn't want him. Not like I wanted JP. Nothing. I pressed my lips together tightly. JP and I are coworkers. His smirk returned. Coworkers don't look like they want to rip off my balls and throw them in the meat grinder when I take one of them into a playroom. I don't understand. I hated how quietly I spoke, but I couldn't make myself talk louder. My gaze traveled back to his desk and the pen standing in a holder on the right side. They were tidy, but the colors weren't stacked together, and I didn't like that at all. He cocked his head. His eyes narrowed like he was assessing me. JP wanted to strangle me for taking you into that playroom. I shook my head immediately because that couldn't be right. JP had been clear. We weren't anything but coworkers now. That's not true, I swear. JP and I... Tell me something, boy. Have you and JP had sex? I flushed harder, and his grin told me he knew what I was hiding. Fuck. You have. It's obvious that you both like each other. We don't, I argued, albeit weakly. He nodded. He said you can't do this, not that he didn't want to. Wasn't that the same thing? I frowned at Vic and brought my hands out of my thigh trap to smooth them over my legs. His boss hates me. Elwood? Vic snorted. He's a dick. I couldn't help the chuckle that escaped my mouth. He smiled. There it is. Isn't that laugh the prettiest? Flushing, I ducked my head and mumbled a thank you. I wasn't usually this shy, but it wasn't often anyone paid attention to me. So his boss hates you. He leaned forward toward his desk, his elbows resting on the black metal. Is that a reason to not have a relationship? I picked up my fingernail before I realized what I was doing and stopped. I didn't want to get pieces of nail on his floor. Glancing up at him, I considered how much of the truth I should tell him. It wasn't like I had a reason to lie. I tried to blackmail Deputy Mayor Elwood when he was having sex with his now partner, Jackson. He couldn't fire me without making a bigger mess, so they decided to torture me while I worked for them instead. How did that pan out for them? I laughed quietly. Well, JP fucked me. He joined in on the laughter, but made no attempt to keep it quiet. And Elwood doesn't know. I shook my head. He found out today that I was staying with JP. Why is that? He asked. How did you go from him torturing you at work to you staying with him in his home? It's a bit of a long story, I mumbled, my cheeks growing hotter. But I kind of left home, and I had nowhere to go. So I was staying at the office. He caught me and offered me a room in his house. Are you staying with him? I nodded. Yeah, I've been meaning to look for another place to stay. I can't. Dropping my head into my hands so he couldn't see how red my face probably looked, I groaned. I really like him. I think about him a lot. About him being my daddy. But he made it clear he can't do this. Vic made a noise I couldn't interpret, so I made myself glance at him. He had his hands clasped under his chin, an interested expression on his face. Let me tell you something, Maxwell. I've owned this club for a long time. I've played in a lot of different ways with a lot of different kinks. Lots of couples who are very different from each other, but also very much the same, come in here. And I watch them.
When you watch these couples, you realize which ones are going to last and which ones aren't. I listened intently, leaning forward. What I saw in JP tonight was a man who didn't want to give you up. He was jealous of you being in that room with me. I shook my head and laughed. That's not true. Isn't it? Vic raised his eyebrows. I disagree. Frowning, I fell back into my chair and pursed my lips. I thought about JP and his actions today. He'd pretty much ignored me at work, other than lunch, and we'd barely spoken at his house. I'd waited for him to say something, to tell me how much he wanted me, but it hadn't looked like he was anywhere near close to confessing any feelings. Vic smirked again. I have a spare room in my house if you'd like to live somewhere else. I'd expect you to pay some rent and bills. Not much, just some to help. I stared at him with wide eyes, thoughts of what else he wanted from me flashing through my mind. An expression must have crossed my face because he laughed. I don't expect sex as payment, Maxwell. It's clear that you have feelings for JP. And I don't get involved with boys who like another daddy. So what we will have will be friendship, if you wish to take me up on the offer. It sounded like a great idea, but the thought of leaving JP made me twitch in discomfort. I'd only been living with him for a few days, and he'd gone out of his way to make me comfortable. I didn't miss the way he'd learned how I organized things and kept it like that. My family had made fun of me for my quirk more than once, but JP hadn't. I'm OCD, I said, stuffing my hands between my thighs again. I like to unplug all the power cords not in use and reorganize different things in alphabetical order and color code them. Oh. Vic actually looked surprised before understanding slid across his face.